Good afternoon and welcome to the November 15th, 2022 regular meeting of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Supervisor Chan. Chan present. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey present. Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman present. Supervisor Marr. Marr not present. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar present. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin present. Supervisor Preston. Preston present. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan present. Supervisor Safai. Safai present. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie present. Supervisor Walton.
Present.
Walton present. And Supervisor Marr. Marr present. Mr. President, all members are present.
Thank you. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors acknowledges that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone community and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Colleagues, please stand with me to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I would like to acknowledge the staff at SF-Gov TV. Today we have Kalina Mendoza, who record each of our meetings and make the transcripts available to the public online. And we will go to communications, but do want to let everyone know for item number 23, the Committee of the Whole, on the draft housing element, we will keep public comment to 1 minute to prevent the risk of losing a quorum. Madam Clerk, are there any other communications?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Board of Supervisors welcomes the general public to listen to the proceedings either in person or remotely. The Board will prioritize the participation from attendees in person, afterwards from those who called into the remote system. The meeting is airing live on SFGOV TV's award-winning Channel 26, or you may view the computer live stream at www.sfgovtv.org. If you intend on participating remotely, the telephone number and meeting ID is published on the agenda and streaming on your screen. After entering the information, press the pound symbol twice. You will have joined the meeting. You will hear the discussion, but your line will be muted. Once you are ready to provide comment, that's when you should press *3 to add yourself to the speaker's queue. The system will prompt that you have been unmuted and just begin speaking your comments. There is one 3 p.m. special order today. Once this public hearing is called, your testimony will be invited. That is item 23, the public hearing on the update on the 2022 draft housing element. Other agenda content eligible for your comment today falls under item 28. Once called, you may speak to the items on the for adoption without committee reference calendar, items 29 through 34, and general matters that are not on today's agenda but are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All other agenda content will have been reported out to the board by an appropriate committee where the public comment requirement has already occurred. Communication with the board is still possible if you send your written correspondence by U.S. mail to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the number 1, Dr. Carlton, capital B, period, Goodlit Place, City Hall, room 244, San Francisco, California, 94102. In a great partnership with the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs and Lando and Associates, interpreters will be present beginning at 3 p.m. And finally, if you do have any questions or you need assistance to get into this meeting remotely, we do have a clerk standing by. Please dial 415-554-5184. And members and Mr. President, that concludes my communication.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And colleagues, just a reminder before we get started to please mute your microphones when you are not speaking. Let's go to our consent agenda, items 1 through 4, Madam Clerk.
Items 1 through 4 are on consent. These items are considered to be routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster. Please call the roll.
On items 1 through 4, Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. And Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, these ordinances are finally passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call regular agenda new business item number 5.
Item 5, this is an ordinance to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code to suspend the imposition of the cannabis business tax through December 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, I have supported this suspension in the past and support it today, but would suggest that we do what we have done in the past, which is to act on this on an annual basis. So we suspended it every year for the last 2 years. This proposes to suspend it for the next 3 years. I would propose respectfully that we keep doing what we've been doing and monitor the situation and extend it by an additional year. I've spoken to one longtime friend and leader in the cannabis community about that, and I think it was not the subject of an objection. It was not the subject of an objection, and I mentioned it yesterday to the author, Supervisor Mandelman. But and I'm open to negotiating, compromise in between at 2. But I think going for a sweeping 3 years is not the fiscally prudent or appropriate thing to do. So I can start, we can discuss it, but I would start by at line 19, striking 2024 and 2025 and keeping 2023.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Is that a motion to amend?
That is a motion.
Seconded by Supervisor Chan. Thank you. Supervisor Chan?
Thank you, President Walton, colleagues, and I have expressed a very similar concern, concur with the sentiment that Supervisor Peskin has about this text that I have asked if we could consider, and including Supervisor Mandelman, thinking about, again, year to year, because this body have collectively, unanimously have voted in support of this suspension of this tax collection. To actually do that, I want to put things in context. At this time, it's projected at about $10 million or so in tax collection. And with the 3 years consecutive exemption or suspension, it's about $30 million. Total, and that is quite a sum of tax revenue for the city, especially we're in a very volatile economic times. So I urge for your consideration. I also wanted to let you know that through the conversation with the Controller's Office also has, when I seek for advice, there's another way to do this, is that we increase the threshold from currently the tax exemption for small business with the gross receipts from 1 million to 2.5 million. Then it would exempt in the number of smaller establishments from the tax, but significantly reduce the loss. And the loss would end up to be roughly, instead of total $10 million per year, will be roughly about $2 million per year. So that would be another way to look at this. But as my conversation with the city attorney, deputy city attorney, and Pearson, I have to be transparent with this exemption amendment from $1 million to $2.5 million of gross receipts will probably require some time, and that instead then it will be a motion to send it back to the committee for this work to be done. With that, then I am in, that's why thinking through that I am in support of Supervisor Peskin's motion to just roll back instead of 3 years to 1 year, and then we can reevaluate and have a conversation and talk about this. Now, I do want to acknowledge Supervisor Mendelman's concerns. It's also the reason why I am actually in support of this suspension, because as I have learned that the state tax imposing on cannabis has been actually rather harsh and kind of overwhelmingly burdensome. As it turns out, it has supplier tax and the sales tax altogether about 30% already from states, from their tax revenue generating from their revenue generated. So it's already 30% of the state tax and additional to the tax that the city will impose on them. So I do understand that is burdensome on the industry, unlike any other industry. However, they're also one of the industries, if I may say, has also deemed essential at the beginning of the pandemic. They've been operating, unlike any other business. They actually have been operating since then during pandemic. So their impact also is different. So with that said, I just want to explain myself and where I was at the Budget Committee, and that why I will be in support of this motion to roll back to only year to year, and then we can reevaluate the city's economy and our budget to make better decision moving forward instead of all the way to the fiscal year of 2025 and 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan. Supervisor Mandelman?
Thank you, President Walton. I do want to thank Supervisor Chan and Supervisor Peskin for not sending this back to committee for further work on potentially splitting off different tiers of taxation. We can keep extending this year by year, and I fully expect that I will be back in a year asking us to further delay it. The burdens on the legal cannabis industry are significant, and they are still, the legal cannabis sector in San Francisco is still smaller than the illegal cannabis sector by a 2/3 to 1/3. At least that's the estimate I believe in the controller's report. So I am leery of, I was leery of this tax back in, I believe, 2018 when Supervisor Cohen put it on the ballot. And then our state controller. I have continued to feel that this is an industry that we need to bring out of the shadows. We need to surely collect revenue from them, and we are. But the rates of taxation that we are subjecting cannabis to are remarkable. A joint is currently taxed at over double the rate of a bottle of wine or a cocktail, 9% higher than a soda. You are all, I think folks are familiar with the additional burdens that the people who are trying to operate legally in this space confront, namely the inability to access some of the Fed IRS tax exemptions that you can use if you're in other types of in non-cannabis businesses, the inability to access conventional banking or the challenges around accessing banking. There's a whole bunch of things they're facing, not to cry for them, but this is the addition of a new tax on a industry that I think is already overburdened to the negative of the public policy goals that I think we should share, which are to try to eliminate the illegal cannabis industry and have it all out in the light. And I honestly don't think that's going to happen in a year. I would be surprised if it happens in 3, but I would be happy. The thinking on putting this off to 2025 was just that was, the state has granted some relief, recognizing the same problems we are. They still are taxing at a quite significant level, but they've pulled back in some ways to try and facilitate the growth of the legal industry, and they have decided to take another look at it in 2025, and that seemed to make sense to me as well. But if it is not the will of this body, I'm not going to be bent out of shape, and I can just keep coming back each year to try and renew it.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. Supervisor Dorsey?
Thank you, President Walton. So I am unlikely to support moving this to year by year, although I understand the good government implications of doing that, and I would be a reliable vote to suspend the cannabis business tax, because I think this is an economic sector that we ask a lot of. And I feel my 14 years in the city attorney's office, having seen the things that we ask law-abiding businesses to do, and this is a business sector that is facing competition from the illegal marketplace that deserves our support. And I think the benefit of a 3-year rather than 1-year suspension is certainty over the next 3 years that I think is an asset that businesses can benefit from. I want to do everything we can to support the legal market of cannabis businesses in San Francisco. So that's where I'm going to be, and I would ask to be a co-sponsor of the underlying ordinance.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Supervisor Ronan?
Yes, thank you. I, too, am supportive of the original legislation at 3 years. I understand Supervisor Chan and Peskin's concerns, and when I first read the legislation, I had many of the same thoughts. But after hearing from Supervisor Mandelman, and I did ask many questions to the Office of Cannabis, and one of the main sort of facts that tipped the balance for me was the fact that still it's an estimate, but they think somewhat of a realistic estimate that 2/3 of cannabis is still sold underground illegally and unregulated. And so I do think, and the Office of Cannabis is spending a lot of time doing enforcement against those actors. And so, giving the time for the department to do its important enforcement work, given the time for business owners that are following the laws and the rules to legitimize and grow their businesses and compete against this underlying market, I think it's correct to give them the time and the certainty that they need to survive with a robust underground market undercutting their efforts. So I will be supporting the original legislation.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Safai?
Thank you. Just to add on one point to Supervisor Ronan, I agree 100%. The other thing that we're facing is that many of these cannabis distributors and businesses have really been struggling in this economy. We spent a lot of time, effort, and energy helping to establish them. Not only is the competition undercutting their legitimate business, but COVID had a devastating impact on many of these businesses. And so allowing them the appropriate time to recover and extend for the next couple years, to me, makes the most sense. And to use Supervisor Peskin's phrase, he often says, if we don't get it right, we can always come back and amend. And so if something were to change over the next couple years, we have the ability to amend this and to adjust it before the 3-year period. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Preston?
I would just add.
Preston. Sorry about
Sorry,
that.
my apologies.
Thank you, President Walton. And I support the legislation as is. Many of the reasons that have been articulated by colleagues, so I won't repeat those. But I will just say that, I think there are some taxes or fees that we're waiving on an annual basis because I don't think any of us really have an issue with the underlying tax and burden, but we are being responsive to a particular moment in coming back from and our businesses rebounding from COVID. And in that kind of scenario, I fully support taking this year-by-year approach, because if we learn one thing in the last 2 years, or almost 3 years, it's that a year can make a huge difference in any industry. But I think this is different. I think there's a number of us, I share some of the underlying concerns of how this tax burden plus the states actually operates and impacts this industry. And I would prefer to see a slightly longer time, whether that's 2 years, 3 years, to actually plot out the next steps and think about, where are we really going with this tax instead of each year just kicking it out a year. So that's my preference. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to point out that the way Prop D was written in 2018, and some of us were around and voted to put it on the ballot, and 2/3 of the electorate adopted it, thinking that it was going to be charged, and it's basically continues to be suspended. But it actually contemplated the legislative branch's ability to adjust by a 2/3 supermajority of this body the amount between 0 and 7%. And so we've always stuck with 0, right? And that's what suspension is paramount to. So I take a little bit respectfully of exception with what Supervisor Safai said. We have the ability to tinker here. This is not like Proposition B, where we went back to the ballot and said we didn't get it right and we're asking the voters to vote again. This is not like the 1-year suspension of the commercial vacancy tax, where we said, holy moly, we just woke up and it was, COVID, and this is the wrong time to start it. We're going to delay it a year. But we're not even having the conversation that this contemplated, that we represented to the voters, which was that by a 2/3 vote, we could deal with it within a range of 0 to 7%. So I think this is a good place to start that conversation. When we're saying for 3 years, for an additional 3 years, it's going to remain at 0, it means that the chances of having that conversation are diminished. I mean, they're not impossible, but I think that is the wrong policy step. So I will be voting for this and encourage those of you who have not yet spoken or whose minds can be changed by these words to vote with me.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Peskin. And I do believe that extending this for 1 more year is appropriate, because we do have the flexibility to make changes each year, and the conversation does need to be had in terms of what we want to do and really come up with a plan, rather than giving this extension for 3 years and the climate changes on us overnight. I think we tie our hands as a body if we grant the extension for that long, when we can come back to the table each year and have this conversation again. So I will be supporting the amendment. I don't see anyone else on the roster. So, Madam Clerk, on the motion to amend item number 5.
On the motion to amend item number 5 and striking 2025 and replacing it with 2023, Supervisor Safai.
No.
Safai, no. Supervisor Stefani? Stefani, no. Supervisor Walton?
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan? Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, no. Supervisor Mandelman?
No.
Mandelman, no. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar?
No.
Melgar, no. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston? Preston, no. And Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, no. There are 4 ayes and 7 noes, with Supervisors Safai, Stephanie, Dorsey, Mandelman, Melgar, Preston, and Ronan in the dissent.
Thank you. By a vote of 4 to 7, motion fails. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item number 5.
On item 5, Supervisor Safai?
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie? Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton?
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan? Chan, no. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman?
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar?
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Preston?
Aye.
Preston, aye. And Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. There are 9 ayes and 2 noes, with Supervisors Chan and Peskin in the dissent.
Thank you. And by a vote of 9 to 2, this ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item number 6.
Item 6, this is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Public Health to enter into an emergency contract with Health Management Associates for $3.7 million a 13.5-month term through June 30th, 2023, and to approve the First Amendment to the agreement for specialized consulting services, and to increase the agreement by approximately $2 million for an amount of $5.8 million, with no change to the contract term from June 30th, 2023, and to authorize the Department of Public Health to enter into amendments or modifications to the contract necessary or advisable to effectuate the purpose of the contract or the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you please call the roll on item number 6?
On item 6, Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. And Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. And I do just want to remind the public that we do have an overflow room set up in room 263. So just wanted to provide that information and make that announcement. Madam Clerk, would you please call items 7 through 9 together?
Items 7 through 9 comprise 3 resolutions regarding contract amendments from the Office of Contract Administration. Item 7 authorizes the Office of Contract Administration, or OCA, to execute modification number 7 to a contract between the city and MSC Industrial Supply Company, Inc., to purchase industrial supplies for city departments, to increase the contract amount by $900,000 for a not-to-exceed amount of $15.1 million approximately, with no change to the total contract duration through June 30th, 2023. Item 8 authorizes the OCA to execute the Fourth Amendment to a contract between the city and W.W. Granger, Inc., for the purchase of industrial supplies for the city departments, to increase the contract amount by $8.8 million for a new total not to exceed $20.9 million, and to extend the term by 1 year through December 31st, 2023. And item 9 authorizes the OCA to execute the 6th modification to a contract between the city and Buckles Smith Electric Company for the purchase of electrical supplies and fixtures for city departments, to increase the contract amount by $3 million for a new total of approximately $16.9 million, with no change to the total contract duration through June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call, and without objection, these resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 10.
Item 10, this is a resolution to approve and authorize the general manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to self-fee and easement interest in certain real property located along State Route 84 in the city of Fremont and in the unincorporated Alameda County to the state of California, acting through its California Department of Transportation, to approve and authorize an agreement for sale of real estate, temporary construction easement, and utility easement for the sale of this property to Caltrans, to authorize the general manager of the SFPUC and or the city's director of property to execute the sale agreement, make certain modifications, and take other certain actions in furtherance of the resolution and the sale agreement, and to adopt the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item same house, same call, and without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, we are now at 2:30. Would you please announce our recognition of commendations?
Yes, the recognition of commendations is for meritorious service and contributions to the city and county of San Francisco for American Indian Heritage Month.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And colleagues, today we are celebrating Native American Heritage Month. We will start with Supervisor Ronan and then go in roll call order. And just a reminder to make sure that we try to accommodate this long meeting today. Thank you so much, Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you so much, President Walton. And I wanted to make a few introductory remarks in gratitude for this first ever special group commendation for the Native American Heritage Month in San Francisco. It's a very momentous occasion, and we're so happy to see such a beautiful group of First Peoples in this board chambers, with so many other cultural communities that are in allyship with the beautiful community. Last year, the board unanimously passed a resolution I introduced recognizing November as Native American Heritage Month. And I'm excited today we can honor Native American leaders in our community. Today's commendations and events throughout Native American Heritage Month are opportunities to recognize the contributions of Native Americans and their long-standing history as First Peoples in San Francisco and the United States. It was almost 53 years ago today that the historic occupation of Alcatraz began on November 20th, 1969. It was one of the longest protests in history, lasting 19 months, and the occupation served as an international platform to bring visibility to Indian determination policies, unratified treaties, and exposing the genocide of California Indian nations and the extraction of their environmental resources by state and federal governments. San Francisco served as a catalyst city to many American Indian actions across the country, and much of it was due to efforts of our local Native American activists and leaders. In District 9, the American Indian community has had an ongoing and critical presence in the community, as the first American Indian Center ran from 1940s to 1969 between Mission and Valencia Street. After thousands of American Indians were displaced in the 1900s from their ancestral lands, many arrived in cities like San Francisco. American Indian cultural centers became the cultural foundation for Native Americans in urban communities, resulting in California being one of the highest population of relocated intertribal nations. Despite funding and resource challenges, the American Indian Center has maintained a strong presence in the mission, and in 2019, the American Indian Cultural Center was formally recognized as a virtual cultural center. In 2020, Supervisor Mandelman and I worked alongside several of the Native American leaders and organizations here today to establish the first in the county American Indian Cultural District. The American Indian Cultural District encompasses land that holds a unique concentration of historical events, cultural resources, and American Indian-based organizations such as Friendship House and the Native American Health Center. The Cultural District has already held several successful activation events along the Mission Corridor, and I'm excited that today's event will bring more visibility to their efforts and the work. Thank you to all the honorees for joining us today. And now I'm very excited to introduce District 9's honoree, Debbie Santiago. If Debbie can come up. Debbie has been an incredible community leader throughout her life, and I am so proud that I can honor her and the remarkable work she has accomplished for the Native American community today. Debbie, an enrolled member of the Washoe tribe, was born and raised in San Francisco between the Mission and Potrero Hill. Debbie grew up here in the 1960s and 70s, where she faced discrimination as a young and proud Native American woman. Her family were active supporters for the Alcatraz occupation in 1969, during which time Debbie remembers gathering supplies, including blankets, food, and clothes for the protesters and community on Alcatraz. She and her family helped establish the Indian Education Program for SFUSD, thank you for that, which supports the unique educational and cultural-related academic needs of American Indian students in San Francisco's public schools. Debbie, like her mother, has been a tutor for the program at Sanchez Elementary School. Debbie is the owner of Debbie's Hair Place and More, located at 22nd and Cap Street, which we believe is the longest-running Native American business in San Francisco. It has been up and running for 42 years, and Debbie has been a hairdresser and barber for 55 years. Debbie is known to give free haircuts to Native Americans in need and to hire Native American barbers for her shop. Debbie has been an active leader in the creation of the American Indian Cultural District, as she has been a member of the San Francisco Native American Community Advisory Committee since the 1990s and co-led a major push for the Cultural District in recent years. Debbie is responsible for gathering and documenting much of the history of Native Americans in San Francisco, which led to the creation of the American Indian Cultural District today. During the pandemic, Debbie worked with other Native American leaders to distribute food to community elders, an effort she continues today. Debbie is also a mentor to young leaders and organizers in the Bay Area Native American community, and the list goes on and on and on. Thank you, Debbie, for all your dedication to the Native American community in San Francisco. Your work and legacy permeate through everything we celebrate today. Congratulations. And Debbie, we'd love if you would say a few words if you want to.
Hanga Maheje, everybody greeting in this entire room. I thank you so much for all you have done here for our Native people. It's been a long time coming, and we are stepping out more and more. And as an activism, I have learned so much, not only through other peers, but through my own parents and my grandfather, who was also an immigrant from the islands that came here in the 20s, and my grandmother, who was relocated here during the relocation time, but she had come earlier in the 20s. And if it wasn't for them and my parents, I don't think I would be standing here today, and many other mentors in my life. And I continue to do this, to strive in everything I do. And everybody here that's come with me today, they, as I said earlier, they keep me very humble and honest in the work that we do. And I will continue to do this and also be the voice of our elders in this way. And without the history, it wouldn't be said what we are today. So I thank everybody here that's come with me today, and my mother. I share this day with her, Alberta. Thank you, Mom. I love her so much. I thank you.
Congratulations again, Debbie. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, President Walton. Today I have the great honor. I'm very happy to be providing honor to Morningstar Vancil. Morningstar here? Great. Morningstar is a U.S. veteran who's known for her longtime service and work in the Native American community. She was born on a U.S. military base in the Philippines and immigrated to the U.S. in 1984. Raised by her grandmother, she was taught to be her best and to do everything out of kindness. Vancil then moved to San Francisco in the late 1980s and soon began serving her community. Morningstar is a member of the LGBT Advisory Committee of San Francisco's Human Rights Commission and one of the founding members of the Bay Area American Indian Two Spirits, where she's also served as an officer. In addition to her activism, Morningstar is an artist. In 2010, she made the film Wild Strawberries, where she told the story of a Cherokee elder and showing love through the symbolism of wild strawberries. The film screened at the Queer Women of Color Film Festival, and the film was also captioned for the hearing impaired, as she is. It was an independent project separate from the QWOC MAP. It then went on to show at the Native American Indian Film Festival the following year. Morningstar has helped the Native American community for her entire professional career, has ensured to pass on the compassion that her grandmother has instilled in her, and she is truly, truly showing nothing but love to the Native American community. If you'd like to say some words. Thank you, Morningstar.
Thank you. I didn't expect to be honored today because I did it out of love. During the AIDS epidemic, a lot of my brothers and sisters were suffering from AIDS, didn't have no insurance, so I used to come and help them out in the morning and before they go to bed at night. In between, I was working at the homeless shelter. I am grateful that I am an activist, and the reason I'm an activist because my ancestors were not giving a voice. And being an activist, it also helped me to think about the 7th generation. And without the 7th generation that follows me, then if I could touch one person, then I did my job. Thank you.
Commendation for you. Thank you. Absolutely. Here, let's slide over just a little bit. No, this way.
Congratulations again, Morningstar. Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you, President Walton, and thank you, Supervisor Ronan, for kicking us off and for your incredible opening remarks. And I also want to thank you for this. This is so kind to present this to the Board of Supervisors. I don't think we've ever had one of these months where we've actually been given something, and I just think it's very kind and, of course, true of what we're doing here today, which is honoring you and every thing that we should have been doing a long time ago. And it is my great honor today to commend Sharia Souza and the staff of the American Indian Cultural District Cultural Hub, which is located along our sacred waterways at the Fort Mason Arts and Cultural Center. The AICD Cultural Hub, located in District 2, is renowned as a first-of-its-kind co-working space for American Indian organizations and associations who otherwise would be displaced. To date, the Cultural Hub is home to 6 organizations, including AICD Cultural Hub staff, the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone, the American Indian Film Institute, who just held their 47th Film Festival, November 4th through the 12th, with 18 distinct film programs and dozens of films. Indians of all tribes who occupied Alcatraz Island in 1969 in demonstration for the rights of American Indians, and KPOO, Voices of the Native Nations Archives, an independent non-commercial radio station featuring American Indian news, music, announcements, benefits, and interviews, and the International Indian Treaty Council, an organization of indigenous peoples from North, Central, South America, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, working for the sovereignty and self-determination of indigenous peoples and the recognition and protection of indigenous rights, treaties, traditional cultures, and sacred lands. The American Indian Cultural District has also established a series of projects in District 2 honoring the diverse American Indian and indigenous communities of San Francisco, including an American Indian gardening program at Black Point Gardens, which is absolutely beautiful. I've been out there and have been able to participate in the gardening, and the American Indian-themed murals at the Presidio. I know a tremendous amount of work has gone into establishing the Cultural District, the Cultural Hub, and land acknowledgements across our city agencies, departments, and organizations. And I want to recognize the American Indian community for all that's been done to actualize these efforts. To truly reckon with this land's past and promote community healing, it is our responsibility to elevate and listen to Native voices and to teach future generations to not repeat our same mistakes. I am deeply honored to commend the AICD Cultural Hub for their dedicated efforts to become a center for American Indian, heritage, culture, rights, and so much more. I am proud that District 2 is home to the American Indian Cultural District Cultural Hub, and I'm so grateful for all they have done to create such a vibrant community. And lastly, colleagues, I would like to leave everyone with words from the Ramaytush Ohlone Land Trust that have stuck with me, especially through times of global unrest and economic hardship. We are responsible for caring for all of nature and for the people who reside in our ancestral homeland in the same way that Mother Earth has cared for us for millennia. That responsibility extends to all of our work, including holding land, accessing land for various uses, and co-managing land. So Shreya, if you'd like to come up and say words on behalf of the AICD.
I would actually, thank you. It's an honor. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for everybody, but I actually like to open this moment out of tradition and respect if she'll come up here to my board president, Mary Travis Allen, even just for a few words, if she would like. She's hiding over there. Wouldn't be anywhere without the advice of our elders and the matriarchs and the women that came before us, so I'd like to open that opportunity to her. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All honor to everyone here and to my relatives and to the Board of Supervisors that have known many of you in many roles over the years. We're proud to be here. And for us, we celebrate every day of life. In our traditions, in honoring our ways, and we recognize that it is the strength of community coming together that gives us the ability to live and to honor. We don't own this land. We respect this land. So thank you, and to the hard work of these two young women. You're going to be here a long time, so keep up that fight. And to all my relatives, thank you. Thank you for this honoring.
Wanted to share a few quick words, and out of respect, thank you, Mary Travis Allen, because I wouldn't be here every day without the guidance of her and pretty much everybody in this audience in one way or another. But really the intention of honoring the hub was just to honor the fact that thank you, Supervisor Stephanie, for your office, really negotiating those organizations that are legacy organizations for over 40, 50 years. At least 3 of them would not have a space in the city. They would have been priced out at some point had we not had the support to open up that cultural district hub. So it is here just for, not just for the cultural district, but for a hub, for a community, for everybody in it, because we're going to keep building it out to make sure that our Native organizations can afford to stay in San Francisco. So thank you, and thank you to my Director of Community Development and Partnerships, Paloma Flores. We couldn't do it without the whole staff, the team, and the community, so I wanted to honor them in that moment. Thank you.
Congratulations again to the American Indian Cultural District Hub. Supervisor Chan.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, I'm delighted to recognize Joshua James, who has contributed so much to activate the community and truly has created a sense of place and space, building community through his unique mission-driven small business at Ocean Beach Cafe in the Richmond. Joshua James belonged to the Talawa tribe, and he took a journey to recovery right before the pandemic. As part of his journey, he checked into Friendship House recovery program for the Native Americans in the city. It provides a holistic approach to allow immersion in both American Indian cultural practices and Western approaches. 11 months later, and 10 months into the pandemic, he launched Ocean Beach Cafe by Ocean Beach and Great Highway. He opened the Community Arts Cafe to build the largest non-alcoholic beverage selection, help keep Ocean Beach clean through supporting community-led cleanups all around. He also supports the sober community and those who seek wellness. The cafe has truly become a destination, a community hub, and a source of inspiration for building awareness and excitement around non-alcoholic options, advancing a sense of community and community health and wellness. Josh also has been a part of the local American Indian Economic Workforce Development working groups to create pathways for Native employment in the city, and has been a lead in employing and supporting homeless workers in District 1 and all around our community. So it's really someone who has been on this journey, and I'm really fortunate to have met him at the beginning when he launched Ocean Beach Cafe. And I'm really grateful to have met him there because his spirit is just very inspiring. It's always welcoming and welcoming all the communities with a smile. And he is a really gentle soul. So thank you, Josh, for your inspirational work and path. And very much looking forward to supporting the Ocean Beach Cafe and just seeing it grow and continue to expand with the Richmond community and hopefully San Francisco community at large. Thank you. And he is online. He's on Teams, and hopefully it works this time.
Yes, he is.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I hope the audio is coming through okay. I'm Joshua James, and I opened Ocean Beach Cafe, like she said, about 10 months into the pandemic. And that was right after I moved out of a sober living house. And that was right after I was at the Friendship House, which is an amazing Native American-based recovery program that completely changed the rest of my life. And it also did so for two of my siblings who also attended that program. It was amazing to get to know the Native American culture in San Francisco and where I'm from, which is the Talawa Reservation on the Oregon-California border, about 8.5 hours north from here, right on the coast. And I opened Ocean Beach Cafe to build the largest non-alcoholic beverage selection in the country. And that might initially sound kind of funny because historically there haven't been a lot of options and choices for non-alcoholic beverages. But what I was seeing was this massive trend of people drinking less and people choosing not to drink at all. This happened during COVID, and then now where people are checking in on their relationship with alcohol, and that's a subject that I'm super passionate about because I like to let people know that society as a whole is having a different perspective, and then hundreds of brands have come out to give people a choice. And I'd like to say it like that because I believe that it helps people that do choose to be sober to know that there's tens of millions of people that are changing their views and the way that they may drink. And it's really neat to have a brick and mortar space down by the beach that gets people coming in for amazing local coffee and some amazing sandwiches to leave knowing that all of those 100 bottles on the wall are all non-alcoholic. There is a non-alcoholic bar there, and people are actually changing the way that they socialize because of it. I'm a career bartender, so food and beverage is my passion. And now I'm glad I get to do all of those things for the public and for the community. But in addition to that, I wanted to do a whole bunch of beach cleanups, and we got to do that. I've got to give jobs to some of the houseless on the block, and I've had a lot of people living in sober living houses that I used to live in get to work with me as well, including a lot of other Native Americans, which is really exciting for me because then they get to see what's going on in this space and how it's not so niche anymore. So it's definitely much more than a cafe. It kind of reminds me of Manny's Cafe, where he's got so much really cool things going on. I like to have some really neat community-oriented things that have to do with community, hospitality, and wellness. That is the 3 tenets of that business. And that all started because of the journey that I decided to take through the Friendship House. And I just really appreciate Supervisor Chan for including me and that amazing introduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan, and congratulations again, Joshua. Supervisor Dorsey?
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, it is my privilege to participate in this year's Native American History Month and to honor Celeste Aguilar on behalf of District 6 for her contributions to San Francisco's American Indian community. Celeste is part of the Navajo, Tiwa, Publ tribes, both of which originate from the southwestern United States, specifically Arizona. Her mother, Judy, who's here to accept the commendation on Celeste's behalf, moved to San Francisco in the 1960s as part of the American Indian Urban Relocation Program, which brought several thousand American Indians to the country's urban hubs and cities. Celeste, who was born and raised in San Francisco, has 4 sons, Luther, Lucas, Lucian, and Luterio, and has dedicated the past several years to giving back to the American Indian culture and heritage that helped shape her into the compassionate and hard-working woman she is today. Celeste is a long-standing parent and advocate for the American Indian community in San Francisco and has been chairperson of the San Francisco Unified School District's Indian Education Program Parent Advisory Council for the last 5 years. She has a passion for youth leadership and advocating for the needs of American Indian students throughout San Francisco, and is a big proponent of creating opportunities for American Indian youth, helping to strengthen their cultural pride and promoting self-confidence and self-efficiency. Whether locally or across the state, Celeste works as a liaison between the school district and the community, always seeking to secure resources and support for the American Indian students and their families in San Francisco. In addition to her work with the school district's Indian Education Program Parent Advisory Council, Celeste is a traditional cultural bearer and traditional knowledge keeper. She has facilitated workshops for the SFUSD Indian Education Program for the last 4 years, as well as for the greater San Francisco American Indian community. Celeste has also taught pine needle basket weaving workshops at the National Pioneers Conference, a Native Youth Leadership Program for the past 3 years, serving more than 100 American Indian youth. Celeste not only advocates for American Indian youth, she is also a strong advocate and champion for American Indian seniors. During the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, she sought out resources for safety and mental health for the community when there were so many unknowns and such uncertainty in the nation. Celeste truly is a leader in the community, a dreamer and a visionary, and it's once again my privilege to recognize her contributions to San Francisco. Celeste is unable to be here today, so I'd like to ask her mother, Judy, to accept this commendation on her behalf and to say a few words. Judy?
Hello, my name is Judy Aguilar, and I just wanted to say thank you so much, and all the people who worked on getting this honor for my daughter. She worked so hard for everything. and she loves her family. She loves the whole community in San Francisco. And as her mother, I pray for our community, our San Francisco community, and everybody, the Native American Health Center, and everybody that works with her, and everybody who puts the events together. And we've been through a lot doing that. And I just wanted to thank the whole San Francisco supervisors for doing all this, giving the awards to my daughter. I know she will love it and she will cherish it all her life. And she didn't expect this. She was really surprised. And I'm so proud of her as her mom. And I have 4 grandsons she gave me. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Celeste. Supervisor Melderman.
Do we have Rodney Littlebird here? If you are here, come up. Oh, there we go. Hello. Today I'm offering the District 8 Special Commendation to Rodney Littlebird for this year's Native American History Month. Rodney is Lakota and from Standing Rock, Sioux. He's a member of the LGBTQ+ community and has been an outspoken advocate for gay Native rights, sharing his personal experiences with discrimination. Last year, Rodney was part of the quilt ceremony hosted by the National AIDS Memorial that was created to honor Native Americans and Hawaiians lost to AIDS. The purpose of the event was to increase awareness, encourage American Indians, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians to get tested for HIV, and reduce the stigma in these communities around prevention and treatment for HIV. In addition to his work for the LGBTQ+ community, Rodney also does healing work and is a spiritual leader for the Red Circle at the Native American Health Center, a community health center that provides comprehensive health services to the California Bay Area Native population, as well as other underserved populations in the Bay Area. The health center is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Rodney is beloved in his community. He's known for going above and beyond to check in on the physical, emotional, and mental health of others. He does wellness checks for community members, especially the SRO tenants in his neighborhood. And during the COVID pandemic, he regularly checked in with isolated elders. He's a community ambassador with the American Indian Cultural District and spent much of COVID compiling information on food banks, COVID testing sites, and other services to disseminate to the community through the Cultural District's newsletter. Rodney is also the point person for the American Indian Cultural District Native Food Box Delivery Program. He facilitates weekly food delivery boxes to American Indian and Alaska Native community elders and families with limited access to transportation. As of right now, this program serves roughly 35 families. Rodney speaks truth to power and gives all of himself to his communities. Thank you, and welcome, Rodney Littlebird.
There you go.
Thank
Please
you.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you best. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm actually Dakota, Lakota. I am Dakota, Lakota, but my family, the one I remember very well, the language I speak is in a dialect of D. So that separates me from my cousins, the Lakota, or the other half of my family, which is Lakota. People often think that I've been in South Dakota a lot, and I've really never ever seen a lot of it. I've been in North Dakota. My family came from Minnesota and were removed. I moved out here when I was very young, and it seems I've gone through like lots of transitions. I had 3 pandemics that I went through. I survived all that. I had a personal thing happen to myself. I recovered from that. One of my happy moments is this morning when I got a call from people that I'd gone out on my own to help people who were trapped in some type of homelessness, poverty, and despair. And I really found a lot in these people. I was like, when I was talking to them, I was like, are you kidding me? What are you doing out here? And this morning I got a call. There were 6 people in particular when the pandemic hit. I got them out of the way. And, a hot team told me, you're doing an impossible job. Those people won't go in. I said, yes, they will. They'll go in. So they came, they went in. And this morning I got a call from the last one, the 6th one, who said, I'm moving into my little unit today. There's nothing better than that. And as to my community, I've gone through 2 or 3 Indian centers, and I'm really grateful for Paloma and Sharia for all the opportunities that they offer in leading us forward. I'm really grateful. I'm 68 years old, so I tell the young people, look, you can stop and talk to me for a minute, and I can hear your voice, but you will move further on ahead of me, and that's okay. That's okay. I'll keep up as best I can. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Mendelman. And I want to thank my community.
Sorts of stuff. We got flowers. And one more thing.
Congratulations again, Rodney Littlebird. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Walton. Actually, I'm going to be doing a special commendation along with my colleague, Supervisor Preston. And since our honoree is a District 5 resident and most of her work is connected to District 5, maybe I'll let Supervisor Preston go first, and then I'll fill in from there.
Is that okay, Mr. President, if we go out of order?
Works wonderful.
Excellent. Thank you, Supervisor Marr, and thank you, President Walton. I also really want to thank Supervisor Ronan for her introductory remarks and also her leadership on the Cultural District. I know you've put a lot of time and energy that's greatly appreciated by the community, so thank you for all your work. Colleagues, today I am honored to recognize someone who's probably familiar to you if you, like me, are an avid fan of KPOO, KPOO, based in the Western Addition. You know Mary Jean Robertson, producer of the radio show Voices of Native Nations on KPOO, and I want to honor her for her many years of service and dedication to San Francisco's Native American communities, and for her commitment to raising awareness of San Francisco's original people, the Ohlone. Mary Jean is a member of the Cherokee Nation and was born in Schenectady, New York, in Mohawk Nation territory. Her family lived across the United States until they arrived in California, and Mary Jean finished high school in San Jose. She moved to San Francisco in 1969 and has lived here ever since. Mary Jean went on to attend San Francisco State, and while taking some of the first ethnic studies courses ever offered, she was asked to read public service announcements for the radio show that eventually became Voices of the Native Nations on KPOO. KPOO is on Divisadero in the heart of our district, and urge those of you who haven't listened to please do so. She learned there to play music, to run boards, and produce a radio show. And she's produced that show ever since, often on her own dime. And this year, is my understanding, it marks the 50th anniversary of her doing so at KPOO. For Mary Jean, radio became a method for elevating voices, perspectives, and diversity of Native people within San Francisco and beyond, especially where those voices wouldn't otherwise have been heard. She relentlessly shares the stories of those fighting to preserve Native culture and land. On Voices of the Native Nations, Mary Jean interviewed the leaders of the historic 18-month Native occupation of Alcatraz and their subsequent occupation of land owned by PG&E. She told the story of Sarah James fighting to protect the Alaska Wildlife Reserve from extractive oil companies. She shared the voices of Thomas Benyaka and David Mononge, the messengers of the Hopi prophecy, which warned that the endless quest for material wealth will destroy the balance of the world. She covered and reported on the International Indian Treaty Council and all efforts to achieve recognition of indigenous sovereignty by the United Nations. And more recently, she closely covered the protests at the Dakota Access Pipeline and the desecration of the Shell Mound site here in West Berkeley. Her storytelling has had an enduring impact in advancing the Indian Child Welfare Act, which gives Native nations sole jurisdiction of child custody cases and ensures that Native children are not severed from their communities. And her radio program will continue to preserve the stories of Native people for history as it is being archived. Mary Jean's advocacy also extends beyond the radio. As a community storyteller and organizer, she was tasked with helping map out the American Indian Cultural District in San Francisco in 2020. She also helped establish the American Indian Cultural Center, and she supported the creation of the American Indian Arts Workshops. Mary Jean has taken great efforts to help young Native people remain connected with their heritage, and she's a mentor to many Native youth. She advocated for the establishment of the Indian Education Program at SFUSD, which supports the unique educational and cultural needs of Native students. She also founded the nonprofit Support for Intertribal Gatherings, which held a gathering at Yerba Buena Center for young Native people to experience the songs and dances of their ancestral communities for the first time. Mary Jean, your community service as a storyteller, as an activist, is inspiring, and it gives me great pleasure to represent you in District 5 and to represent your radio program also in District 5 as your supervisor. You are a model of public service and for Native people and for all of San Francisco. And I am proud today to honor you with this commendation in recognition of Native American Heritage Month, and also thrilled to turn the mic over to my colleague who has some additional words to say in honoring you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. And yeah, I am so very honored to be joining you to co-present the special commendation to Mary Jean Robertson. And MJ is really deserving of this double dose of recognition and love today just because of her incredible work over 50 years, giving voice and elevating the hopes and dreams of Native peoples' struggle for justice here in San Francisco and beyond. Actually, MJ, can you please step forward so we can really recognize you? Thank you. Yeah. You know, I just want to say Supervisor Preston really eloquently sort of highlighted the amazing legacy of your work here in San Francisco in the Fillmore and at KPOO. But I'd just like to add some personal points because, you know, we've known each other and I've been one of your biggest fans for over 30 years now. And really just as a young person coming to San Francisco just out of college many years ago, at the suggestion of a friend, I started volunteering at KPOO along with my brother. And this is, for us, was really a way for us to learn about and become connected to the rich history of the political struggle in our city's Black community and other communities of color. And we love music and KPOO's music so much. And I also had done some college radio, so was just really fascinated by KPOO's extremely unique history as a true community-based, community-controlled radio station. A non-commercial radio station, yeah, and And KPU's history being born out of the urgent political struggles in the 60s and 70s for racial and social justice in our city and our country. So as I was getting my political footing here in San Francisco as a young person, the collective of KPU radio producers, community activists, and pretty wacky characters there really helped to shape my perspectives as an activist and an organizer, and especially around the importance of building progressive coalitions and movements centered in communities of color and based on multiracial solidarity. So I really learned so much from many veteran activists that I met at KPU. I did want to just mention Joe Rudolph and Terry Collins, you know, the two of the amazing leaders at KPU who unfortunately are no longer with us, but really laid the groundwork. And then, of course, MJ, you were just a key part of KPU, and that's when we first met you. And really, you know, we connected right away, and really, I always loved your exuberant and funny personality, and just the deep knowledge that you have about your community and the struggles, and just how humble and grounded you were then, and you continue to be over 50 years of doing the work. So, yeah, thank you for your incredible dedication. And, you know, as Supervisor Preston has mentioned, you know, your work, not just at KPU and through Voices of the Native Nations, you know, speaks for itself. 50 years, 2,500 shows produced. Is that about the right number? Yeah, yeah, but it goes much beyond that.
They're in my closet. No, I'm trying to get them out of the closet and into the cultural district.
On cassette tapes, right? Yeah. So anyway, just thank you so much, MJ. I mean, you just continue to be such an inspiration, you know, for your dedication and really your optimism that you continue to shine in your work. So thank you.
Mm. Wow. You guys are amazing. I just, because I do radio, because I know what's going on in a lot of different places, I wanted to just share with you that the Supreme Court is right now listening to oral arguments about the Indian Child Welfare Act. And when I first moved to San Francisco, when I was 21 years old, I was 3 months pregnant. So I did not get to go out to the island of Alcatraz when, in November, the occupiers took over the island. And I had a son May 13th, 1970. And because I did not know any other women who had raised children on their own, I didn't know what to do, so I went to the Children's Home Society. I got some counseling, and I decided to give up my baby for adoption. It was a very hard choice, and I did not have the option to have my nation be a part of where my child could go. So amazingly enough, the Indian Child Welfare Act was something that I passionately supported, that I supported not only on the radio, but also when I started working for the Supreme Court, the San Francisco Superior Court as a courtroom clerk. I also was able, from the inside, see how the Indian Child Welfare Act was applied, that it was mentioned every time there were Indian children involved in the courtrooms. So we were also inside the courthouse. Abby Abinanti was wonderful in applying those things to the point where San Francisco social workers found that the gold standard really was to try and grant fosterage and adoption to people within their own, the child's own culture. So it was a transformative law, and I just wanted to say that it was not about a racial issue. When the government was taking the Indian children away from their families to send them to boarding schools, 19 Hopi fathers said, "We do not want our children to be removed from us." So in order to get them removed, they sent them to Alcatraz Island. There are pictures. I went to Alcatraz yesterday, and there's a picture of the 19 Hopi fathers that wanted to keep their children with them. And this is a ongoing issue. There was an adoption sweep where people took their children away. And so the Indian Child Welfare Act is so important. And I want to say to all of you, you know, your resolutions do make a difference. I want you to support the Indian Child Welfare Act. It's not about a race. It's about sovereignty. It's about nationhood. It's about claiming our children from the removal, the genocidal removal of our children. So I want to thank you for this honor, and I had to take this opportunity since I had a voice to challenge you to keep on doing what you do so well, and that's listen to me. On KPOO. It's Poor People's Radio Inc. So if you're going to call it anything, call it KPO for Po people. All right? But it's KPOO, 89.5 FM. And I'm on every Wednesday except the first Wednesday of every month from 6 to 8 p.m. Thank you so much. What an honor. You guys are great.
Congratulations again, Mary Jean Robertson. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. Happy Native American History Month, colleagues. Happy Native American History also, particularly to my aide, Jennifer Fieber of the Mojave Nation, whose grandfather was taken away from his family and sent to boarding school, where he ran away. Today, I am honored to recognize powerhouse Dr. Elizabeth Betty Parent. Dr. Parent, Dr. Parent. Dr. Parent is a beloved elder, an educational leader, a trailblazer with a great legacy in academia and community service in San Francisco and beyond. Dr. Parent was born in Western Alaska into a blend of Athabascan and Yupik culture. She experienced hardship early in life with the death of her father and the two siblings before she reached school age. She took strength from school and developed a deep love of learning, which she has cultivated in others as well throughout her life. She excelled at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks, where she was a successful student, an early childhood Head Start advocate, where she went on to serve as Fairbanks Director of Head Start. Before getting her graduate degrees, Dr. Parent also wrote for and served on the board of the Tundra Times, a statewide newspaper that covered Alaska Native issues. I described her earlier as a trailblazer because she truly is. Professor, scholar, mentor, a fierce community leader, Dr. Betty Parent has had a remarkable career of firsts. She was the first professor in American Indian Studies at San Francisco State University in District 7. But she also was the first Native American to be on the editorial board of the Harvard Educational Review, the first Alaska Native woman to earn a PhD, the first Alaska Native woman to obtain tenure as a full professor. Dr. Parent earned her master's in education administration from Harvard in 1 year, then moved across the country to pursue a master's and a PhD at Stanford University. While a Stanford student, Dr. Parent was a lecturer in Native American Studies for 3 years at the University of California in Berkeley, and then in American Indian Studies for the College of Ethnic Studies at San Francisco State, where she was offered an assistant professorship and eventually became the department chair. Dr. Parent hosted a Reality, Mind, and Language, a public broadcasting show on education, Native issues, women's issues, and a bi-monthly radio show on Pasadena City College KPCC, where she became known as the Treaty Lady because of her discussion of treaty rights issues. Among her many other accolades, San Francisco State has recognized Dr. Parent's tireless work on behalf of Indigenous communities and mentorship of hundreds of Indigenous students with the establishment of the Betty Parent Achievement Award, which provides financial support to exceptional students making similar strides in their academic progress and service to American Indian communities. Her commitment to community and to our city is limitless. She is an active leader in the American Indian community of San Francisco, serving on AICD's Elders Advisory Committee with Black Point Gardens, San Francisco Bay Area's newest national park site that connects San Francisco's aquatic park and the Golden Gate National Recreation Area at Fort Mason. Thank you, Dr. Betty Parent, for leading with such a deep commitment to the Native American community and the next generations, and for your ongoing contributions. Thank you.
My goodness, to hear all of that put all together makes me feel old. It's been my pleasure to be to work and live in the Bay Area for a majority of my life. At this point, I've always believed in public education, the right to have an education, to be able to function at the highest level that one can. But I found public education to be somewhat wanting. I had 19 graduate units at the University of Alaska. Nobody would put them in a master's. And then Harvard started an Indian program, and I got right in and got a master's in a year. So in a sense, it took me 18 years. When I got to San Francisco Bay Area, I didn't get funding at Stanford because I was over 25 when I entered. And so I ended up teaching at Berkeley for 3 years. I was met by a student came to meet me, an instructor came to meet me at Berkeley and said, "We're looking for an Indian week in tenure." And without looking at the salary schedule, I volunteered. And I didn't have my doctorate yet either, which was pretty trippy. It had its moments, I must say. But I found that the people who occupied Alcatraz, the people who had lived the history of the relocation, it all kind of came to the world attention. And I found out in the film festival this last week that Alcatraz occupation by the Indians was ignored by the U.S. press until the international press shamed them into it. That is incredible. I find the Bay Area to be a very interesting place to be a normal person. I think that's just really, I love being able to write a curriculum that reflected my life and the life experience of people that I knew. It's been my pleasure to be to come into this building and find people who are my students. It's sort of blows my mind when that happens, but I believe that education is a purview and the right and the power of everyone, and I welcome everybody's support that made it that way. When Mary Jean talks about the adoption of her child, I would have been that child, except my father had 5 mean sisters who kept me in. Indian people talk about adopted out children who don't know who they are, where they came from, who their people are. I always knew who I was. And if I didn't, my aunties would tell me in many interesting ways. So Thank you for this honor. It's a nice sum up of some work I've been doing. However, I do not plan to stop at this point. The curriculum that I developed at San Francisco State is going to be put online for women prisoners. So yeah.
Congratulations again, Dr. Parent. Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan and Ms. Souza, for organizing today and allowing me to participate. About 32 or 3 years ago, back after I was working at the Trust for Public Land, I received a phone call from the chair of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe about 250 miles from here that led to what has been a large part of my life for the next 32 years. There are many stories, but one story of that nation is that the reservation was squatted on by non-Indians, and the tribe spent the better part of 100 years trying to get those lands back. And it has an interesting connection to San Francisco because some of the families that squatted on those lands actually not only came through San Francisco, but still have intergenerational family that live in San Francisco and have cousins and what have you out there. And some of those people are still here. Matter of fact, there's a restaurant at Fisherman's Wharf, and they remind me that they buckarooed with the Capuros in Wadsworth. But anyway, one thing led to another, and I went to the tribal headquarters in Nixon, Nevada, and met the tribal leadership, and met a gentleman, we were both in our 20s, who has then and now played a phenomenal leadership role at Pyramid Lake. And for those of you who do not know Pyramid Lake, it is a remarkable spot. It is a lake that is 33 miles long, surrounded by 2 mountain ranges. There are 3 towns within the nation. But that's when I met Mervyn Wright. He has served repeatedly as chairman, as a council member, as the head of their environmental department today, as the head of their Department of Fisheries, which is sacred to the tribe, that has brought the Lahontan cutthroat trout and the kiwi fish back from the brink of extinction. The lake has come back in many ways. The water that the tribe and the land that the tribe has acquired, and that I've had the honor and pleasure of working with them and for them for the last 32 years, has been a success story as the Lahontan cutthroat trout has recovered. Mervyn and I have become good friends along the way, and at this first inaugural meeting of honoring Native peoples, I thought it fitting to honor Mervyn Wright of Nixon, Nevada. Mervyn, if you are on, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you, Aaron. You all hear me okay? I'll take that as a yes. I want to thank you, Aaron. You know, interesting thing about relations. When I first met Aaron back in 1992 or thereabout, you know, I didn't like him, and but you know, the relationship, you know, grew into one of cohesive understanding. And, you know, my upbringing, you know, I grew up on the Permit Life Pirate Reservation. Of course, a lot of our homes, alcoholism, drugs, abuse, neglect, I mean, you name it. Reservation life is not an easy thing to have to experience, but for some of us that have lived that life, I told a story a couple of weeks ago when I was honored by the Environmental Protection Agency Region 9 Regional Tribal Operations Committee, and I'm serving right now as the co-chair for that organization. But I was honored with the Connor Bastiwa Award. It's like it's similar to a lifetime achievement, in the work of environmental protection. And I told a story that I started drinking when I was 12 years old, but I quit when I was 24, and some 34 years ago. And I'm happy to to talk about my sobriety for that long, 34 years. But life is not easy, and being sober, brings things to light, to the point of knowing that you deal with these problems in a real term. Our environment, our water, I certainly appreciate the work that Aaron has put forth on behalf of our tribe to acquire water rights, to secure and get a lot of our lands transferred back, to the reservation. It comes to, now, that I represent our fishery, I usually open my statements and comments on things in the terms of in the time before human beings. That's where it began. Our fireplaces, our resemblance at the beginning, the fire in the center of our Mother Earth. That's where it began. And our Mother Earth, the water, the air we breathe. And it's all us. That those four elements are us. The fire is that spark in our heart, that electrical spark that keeps our heart beating. The Mother Earth is our body, and the water. Our body is made up of over 90% of water. Then the air we breathe becomes a part of us through our lungs and into our bloodstream, and then it becomes part of us. That's what I believe in. I believe in life. I believe in the four simple elements of life. Too many times you see religion put out there, and you see how decisive it can be amongst our communities, even amongst our families. I don't say nothing to people that want to believe how they want to believe. I just try to keep to myself and do what I can. But when it comes to representing our fish, our water, our lands, our life, the wildlife, that can't speak on their own behalf, we have to be the ones to do that. And so a lot of times I tell this story too, that I'll attend the first meeting, and people ask me why I say that. I said, I'll tell them it's because I'm not invited back. And I say that, and I'm okay with that, because in those times when we have to express, what truly it represents, we can't get. I'll be right there. I need to get to another meeting. My board of trustees are meeting right now for our fisheries, and we're dealing with issues of the Fish and Wildlife Service and genetic engineering and all of the natural things in the environment. But I'm going to continue to do what I can, and I certainly appreciate the Board of Supervisors of San Francisco for inviting me to be a part of this today. And thank you too, Aaron. Thank you.
Thank you, Mervyn.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, and congratulations again, Mervyn. This does conclude our 2:30 special commendations. And again, I just want to say one thank you to Supervisor Ronan for making sure that we conduct this first American Indian Heritage Month celebration right here in the chamber. I think it's important, and congratulations to all of the honorees, and thank you so much for what you continue to do, not only for your community, but for all of us here in San Francisco. Thank you. And colleagues, I do want to say you look amazing with candy around your neck. And at any point in time, I trade you a Three Musketeer for a Snicker. And with that said, this is appropriate. I want to thank our Pacific Islander community for providing all of my colleagues and I with this beautiful lei with candy. And let's go to item, yes. Let's go to item number 18.
Item 18 is a resolution to reflect the intent of the Board of Supervisors to establish a Pacific Islander cultural district to commemorate historical sites, preserve existing spaces, and plan for thriving and vibrant communities to celebrate Pacific Islander culture in the Visitation Valley and Sunnydale neighborhoods.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you please call the roll on item number 18?
On item 18, Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie? Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton?
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan? Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman? Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Noted. Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar? Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston?
Aye.
Preston, aye. And Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much to the community. And remember, we still have legislation that we got to push through, but this is most certainly an amazing milestone, and thank you all so much for supporting this. Madam Clerk, would you please call our 3 p.m. special order, item number 23?
Yes, for item 23, the Board of Supervisors approved a motion to convene a committee of the whole. That motion was approved on October 18th, 2022, to hold a public hearing on the 2022 update to the draft housing element, including its goals, objectives, policies, and actions, and to request the Planning Department to report.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have before us a committee of the whole on the draft housing element 2022 update. Supervisor Marr, do you have any opening remarks?
Yes, thank you so much, President Walton. And colleagues, I expect this to be a long hearing, so I'll try to keep my opening remarks brief. I called for this hearing along with Supervisors Melgar and Stephanie because I think it's critical for us to engage on the housing element update before this board is asked to vote on it up or down in January. And I do want to commend the Planning Department staff for their work thus far in meeting the mandate of our new regional housing needs allocation. And while I'm sure we all have questions and comments about the different parts of the housing element, I think we all share the critical goal of ensuring we adopt a compliant housing element, not only to prevent the loss of millions in affordable housing dollars or local control, but because having a compliant element will mean we have the start of a real achievable plan to meet the housing needs of our city. And that's a worthy and necessary goal on its own merit. The gauntlet the state has thrown our way is immense, but I'm optimistic that we'll rise to the occasion. That means working across political differences and disagreements. This is a moment for us to come together as a city. We can't nibble around the edges of our housing crisis. We need to think big and be bold. And I think the failure of both Props D and E shows we cannot meet the scale of this crisis by fighting each other. And I hope we can reach consensus through this element on a real plan to move forward. And that means saying yes to a diversity of tools and strategies, including changing zoning, streamlining approvals, dramatically expanding affordable housing funding, and trying out new models. The models we have, the policies and tools we have tried, have not met the scale of the crisis, and I hope we can take a yes and approach to do it. Today, colleagues, we'll hear primarily from the Planning Department staff, as well as brief comments from the Council of Community Housing Organizations and the Race and Equity in All Planning Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Marr. And at this time, I want to invite former Supervisor John Avalos, who is the Executive Director of Choo-Choo, to present. And then we will have Diane Ruiz, the co-founder of the People Power Media, to present on behalf of the Race and Equity in All Planning Coalition. Mr. Avalos.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. John Avalos with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. We consist of 21 community housing organizations dedicated to the production, preservation, and protection of affordable housing for working class, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities in San Francisco. The housing element provides an opportunity to tackle our affordability crisis. However, we are not prepared. If we rely on business as usual and inclusionary housing alone, as the housing element currently does, we will fall massively short of our goals. We need a bold action plan for affordable housing with collaborative leadership at all levels of government in partnership with community housers. The city will need to dedicate ample resources to build the 46,000 units of affordable housing. And to avoid falling behind, the city must start the next RHNA cycle with a massive early public investment. Starting now, the city must recreate the system of affordable housing production. This will require rebuilding and strengthening public institutions, not just towards meeting our RHNA goals, but towards eliminating housing insecurity altogether. Think about 100 years ago, the Public Utilities Commission was established to eliminate water insecurity. What about creating a department to eliminate housing insecurity? We will also need to raise revenues to scale up and make growing amounts of funding predictable year over year. SF will need to set aside land for affordable housing, creating a land banking program that protects and reserves land for 100% affordable development. We will need to innovate new models for housing production and preservation. We already have an incredible system in San Francisco with strong partnerships with nonprofit community-based organizations. There is much to build upon. We will need to build capacity in the community, both within existing nonprofit developers and new community developers, to build sustainable, people-centered organizations to scale. To meet our affordable housing goals, the portion of the city budget for affordable housing will have to grow exponentially in the range of $4 billion per year over the next decade. This will require federal, state, regional, and especially local investments to prime the pump. The fiscal year 2023-24 budget will be critical to setting San Francisco on the right path. The City and Board of Supervisors can take action to ensure that San Francisco will make these early commitments at this primary stage of the budget process, starting in December with the mayor's budget instructions, continuing through the department's February draft budget submissions, and through the spring budget hearings to the adoption of the city budget in July. In a parallel process, the Board of Supervisors can also direct planning to start the stakeholder process outlined in the housing element as soon as possible and move with urgency to inform this year's budget process. The future of working class BIPOC communities and our right to the city is in all of our hands. Choo-Choo looks forward to working with you and the city's future, on the city's future. Now I will turn it over to Diane Ruiz from Real Equity in All Planning.
Thanks, John. Apologies for the technical difficulties we're having with the slides, but I'm Diane Ruiz with the Race and Equity in All Planning Coalition, REP SF. Organizations in REP have written community plans for decades, focused on racial, social, and economic equity. We have compiled these plans in the first ever citywide People's Plan for Equity and Land Use, including a detailed set of action items for the housing element. We believe that communities must continue to have a voice in the decisions that affect them. Civic participation is a fundamental part of our democracy and communities' self-determination. The conversation around streamlining has been all about removing public input so that the city can shorten the lengthy process for approvals. But it's not an either or. We can do both. New York City provides us with a model. All developments and rezonings go through what's called a uniform land use review procedure. Key elements are every step in the approval process is time limited. The overall process takes just 6 months. Community input happens at the beginning. A network of community boards convene meetings between the public and the developer, which results in a letter of recommendation to planning. San Francisco already has a similar process for the Northwest Bernal Heights Design Review Board for the Special Use District. Any plan that centers on racial and social equity must retain public input. We can do this and still move projects through the entitlement process as quickly as planning has proposed. We are recommending that the board instruct planning that retaining public input is a priority, while also revising the project approval process to have a shorter, more predictable timeline. It's also critically important to protect tenants from displacement. Without these protections, the housing element will cause even more widespread displacement than redevelopment did. This is for households with low incomes and communities of color. This is because of the demolitions from the proposed rezonings, streamlining, and other developer incentives. The proposal from planning to skip public hearings for demolitions of non-tenant occupied buildings will simply encourage landlords to get rid of their tenants. Rep. SF proposes a process that provides greater protection for tenants, which will be described in a slide which you can provide the details of. We recommend that the board instruct planning to protect tenants from displacement when demolitions are proposed. So the summary of revisions to the housing element: begin the stakeholder process for affordable housing resources as soon as possible so it can make recommendations for the 2023 SF and state budget processes. Make retaining community input a priority while updating and expediting the project approval process. Protect tenants from displacement from demolitions. So in summary, Choo-Choo and Rep. SF requested the board pass an expedited resolution to advise the planning department to make the revisions that I just outlined. It's critical that the board make these recommendations quickly so planning can continue to work closely with HCD to incorporate these changes and not delay the approval of the housing element. For implementation, there are many other details we look forward to working with planning and the board on, including more recommendations from the citywide People's Plan. But it's essential that these revisions are made now. Thank you so much, and we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. And I don't see any questions from colleagues at this point, so I will go ahead and call up the team from planning and Director Hillis. I do see you are here. Are you using slides or somebody's going to control? Okay.
Yeah, is that all right?
Sounds good.
Is this mic on? Oh, yeah, it is. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the presentations. We certainly have been working with both organizations in advance of this hearing. Just so you know, I'm Rich Hillis from the Planning Department. Miriam Chian is here, our Director of Community Equity. I'm joined by Maya Small, Anne Marie Rogers, Shelley Caltagirone, James Pappas, and then from MoCD, we have Director Shaw, Lydia Ely, and Sheila Nicolopoulos, as well as some folks too on the WebEx. So thank you. Good afternoon again, President Walton and members of the board. We're here today to provide an overview of the draft 2022 update to the city's housing element and get your and the public's input on the document. We're hoping, as you know, to get HCDs, the planning commissions, and your approval on the housing element by January 31st. So we're very much looking for your input today. We recognize that date has shifted up as a result of some interpretations by HCD and on our timeline. So we thank you for working with us on that date. The housing plan represents the work of many. Residents who provided a vision for what we can achieve, affordable housing builders, housing advocates, developers and planners, fellow city agencies, community and city leaders such as yourselves who advised on how to achieve this housing elements vision. The plan is the result of thousands of hours and hundreds of people collectively driving to find common ground and a path forward for our difficult housing challenges. So we can start the slide presentation. In the next slide, next slide, please, Shelley. Doing this work during the pandemic and the economic crisis had its challenges, especially regarding outreach and engagement, and I applaud our team for doing a tremendous amount of work to bridge that divide. But it also came with some benefits. It focused our attention on how precarious the living situations are for many of our residents and instilled an urgency that brought more people to the table to collaborate. It made us re-examine what the core values of San Francisco's housing plan should be. We started with 4 key ideas. 1, center the advancement of racial and social equity in every aspect of the plan and make this a plan that corrects past injustices. A commitment to eliminating displacement. Make housing affordable to people at all income levels in all of our neighborhoods. And provide the infrastructure needed for healthy neighborhoods and resilient communities. So how is this different from past housing elements? This is not just an update to the general plan. We believe it's a new framework and a new type of tool. If you haven't already, I urge you to take a look at our past housing elements and compare the visions. The draft housing element, we hope, has a bold point of view, driven by community voices who insisted that we treat housing as a right, not as a commodity, aim to end homelessness, not just mitigate it, aim to stop community displacement, not accept it as an inevitable consequence, redress the harms of past government discrimination and actions, and open new housing opportunities, both geographically and the types of housing we are producing, especially in places where access has been limited historically. Next slide, please. This shift required us to rethink a bit how we see the city geographically. In the housing element, we use several maps or geographies that we'll refer to during the presentation. First, priority equity geographies, a measure which was developed by our health department and gets updated by our health department regularly. This map has the highest concentrations of people in need of quality, affordable housing and higher concentrations of people of color, seniors, youth, people with disabilities, linguistically isolated households, and people living in poverty and unemployed. And as you can see in the urban displacement map that is adjacent to the priority geographies maps, this map is generated by UC Berkeley. The priority equity geography overlaps with the blue and purple areas of this map, which are neighborhoods where we are seeing some of the highest rates of displacement and gentrification. Those areas are shown in blue and purple. Next map, please. We're also working with a map generated by the state that defines well-resourced neighborhoods, where we see higher levels of opportunity that lead to better outcomes for lower-income households. We are prioritizing future housing opportunities in rezoning actions in these neighborhoods, as encouraged by the state to affirmatively further fair housing. These are also areas that historically excluded people of color by means of discriminatory financial, legal, and land use tools. The map on the right you may be familiar with is a redlining map that was produced by a federal agency, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, in the 50s to evaluate lending risk. Areas in red and yellow were determined to be riskier, so more difficult to get loans and insurance than areas in blue and green, the latter corresponding to current well-resourced neighborhoods. You'll also see that we propose specific actions related to cultural districts, which are shown on this next map, where we are witnessing incredible examples of community-led planning for residents that have historically been at best ignored in planning processes and often the target of deliberately harmful policies and practices. Next slide, please. This plan is also different because it calls on the city to better support the kind of community-led planning that is happening in these cultural districts. We need to support the residents of the Fillmore Western Addition, the Tenderloin, Bayview, Hunters Point, the Mission, the Excelsior, Japantown, and other communities, and to ensure that our housing systems are accountable to them. In 2020, our commission issued a resolution apologizing for our history of inequitable planning policies that have contributed to the disparities we see today. Acting on this commitment, our engagement focused on reaching communities of color and people most vulnerable to housing insecurity. We heard from them that people want access to safe and dignified housing. They want housing resources redistributed to prioritize the most vulnerable and people that have been harmed by past discriminatory government action. Importantly, they want to see housing access increased by promoting wealth building, such as homeownership, for economically disadvantaged groups. People want to see housing distributed more equally across the city. Some people are passionate about staying in the neighborhood that they grew up in or found community in. They want to see resources invested in improving their lives there. Others want the freedom to find affordable housing anywhere so that they can move to areas that already have the qualities they want. And with that overview, I will turn it over to Miriam Chian, our Director of Community Equity, to provide more details on what the draft plan asks us all to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hillis. President Walton, Supervisors, good afternoon. Miriam Chian, Planning Department staff. I would like to provide you a few highlights of the plan. The plan that is driven by the 5 goals that were constructed based on community input and includes more than 300 actions. And it's a complex plan that reflects the complexity of the challenge. If you can see in the slide, the goals, objectives, policies, and actions are informed by our community engagement, our community outreach. It relies on our assessment of the environment and how we can address housing in the most appropriate way, taking into account our environment. There are 3 basic dimensions of this plan: who's being served, how are we producing housing, and where and what type. There is a special assessment of what are the needs with a particular focus on equity, on the communities that have challenges addressing their housing needs. How's it working right now? We know we have a complex process, and we know we can do better than that. So we have a very detailed assessment of what we are doing right now and specific proposals that can address a much more efficient way to address our community needs. And third, we have identified what kind of space we have for housing and what do we need in the future in order to meet our goals. Next, please. First and foremost, our task, again, based on the framing that Director Hillis provided, is to get people housed and keep people housed. We as San Franciscans shouldn't have people on the streets. We shouldn't have people at risk of displacement. So the suite of policies and actions range from expanding services for navigation, financial counseling, all the way to increasing more efficient placement in permanent supportive housing and expanding rental assistance. And as you can see in this slide, the communities that have been most impacted by housing burden, overcrowding, and homelessness is the Black and the American Indian community. Next, please. We've heard loud and clear from our communities that housing is not just a building. Housing means homes that are connected to the communities. So the housing plan needs to address the wealth of the community, the cultural resources, the services that each community is asking and deserving. So many of the policies in our plan is anchored in the cultural districts and other community strategies to, again, address economic opportunities, to address community benefit use programs, and to invest in cultural anchors. And you can see that some of these communities have been at risk of displacement. And when we address stability, it's not just rent, but it's also their services and businesses. And the Black and the Latino community has been the most exposed to displacement. Next, please. Our challenge today is addressing the problems of today, but also the problems of yesterday, our historic challenge. And we just heard from an American Indian communities what they went through, and some of the government policies, some of the government regulations that created harm for those communities. So this plan is proposing to redress the harm and further fair housing. That's a commitment for San Francisco, but it's also a task that the state has prioritized. When we look at our population change in the last 2 decades, you can see that we have seen substantial increase in many communities, but not in the American Indian and the Black community. We have seen a decline in that population. So we are proposing specific programs that assist those communities in not just affordable housing, as again, we've heard from our communities, they also want access to homeownership. They want access to wealth building. And we want to prioritize low-income American Indian, Black, and other people of color for housing services. We want to prioritize those investments in priority equity geographies, the geography that Director Hillis just mentioned. Now, how much housing do we need? We have shared with you that the state has increased what we call the regional housing needs allocation, the responsibilities for each city. In our case, the housing goal that we need to reach is 3 times what we had in the prior cycle. And what we're showing you here is what we have produced in the past cycle versus what we need to accomplish in this new cycle. And as you can see, the orange bars are much higher than what we have produced. You can also see that for the above moderate income housing, we got beyond half of what we needed to produce, what we need to produce. But for the very low and low income and for the moderate income housing, we will need to increase that 4 times. Our production of housing will need to increase 4 times to meet our goals, and this is an annual average. Now, in terms of how we assess, next please, assess the existing capacity, we do have space in our city. We have zone for housing. But when we look at what we need to accommodate, 82,000 units, that's our overarching goal, plus a 15% buffer that the state is recommending. It's a substantial number. 46,000 of those units, as our previous presenters indicated, need to be affordable. When we look at our pipeline, when we look at our existing zoning, when we look at our proposed projects, we can accommodate about 60,000 units. So we are short about 35,000 units that we need to zone for. Next, please. When we look at where the capacity is, you can see more or less the geography. The dark blue is where we could build housing today. So in order to address our equity goals, in order to address also the vision and the type of housing that our communities are asking, close to transit, small and mid-rise, we are proposing that we consider rezoning in the high opportunity areas. Those are the well-resourced neighborhoods. And the orange and the yellow indicates the housing that could be considered along the corridors. And the blue includes the small multifamily housing. And these are examples. The plan provides guidance. The rezoning will start once we initiate the implementation process. And in terms of, it's not just a matter of space, in terms of delivering the housing that we need to address some of the constraints that we have in the city. And many of the constraints have to do with funding, as you've heard already. We need additional housing, funding for affordable housing. We need to bring more certainty to our process so our affordable housing developers, our for-profit developers have a clear picture of what they need to deliver and how they need to deliver. And those processes need to be informed by community plans. And at this point, our constraints are very high for very small and multifamily housing. So this plan proposes ways to address that. And let me flag one more thing about the affordable housing sites and funding to stress the need to expand our site acquisition to meet our targets. We need to identify land that is appropriate and sufficient for our affordable housing goals. We need to target sites in both in the priority equity geographies and in the well-resourced neighborhoods. We need to identify what public sites could be used for housing. And we need partnership. Housing is about construction, it's about the industry, it's about the development process, but it's about our partnerships with communities to figure out what are the specific housing needs that we need to address. In terms of addressing our funding, it is upon our local leadership to convene and identify what else we can do locally, but most importantly, regionally and at the state level and the federal level. We are working very hard as San Franciscans. We have increased our budget substantially. We have taxed ourselves. But in order to address the scale of the need, we'll have to bring state and federal resources. Those are some highlights of the 1,500 pages that you have received last Thursday. And we wanted to, in the previous slides, we wanted to flag some of the key components. This is the schedule of where we're going now. So on Thursday, we'll be initiating the adoption of the housing element and adopting and certifying the EIR at the Planning Commission. We're hoping for an HCD pre-certification letter, but we have room to accommodate an additional submittal to HCD. Our goal is to adopt the housing element at the Planning Commission on December 15 and work with you in January to get through the final adoption, signature, and completion of the housing element. In closing, supervisors, this housing is not a new challenge to San Francisco, but the severity of the problem, the scale of the pain, the impact on our low-income communities, communities of color, is most severe. And we are a city that cares, and we're a city with resources. We think as Supervisor Marr indicated at the beginning, we have a good intersection at this point of city leadership, community leadership, and industry leadership. And we hope that we take this opportunity to address housing challenges that we haven't addressed in the past, and that we can bring to our communities decent housing. We can bring our communities the community stability that they deserve. Thank you. We will appreciate your comments or questions.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Mr. Avalos. I want to thank Diane Ruiz, and I want to thank Director Hillis and the team from planning. I do see Supervisor Marr on the roster.
Thank you, President Walton, and thanks to the Choo and the Rep Coalition for your presentation, and also to Director Hillis and Chian and the Planning Department staff for all your work on the housing element update and for your presentation. I did have a few questions, I guess more directed to the planning director. Can you talk a little bit more about your engagement with HCD regarding compliance? And I know you indicated that you're hoping to get a pre-certification or pre-compliance letter before December 15th. But can you talk a little bit about what the key issues are still remaining in those conversations, and also talk about your confidence in that the draft housing element, that's the current version, is going to be compliant?
Sure, Supervisor, thank you for the question. Hard to predict what HCD is going to ultimately do. As you know, they rejected many housing elements in Southern California, including Los Angeles's. They gave us very specific comments on our first draft. We think we responded to many of their comments. We're in constant contact with HCD. We're expecting additional comments from them, I believe, by December 1st. The thrust of their comments tended to be around, one, how much we were anticipating, how many units we anticipated from the pipeline, from kind of existing zoning and development agreement projects. They thought we were too optimistic. They thought we weren't going far enough on reducing governmental constraints, so process changes. They also wanted to see us put in more measurable actions for affirmatively furthering fair housing. So they wanted us to be accountable and not just have kind of broad actions on those policies, but actually have measurable outcomes to affirmatively further fair housing. So we're expecting, again, as Ms. Chion said, we're expecting additional comments from them informally by December 1st, I think then formally in mid-December, or December 14th before our commission meeting on December 15th. So it's obviously tight, the schedule, and we want to make changes so they can certify the housing element.
Thank you, Director Hillis. Just on that, I had a question about the streamlining discussions that you're having with HCD and compliance, and then also connecting it back to the Rep and Choo-Choo presentation. They were recommending a streamlined process where there's more predictability in a much shorter time frame for permits to be issued, but also still including robust community input within that time frame, and using New York City as a model. So I was wondering if that's something you've looked at, and also whether you think that would, how do you think HCD would view that, something like that?
We haven't specifically looked at the model they presented, I don't believe, but we can, that's something we can look at over the next week. I mean, certainly HCD wants certainty, time certainty, and kind of process certainty. So if the New York City model gets us there, we can look at that. I mean, I think the questions are who makes the decision when people disagree? In New York City, if the community boards make recommendations, who ultimately kind of adjudicates those recommendations? Is it a planning commission? Is it a board of supervisors? So I think we can take a look at that. But I think what HCD is looking for, and you've seen state law that has pushed us on process that the state has passed to date. They're looking for, I think they anticipate robust community engagement and process around rezoning. But once the rules are set, they want to see some certainty to that process in objective standards, like objective design standards. Just one of the issues that came up was around tenant displacement, and I think that's something that I just wanted to address because it was a question that's come up, that we do have policies. I mean, I've served on the commission prior to 2 years as a director for 8 years, and rarely, if ever, I can imagine, did we authorize kind of the demolition of existing rent control housing, especially with tenants, unless you had a replacement in place in an agreement with those tenants. Down the street at the Conservatory of Music is one example. There aren't too many others. In our policies generally that we're proposing in the housing element follow that. We think there are enough sites, commercial sites, gas stations, whatever they be, automotive type sites, single family homes that are not subject to rent control, or smaller non-rent controlled buildings that could get us to the goals we have. So there are policies that are in the draft housing element that steer away from existing rent controlled housing and demoing that.
Just a few other questions. You mentioned that the ongoing compliance discussions with HCD also focus on the requirement that our housing element affirmatively furthers fair housing. And so I just had a question about that in relation to the well-resourced neighborhoods. And I noticed it seems like right now the housing element is planning most of the new housing that would be created through rezoning in the well-resourced neighborhoods. And I see how that could create more geographic balance, than the past for housing development in the past RENA cycle. But what are we doing to ensure that the new housing that's being planned for in the well-resourced neighborhoods are affordable, particularly to low and moderate income households? And yeah.
A couple of things on that, Supervisor Mark. One, there's a goal to produce 25 to 50% of the affordable housing we ultimately produce through this plan in those neighborhoods. And this has been a bit of a debate as we talk to communities. Where should new affordable housing be located? The state certainly, with kind of some of their funding criteria, are preferencing high-resourced neighborhoods. But I just wanted to clarify one thing. We're not expecting those 80,000 units to be built on the west side in those high-resource neighborhoods. We're rezoning to get kind of a level playing field, right? Rezoning so Geary or Taraval don't have kind of artificial density limits in controls that Fillmore, doesn't have, or Divisadero doesn't have, or Valencia or Guerrero don't have, or parts of Mission Street don't have. So we anticipate a lot of the development because of existing zoning to happen on the east side of the city through development agreements that are in place, through existing entitled projects, through newly entitled projects. And some of the state laws that have been passed, actually, like AB 2011, tend to preference those neighborhoods. So we're going to continue to see, I think, that uneven development of housing on the eastern side of the city. A lot of what we're doing in this housing element is trying to balance that and move some of that development to the western side of the city in what the state deems to be high-resource neighborhoods.
Thank you. And just one final question. I think one of the common refrains anytime we discuss housing is transit-oriented development, and for good reason. It makes obvious sense to plan to build housing where we have existing transit capacity to encourage more sustainable transportation. And also, one of the most pressing crises this city faces right now is the future of downtown. So I know Supervisor Chan has a pending BLA report on that subject, and I also commissioned a complementary report looking at specifically the viability of converting pipeline commercial projects to residential. So it seems to me to make a great deal of sense to see how we can match an oversupply of offices right now with an undersupply of housing in downtown, especially where we have more transit infrastructure than anywhere else. And yet there's nothing in this housing element about adapted reuse of existing commercial buildings downtown or pipeline conversion of entitled commercial buildings. So I just wanted to ask you why is that the case?
Yeah, and I think we did add an action in revisions to the housing element that does say look at opportunities downtown and kind of understand what some of the constraints and limits are to converting existing vacant or underutilized office buildings to residential use. I'll just say, one, ever since the adoption of our downtown plan in 1985, we've allowed for residential downtown and encouraged it. In many cases, as downtown moved to the south, Trans Bay, Mission Bay, Rincon Hill, we actually had to kind of put our finger on the scale to encourage more housing to be built in those neighborhoods because I think office was preferred, was more economically or financially viable for project sponsors. So it's certainly, we agree with you, it's something we're looking at. Again, the zoning's there, we don't have to rezone, but are there other levers that you all could pull if you'd like, or we can recommend to jumpstart and get some of those projects looked at? I'll tell you, to date, no project owner or sponsor, including those that have entitled office projects have come to us and said, we're interested in converting either our existing building or our entitlement to housing. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there about the future of office. But we agree with you. We welcome additional units downtown and would hope to work with you to encourage those conversions as well.
Thank you. Thank you, President Walton.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Melgar?
Thank you, President Walton. Thank you, Supervisor Marr, for calling for this hearing. And thank you to the Planning Commission staff for working with me in my office and answering all my questions and incorporating the suggestions that I had specific to District 7, but also for listening to the community and being so responsive, particularly Miriam Chon for being so in tune with what people were saying and incorporating it in a real way. With all of that being said and all the thank yous, I still don't think we're being bold enough and in several different categories. So I wanted to ask you about some specific things. And before anybody starts clapping, I think it goes both ways. So I'm looking at it as the District 7 supervisor, and District 7 has seen no new development of housing for a very long time, either affordable housing or market rate housing. And I think, we desperately need both. The Balboa Reservoir will hopefully break ground next year, and it took us 30 years to entitle it. And it was due to the really good work of my predecessor, Supervisor Yee, and the former Mayor Ed Lee, that we finally got to the point where 17 acres of asphalt could be thousands of units of housing, half of which will be affordable. So for me, 17.5% of inclusionary in a market rate development is 100% more than what we currently have. So, I am interested in all the ways that we can add to the housing stock in District 7. When I was running for office, I heard from folks, particularly seniors who had 4-bedroom single-family homes who could not move. They had, they have low tax bases, and if they wanted to stay in the community that they love, there's literally no place to go. There's very few apartments in District 7 where folks can go. So I am, sort of interested, in what we're doing specifically to add to the capacity. So one of the things that I didn't see in the plan, and I heard from the presentation of Mr. Avalos, is that we rely on Chuchu members, affordable housing providers, to build affordable housing. There is not a single member of Chuchu who is active in District 7. I was the deputy director of the Mission Economic Development Agency when we got the federal grant and started the community real estate program. It took $6 million of federal money to be able to hire the staff and build a capacity at MEDA to start that activity. What are we going to do to have that capacity in San Francisco? And so if we're talking about affordable housing, half of our RENA obligation being affordable housing, and we are not going to just solely rely on inclusionary zoning to make that happen, what are we going to do to build that capacity in our nonprofit sector? That's my first question, because I didn't see that in the plan. My second question is about not just funding. It comes through the Mayor's Office of Housing, but the Mayor's Office of Housing, having worked there as well, is small. It's small and it's under the mayor's office. Whereas I look at New York and the New York model that has a Department of Housing Preservation and Development that is charged with policy, with preservation, with rental, with all kinds of things that we don't have. So I didn't see that in the plan either, and I would really challenge us to think about the structure. In terms of the regulatory compliance, that's the thing that I saw the most, and thank you, Ms. Joan, for talking me through it the other day. But I saw some of the things that we can change in the planning department in terms of the entitlement. But in the pipeline of units that we have already, it's not just entitlement that keeps these projects from moving forward. It's many of our other, sister brother departments. There was DPW, DPW, fire, it's DBI, it's a lot of the other departments, and I'm wondering how we can, be real about it in moving projects through the entirety, particularly affordable projects that need to move forward. And lastly, I want to talk about the projects that we have that have already been entitled and are not moving forward. So I know that our TAC is meeting right now, in that we're talking about, our current market, but I also want to talk about the various, regulatory burdens that we have with other, not just, the sort of inclusionary, which is what everybody talks about, but fire and building and all of the other things that, have projects not moving forward, even though they've already been entitled. We've already gotten through all of those battles. So the other thing that I wanted to ask you about is that, I like the way that you thought through high opportunity areas and areas that had been redlined in the past. I am someone who, when I sat on the Planning Commission with you, Director Hillis, was always very committed to the preservation of communities, particularly the Mission, Chinatown, communities that make up the rich fabric of our city. And so I, just from the get-go here, I want to say that the way that we do it is not the only way that we can do it. To preserve the Mission in Chinatown, we don't have to give the same to the Marina or St. Francis Woods or West Portal, frankly. I think that we can break away from that and make our commitment to communities real and have rules that apply to those that, they have to apply to and not to everyone. And so I think that the map is a good start, but I'd like to have the commitments that we make be real, and that we can move forward in the true spirit of equity, building the housing that we need for our population, but frankly for our children, because a lot of our housing that we are here debating whether or not we should have CUs for demolition is not energy efficient, and people don't want to live with tiny kitchens anymore. And there's all sorts of reasons why we have single family homes all over District 7, that are empty because they have a very low tax basis and there's no incentives to do anything for it. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. I thank you for all your work, and if you could answer a couple of my questions, I would appreciate it. But I don't know how you want to do it. President Walton, if we should all ask and then let the staff answer, or wait till the end?
No, we continue in the same way. They
Okay,
should answer
great.
your questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I turn that on for you? There, we'll leave it right there.
Thank you. In addressing some of your questions, to your first point about how we're going to build the affordable housing, we have some basic strategies, but we need more capacity. We need more capacity in the community to be able to articulate and define the specific housing development options. We need more capacity in terms of affordable housing, but what we're hearing is we need to broaden that spectrum. Whoever can produce the affordable housing should have access to those resources and the ability to produce that. We'll revise some of those policies and actions to make sure that we're covering your specific recommendations. We do have also we have been working with other city departments. We've been working with MOCD, with DBI, Department of Building Inspection, Department of Public Works, but we will revisit to see if we're going far enough in terms of what you're saying. Even when the project is entitled, the actual construction of the project can get delayed because the infrastructure, some of the other permits might not be in place, or some of the infrastructure might not be in place. In terms of the perspective of preserving neighborhoods, thank you for clarifying and making the distinction. We work really hard with various communities to understand what are the histories, what are the activities that that require recognition, that we have been missing, that need that space. What are the cultural anchors? But also, what are the spaces of opportunity? And how can we accommodate the small and medium-sized housing that District 7 and other districts have the capacity to absorb, given the services, given the infrastructure that you have? I don't know if Director Hillis, you want to add anything?
Just to quickly add, I mean, one, thank you for the comments. I think we agree with most, and we can certainly bolster some of the actions, especially, I think you mentioned post-entitlement, and there are issues around other agencies, post-entitlement, DA projects that may need some sort of assistance. I think we have a recommendation or an action item in there to look at potential funding for infrastructure or public-related infrastructure that may help with some of the DA projects. But your point is well taken on issues post-entitlement with some of our sister agencies. I think you've mentioned before, and we've heard from others, that we've got to be bold on our commitment to affordable housing. We heard about it from Mr. Avalos. So we will certainly, take that to heart and put in additional actions like capacity building. If it's not in there, I know there's reference to it in places to make that clear. It's a huge challenge about the affordable housing, and we know we have to think differently and think bold about it. So we appreciate the recommendations, and we will definitely make some changes in those areas.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Preston?
Thank you, President Walton, and thank you, Supervisor Marr, for calling for this hearing, and I think it's important for planning staff in particular to hear from the board as this is moving forward in an expedited way to the Planning Commission. So I appreciate you creating the space for that, and I also want to thank the rep and Choo Choo and others for their advocacy and all their work, and also planning staff and others who've been mentioned. Not surprisingly, I want to focus or continue the focus on the affordable housing goals here. And I think that the heart of my concern here is, like, it's one thing to think bold, and then it's one thing to have a document that forces us to be bold. I think those are different things. And I think, we've seen the slides, we know the data, right? Achieved 150% of our market rate housing goals. In this current cycle, not even half of our affordable housing goals. And the very widely ignored but hugely important report, and again, thank you, Supervisor Marr, the Housing Our Workers report showed that 7% of union workers in San Francisco can afford market rate housing in San Francisco. So, I think that without editorializing too much, it's actually not an opinion, it's a fact that the private market only builds for the wealthiest among us and does not build for working people and the poor. And I think that we have to stop denying that, and just, that should not be a point of dispute. And so I welcome the RENA challenge of 46,000 below market, and we can lump them all together and call them affordable units, and I don't think that's inconsistent with what any affordable housing advocates have been pushing for. I think it's consistent. We've been saying we got to scale up to meet the crisis, and but I guess I do have some questions on what happens. What happens if, again, we don't meet our affordable housing goals? We go into this new cycle. Let's say we're sitting here, or our replacements are sitting here, 8 years out, and we've hit 150% of our market rate goals, and we've hit 50% of our affordable housing goals. What's the consequence of that?
Supervisor, you want to know the state consequences? I mean, one, I think HCD could decertify our housing element, right? But to be frank, I think their focus has been on the broader number, right, and on constraint reduction. They have not been as focused on getting to the affordable numbers that you referenced, that we totally agree are challenging. So I think this document focuses more on that than other jurisdictions do. I think you and your colleagues here on the board focus more on that than perhaps other jurisdictions do. And you can see it in the numbers and how many affordable housing units we've produced compared to our RENA, compared to other jurisdictions. Because while we don't hit our goals, and we're far from hitting our RENA goals on our affordable, we do better than a lot of other jurisdictions. So I think you as policymakers have a place to shape ultimate zoning and funding for affordable housing. We've certainly tried to point the way to certain, whether it's regional and the regional tax measure that's being considered by ABAG, whether it's the state, we reference Prop 13 and taking away Prop 13 controls for like commercial property. The feds certainly need to be a partner in this if we're going to come near to achieving those goals. So I mean, we share. It's a huge challenge.
Thank you, Director Hillis. So I think that this is as much an observation. I do have another question, but the observation, I think that this document does reflect a lot of and an impressive array of affordable housing strategies, of the anti-displacement work we're doing, of the site acquisitions, the alternative models of limited equity co-ops and community land trusts. Like this is, and for those who haven't read it, it's actually a great read in terms of all the work that you and your team have put together around how we, if we had the political will in Sacramento and the federal government and locally, how we could actually provide affordable housing for people. But it's against the backdrop where it doesn't seem like anyone's that serious about reaching those goals. And that's to no disrespect to the planning department. I think we are on a path, if we don't do something dramatic, to just fail again on that. And what I'm wondering is, you've sketched out the strategies, but can this document be a stronger mandate or a make it even clearer that this Board of Supervisors, the mayor, need to rise to this challenge? And what I'm concerned about is so often we're talking about state and funding, federal funding that we don't control. And that becomes an excuse for just saying, well, we're not going to meet these goals. And we've said it in these chambers. I mean, we've argued about appropriations for affordable housing, and it's like, well, we have too much other stuff we have to spend on. And it seems to me that this is a key opportunity for the planning professionals, the affordable housing professionals, to tell some people in City Hall to grow up, to get over their differences, and to use every last dollar we can for affordable housing, or we're going to fail to meet these goals. And with that, maybe no surprise, I want to talk to you about Prop I. Because, when I read this document, at one part on page 8 of this housing element document, it talks about and identifies Prop I as an affordable housing funding source. But when you go into the details on page 53 and page 90, and you look at the actual identified funding sources, it's nowhere to be seen, right? And so it's no mystery to anyone in these chambers that this board has unanimously said we want to fulfill our affordable housing obligations by using $176 million a year of Prop I revenue for affordable housing. And yet we have to have a fight every year on that, which seems ridiculous to me if we're serious about meeting these goals. So I guess my question is, why is Prop I, and we understand it's not a special tax that's legally required, but if we're all trying to satisfy the goals of affordable housing, why does this document not just say, either recommend it or say that this is unrestricted money that can be used, and the Board of Supervisors has unanimously said should be used for affordable housing? Why is that not in there, and can we amend it?
Sure, I think you can request that change. I think one of the reasons we didn't put it in is because it is a general tax. We put in general fund, allocation of general fund dollars to affordable housing and recognize the need to increase that. But if you'd like us to specifically call out kind of Prop I as one of those sources.
Yeah, I think, and challenge us to do that. And we do it with other things, with other state money that came in that the board says, hey, use this for ERAP money and that kind of thing. The board says use this for housing, and that's in this report. I mean, the reality is we all know the Prop I funding has been controversial between the two branches, of government, right? To the point that we all spend an inordinate amount of time fighting over, our $64 million allocation for acquisitions and land trusts, the budget. We come up with these creative things like the COPs to get around this sort of impasse. Like, you all can solve that impasse, or not by dictating it, but by saying that to reach this goal, we have to use this money for affordable housing, right? We can have a discussion, the one I've always wanted to have with the mayor, which is like, what affordable housing? That would be a great discussion. But we can't every year waste such an enormous amount of time and energy when that has to be the start. So I want to urge you to be explicit about that and challenge. The mayor also challenged, this board to continue in what it said unanimously around those funds. And there's no guarantee that holds forever, right? And I think that this is the place where you can really drive policy on that. And if you don't, if we can't agree that $176 million coming in, what the voters knew was for affordable housing, that the Board of Supervisors unanimously says is affordable housing, if we're not willing to say that's for affordable housing and that people should get over their other differences, we're screwed. There's no way we're producing 46,000 units of affordable housing. We should just, accept, well, we shouldn't accept it, but so I will leave it at that request on that issue. I also want to say, and this is related, one of the things that advocates have been pushing for City Hall to do for so long is have a serious strategy about acquisitions. About, we had this discussion after the foreclosure crisis. I mean, I wasn't here on this board, but the community was saying the same thing. Prices are dropping, just buy it all up. You know what I mean? It may seem expensive today. In 5 years, in 10 years, it'll look like a genius move. Just whether you can build it or not, just land bank, buy it, buy it, buy it. The advocates have been screaming till they're hoarse, telling us to do this. The Housing Stability Oversight Board has recommended this. And again, we have to fight for each acquisition. I notice in the element when you talk about each of the programs, under acquisitions, it says, let's see, page 93. Under the program, it says not applicable. There's no program in our city. We do, and we all have this experience. We talk to HSH about a particular project. We talk about TIM-OCD. Folks, trying to put their heads together and make something work. But we don't actually have an acquisitions program. We sort of got the opportunity to have one with the Project Home Key and some of the unanticipated state and federal money. But I guess that's another request. And some of this I've communicated privately in our meetings. But I just wanted to be explicit about some of that. It's one thing to state the strategy in here. It's another, and I think Supervisor Malgar was getting at this. It's another to sound an alarm that you have to structure as a city, that we have to structure things differently, right? We need a formal, real, robust acquisitions program, and we need it yesterday or a decade ago. And it's just incredibly frustrating that the advocates have been telling us this for years and years and years. So again, that's not on the planning department to create all this, but I do think there's an opportunity. I don't know if you want to address that, but I do think particularly with acquisition strategy, with the market relatively low right now and huge opportunities, all this private development stalled, that we could come in and scoop up. So I don't know if if there are ways, you think there are ways to strengthen that in the House.
Sure. I mean, I think we address it in a couple areas, both acquisition of existing, the small sites program and acquisition through that acquisition of vacant land, acquisition like you're doing with an existing project in land dedication, acquisition of buildings under construction. So there are or even entitled projects like 400 Divis. So there's areas that are called out in there. If we need to strengthen those, perhaps even putting them all together in one place, we can do that.
Yeah, and I think it's I think it's not just calling them out, I think it's calling for a real comprehensive strategy for that to be bumped up as a priority for the city, because we're not going to get to 46,000 if we're doing them one-off.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we need a comprehensive strategy that goes beyond acquisition, that talks about funding, that talks about different ways of building affordable housing, small scale type housing. So we agree. If that wasn't conveyed in this document, that was the message we wanted to convey.
Great, thank you. And then real quick, a few district-specific things I wanted to flag. One, we've talked about this, but want to elevate the DMV site as a potential great site for us to be doing affordable housing. I'm hoping the state will work with us on that. Second is to take exception to the presentation of Plaza East development. And I don't think it's inaccurate. I mean, I think the report correctly, or the draft correctly, states what the proposal is. I think there needs to be something explicit noting in there that the Board of Supervisors is working with residents around potential 100% affordable and the rebuild of the lost public housing units from the first time it was redeveloped 20 years ago. So right now it's just listed as if it's just kind of a given that there's going to be 270 market rate housing units, and that the replacement of public housing units is not going to include those additional 76 units that were destroyed and never replaced. And then two other things that are not, so I want to say, this is noted in their preservation of expiring affordability restrictions. One thing that's not clear to me, and it would be great to spell out, there's some targets around how many units are going to be preserved. What that doesn't show is how that compares to the overall expiring universe. In other words, is this housing element stating, as I hope it does, that the city has a commitment to 100% preservation of the expiring subsidized, the expiring affordability restrictions? This is a huge issue, obviously, in the Fillmore. But I think to be explicit about that, are we committing to 100% preservation or not? And then finally, and feel free to address any of these, but finally, my office has received, and I know you've received, a number of letters from Japantown expressing concerns about the proposed upzonings in Japantown and the level of community involvement. And so that is one where, if you could just explain for folks in Japantown and the public what outreach has been done, but also what process would occur before those, because I think there's an assumption that some of these things are finalized by virtue of being in the housing element, which is not the case. But if you could just clarify what would have to occur before any such rezoning would go into effect.
And just on Japantown, because we've met with the Japantown community who raised those same concerns with us. We're not proposing a rezoning in Japantown. In fact, we let them know we're looking forward to working with them as a cultural district on their plans and priorities for the future of Japantown. So that's not part of a proposed rezoning. As the actions say, we would work with them to develop a specific plan for that cultural district.
Thanks. And just on the point I raised before on preservations, are the numbers there an assumption that everything, whether it's an expiring use, we're going to figure out how to preserve as a city, or is that some smaller percentage of the overall expiring uses over the next 8 years?
Hi, James Pappas with the Planning Department. We did assume approximately 50% of units would need assistance, but the assumption is that all developments in need of renegotiation or incentives and assistance to remain affordable would receive that. So the assumption is 100%, but not that every development will necessarily need preservation activity within the RHNA period. We assume 50% of at-risk units would receive would need some kind of assistance or incentive to stay affordable, if that makes sense. So there is not an assumption that we would let any development, if you want that explicit statedly, I think.
Yeah, I think it would be great to clarify, and to the extent that I don't know if we're just guessing on some of that. I know advocates of the Housing Rights Committee, I think Choo-Choo and others, have looked pretty closely at what's coming up in the upcoming years that would be expiring. I just think that that's got to be a top priority for us to have that commitment as a city, because otherwise we're just taking steps backwards on affordability, and we all know that that's the most cost-effective thing we can do is to save those from expiring. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you, colleagues, for the time, and thank you again. I do want to just thank Director Hillis, you and your team, for all of your work meeting with our office and really providing opportunities for input, certainly from the supervisors and hopefully equally from the community throughout this process. Thank you.
And I'll just note, too, there was a vacancy tax called out as an action item, so we can put that on the to-done list.
I saw you can edit that one now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. And just a reminder to the audience, and we definitely appreciate your enthusiasm, but if we could keep our happiness just to our hands so that we can move forward with the hearing. Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you. Thank you, President Walton and Director Hillis and team. I want to compliment you. There's a lot that I appreciate about your department and the work that you have done with me over the last 6 months to get me educated on this process. I've watched it over the years from afar. I think it was the fifth cycle housing element. I didn't have much involvement, but I was aware of it when it was going on. So having the opportunity to dig in more deeply is something that I've appreciated, and I expect we'll be digging in a lot more in the years to come. I am very impressed by this document, the degree to which it endeavors to right the wrongs of generations past and identifying areas of opportunity to not just identify but remedy the racial inequities and social inequities of home ownership and intergenerational wealth, doing the things that I think are worthy of San Francisco's values. I will say that, as somebody who spent some time out in talking to San Franciscans in recent months, I have had a lot of questions about this asked of me, many of which I, was able to answer knowledgeably. But one place where I tended to get stuck a lot, and I feel like this is coming up here, is funding, how we pay for all this. And in particular, there was one funding question that I never had a good answer for, and that was on the moderate income category that in our RENA goals is identified. Where is that? What tools do we have to pay for that? It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong in this, that there would be state and perhaps federal funding opportunities for very low income, below 50% of AMI, and low income 50 to 80% of AMI. But even though there's a target of 13,717 units of housing in the moderate income category, there's no, to my knowledge, there's no sort of apparent source for that. So I'm asking, what tools do we have beyond what's been discussed here already to generate the dollars needed to hit these kinds of BMR goals?
Supervisor, you have identified the area that is most complicated to address, because we have a combination of market rate units that some of them can qualify, like the ADUs in some cases qualified as moderate income. Some of the affordable dollars are targeted for low income. So what we are including is a combination of strategies in terms of design. How can we streamline the design of certain housing prototypes that can allow our private sector to deliver to those units? And there is also the regional fund that is allowing us. There's a substantial understanding at the regional level that that's a spectrum that we need to address. I mean, at the end of the day, we don't build the middle-income housing, but the middle-income folks will occupy the housing that could otherwise go to other sectors of our population. So it's a combination of strategies. There is no clear target funding the way we have it for other groups. So that will be part of, again, the design, the entitlement process, and the working with the industry.
Okay. So I wanted to also just ask if I could invite you to sort of put yourself in the, at least hypothetically, in the shoes of HCD for a moment. You know, I realize we are one of 491 jurisdictions that are going to be submitting housing elements to the state. And it's also the state, I don't know if it's a related department or a different department, is going to be making decisions potentially about who gets funded and who doesn't. This is limited resources at the state level as well. Is there any competitive advantage that San Francisco would enjoy if we were to do a better job than other municipalities, not just in our housing element, but in the demonstrated commitment that we would make on moving forward aggressively and boldly and to fulfill the promise of what we're saying we're going to do in this housing element by removing constraints and rezoning the city? Would that accrue favorably to the city and county of San Francisco in how we would be looked at for state funding?
For sure. There are some basic requirements that we have to fulfill in order to get an adopted housing element, in order to get a certified housing element. And that includes the rezoning, includes the analysis of sites, including the removal of government constraints and other constraints. But there are also gray areas. The 50% buffer in identifying the sites is a plus that will give us priority in accessing affordable housing dollars. So we're meeting the requirements that HCD has created for all our jurisdictions, and we're also addressing some of the extra efforts that they are putting at the table that will allow us to be better positioned to access some of the funding.
And then I think just finally, I'd like if you could help me walk through nightmare scenarios that we don't do right by the state and we risk the loss of funding for transit, for affordable housing, possibly the loss of local control altogether. But I'm particularly interested in how much of the city's transit and affordable housing strategy over the next decade would depend on the funding we could be disqualified from. If we were to fail, what would it mean, for example, to the downtown extension, DTX, something that is really incredibly important to my district and to the city and to the region?
We can give you the specific numbers. We don't have it with us, but we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. So any major project can be impacted, and it depends also on the window that we might be out of compliance.
Okay. Thank you again. I really appreciate all the work that you've done on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Supervisor Stephanie?
Thank you, President Walton. I want to thank you, too, for your presentation and for all the work you've done on the housing element. I just have a few quick questions. And excuse me if you've already said this before, but how many units are in the pipeline now? I know that when I had a conversation with someone the other day, there's about 12,000 or more just in the downtown Soma area. So how many units are in the pipeline now?
I believe our last pipeline report was Q2. There were about 68,000 units in the pipeline.
Okay, thanks. If we build the housing in the pipeline, will those units count towards our RHNA goals?
Sure.
Right? Yes, they will count, but in the last letter that we received from HCD, when we assess how much of that pipeline we could build, we went into a very conservative assessment because the concern that we got from HCD, based on our previous record, that expecting that we're going to build the entire pipeline within the 8-year window might not be feasible.
Okay, so 68,000 units in the pipeline, various projects within that number. Has anyone reached out to the developers, the people, and found out exactly what is preventing them from building?
And certainly we're in more contact with projects that have development agreements, which I think make up approximately half of that pipeline. But certainly we hear from project sponsors, construction costs are high, rents are low. They talk about city fees. being considerably higher than other jurisdictions. So those are the general, I mean, market conditions are not, not hospitable at this point for constructing new housing. And we see that. We go through cycles where we hit construction booms and we slow down to practically zero, and that's kind of where we are today, where we're not seeing both entitled projects move forward, and we're also not seeing too many projects come forward and seek entitlements.
I understand that market conditions, especially right now, are not hospitable, but also I understand that even if market conditions were ideal, our process is not hospitable to building, and that is a barrier. And here's where I get very confused on the housing element. I've entitled over 1,000 units of housing in District 2 in the last 5 years, more than both my predecessors combined. The housing is not yet built for various reasons. Finances, permits, whatever. It's a slow roll, as everybody understands. Looking at other projects, trying to look at other buildings, there's an impediment here, an impediment there. And every time I'm talking to a developer about maybe using that $4.5 million of inclusionary housing fees from the Lucky Penny project, I run into a barrier in terms of what building we might be able to use. For me, I almost feel like the housing element is an exercise in futility if we don't figure out how to remove the barriers to building. And when you look at what it takes to build in San Francisco, and I say these, I'm going to list some things without judgment, but I just know, after talking to so many people, why it's so difficult. You have the transfer tax fees, you have the open space fees, you have the impact fees, you have the inclusionary housing fees, you have now, like you said, market conditions right now, interest rates are sky high. We have neighborhood notification requirements, we have CU, we have CEQA, we have subjective design guidelines, and the vacancy tax, on the one hand, it's good. On the other hand, if we have a tall building go up where they're leasing, and they're trying to lease, but they're not renting, but they're actively doing it, they could be subject to the vacancy tax. And I think that's something that we'll have to determine, but it's a concern for builders. And where I am getting hung up is the fact that we can put forward this housing element. You could rezone my district or propose to rezone my district as is in all scenarios, A, B, and C. But in doing so, without removing all of these barriers, no housing is going to get built. You cannot force people to build housing if they can't afford to build housing. And that is where I end up with thinking, we could pass this housing element, but is the housing going to get built? I looked through the housing element, and it does speak about streamlining, but it doesn't specify how. It talks in general terms about removing subjective standards, but doesn't suggest what might replace it. Mentions that impact fees can be a barrier, but there's no other idea behind that. And this is not to, this is not all in the planning department, obviously. There are levers we could pull here at the Board of Supervisors that are very difficult. And like Supervisor Preston said, we're going to have really difficult conversations about why people can't build housing in San Francisco. And not just how do we get to 82,000, we could zone here, do this, do that. But if we don't focus on the barriers to building housing, it's not going to get built. There's 68,000 units in the pipeline. I have 1,000 in my district or more waiting to get built, and it's not getting built. And until we figure that out, until we really do a deep dive on why it's not getting built and figure out what we could do here, the 11 of us, to change that, the housing element is not going to do it. And again, it's not to criticize you. It's just for me. I look at it, and I was working on the housing element before I even worked here when I was the vice president of the Cow Hollow Association, and I know all the people at the Cow Hollow Association that have had the same feelings about the housing element they had back in 2001. But at the same time, you know, rezoning, all the suggestions that are made in the housing element, I just think, again, it feels like it goes nowhere if we can't actually build the housing. So.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to respond to that, but
I
it's
mean,
not
I would
really a
just
question,
say
it's more of a statement.
those are certainly areas that are addressed in the housing element. It's not just about the zoning, but I get your issue. You know, we're not seeing housing being built, and we've got to get to the causes of that. And we look at both governmental constraints, what you're talking about, process, compliance with our city regulations, funding issues, as well as non-governmental constraints that look at things like construction costs. So they're in there. I think, you know, there's a lot of work to be done, but it's a portion of the housing element that HCD is certainly focused on, and we were too, in addressing ways we can zone, but then kind of reduce constraints. Beyond that, I think Supervisor Melgar pointed out, even post-entitlement, we have a lot of issues after projects are entitled in figuring out how to get through the city process to actually get to construction.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Stephanie. Supervisor Ronan?
Thank you, and I want to thank all my colleagues for this discussion and the planning department for, I think, doing a really solid job on attempting to put forward something that HCD will approve, which is necessary, and also reflect, the values of the city. I honestly just want to make a few comments, and feel free to respond or not. I just want to get it on the record. My colleague, Supervisor Dorsey, said, we don't do right by the state. I feel the state has not done right by San Francisco. I feel completely the opposite. And I feel like they've done so wrong by us because there are no consequences nor benefits for the fact that San Francisco builds way more affordable housing than any surrounding county, that we do so by constantly taxing ourselves, that we get very little help from the state or the feds, and that recently we've been punished by the state when it comes to funding affordable housing, despite our willingness. Every member of this board, all 11 of us, would streamline 100% affordable housing in 2 seconds. We'd take away all our process. We'd say, yes, build it anywhere, everywhere, dense, high, whatever. And because we truly, I believe this board truly wants to build the, close to 50,000 units of affordable housing, all 11 of us. The problem is we don't even have close to the amount of money to do it. And we literally would bend over backwards to do it if we could. And that's true of the planning. It's true of all of us in the city. And yet the state doesn't care at all whether we build a single unit of affordable housing, as long as we, show a path to building the 82,000 units and zoning appropriately for it, which Supervisor Stephanie points out is like a completely useless process if we don't actually build the housing. So I want to just say thank you, San Francisco, for being so willing to fund and build affordable housing, streamline affordable housing, tax ourselves to build more affordable housing, include details in our housing elements that they're not requiring us. They could care less if we include about how we really try and want to make building affordable housing meaningful. But shame on you, state of California, for not requiring any of that, for not helping us fund it, for not awarding us with more affordable housing money because we're willing to do it. And we don't talk about that enough. The feds and the state have got to start giving us money, and we will happily build the housing. Yes, Supervisor Melgar is 100% true. We need more nonprofit housing developers. We need more staff in planning and
MOHCD to do it, but we'll bank that land. Like, we couldn't scream loud enough our willingness to do all of those things. But billions and billions of dollars are not going to fall from the sky unless the federal government and the state, gives us that money. And then you're not going to find a city more excited to build that housing. And you're not going to find a planning department more excited for it, a mayor's office of housing and community development to do it. All of these community members that are here fighting for it, that is not to say that there are not fights locally that we get in. And, the small, I think, relatively small differences between D and E is because we're stuck in a battle over these minute differences because the feds have washed their hands of housing. We have a raging homeless crisis in the street that we are never going to solve unless the feds get off their high horse and start engaging in affordable housing production again. And the state could step it up too, and it could step it up by making the region and the state and all these housing elements have a realistic plan for building affordable housing, and then having consequences if they don't do so. So I'm sorry, I'm so frustrated by the state. I think the state is completely on the wrong track here. I want both them to give us money and then to hold us accountable to building those 50,000 units. I'm ready to streamline the heck out of them all and do anything we need to do to bring down those prices. But it's impossible without that money. So I just have to put that on the record. Feel free to respond or not.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Chan.
We agree. We agree with your statement. Thank you, President Walton. I actually share both Supervisor Stephanie and Supervisor Ronan's sentiment. And so I just want to really make sure I understand the question that was asked and that the answer, that I understand your answer. So when Supervisor Stephanie asked 68,000 of housing units, 68,000 units that is actually currently in the pipeline, that can be actually, it's over the next 8 years' time. It's just that we can't. Can you confirm that actually 68,000 does count to the 82,000 or does not?
What the state requires is that we provide a thorough analysis of any proposal within the pipeline that can be built within the 8-year RHNA cycle. So not all 68,000 units can count. Based on our financial analysis, we count a portion of that, and then we assess the capacity that is available within our existing zoning.
So how, out of that 68,000, how many have we identified that deemed qualified to count toward that 82,000?
And again, this is a projection based, some development agreements may go beyond. We may see construction happening after 8 years. Some entitled projects may not move forward. So we had to make a kind of an estimate of that.
Thank you, James Pappas again with the Planning Department. So we assessed the pipeline, including large development agreements, and the large development agreements is really where that discrepancy is between the total in our pipeline and what we were able to count for the site's inventory. So it's things like Candlestick Point, Treasure Island, Park Merced that are going to take decades to build out, and we couldn't count them in the 8-year period. And then in addition, we assessed the remaining capacity in the city and a projection of development. All of that adds up to nearly 60,000 units. So we are
60.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So, and then that relative to the RHNA goals is where you're getting the shortfall that we need to rezone for.
And out of that 60,000, well, as I'm learning, there's the 100% affordable, there's the increased affordability, which is the mixed income ones, and other type of, housing projects. Out of the 60,000, can you just give me a category, like are they actually, majority of them are actually mixed income, which is the increased affordability market, the market rate and with inclusionary projects? Is that what they are? And that's not including, any type of 100% affordable projects that we may or may not have in the pipeline.
The 60,000 unit, or approximately 60,000 units, does include thousands of affordable units, both generated through estimates of 100% affordable, both in our pipeline, currently planned through OCII, the Mayor's Office of Housing Community Development, as well as through inclusionary housing. But the majority of it is going to be mixed income, privately funded development.
Thank you. And so then what we're saying is out of our plan that with this roughly 60,000, and we're still have about 20 something to go.
30,000.
35,000,
adding the 15% buffer.
I see. Okay. And then I just want to express on the record too that when I say I share the sentiment with Supervisor Ronan is that, let me just say, I think that this, also on the record, that since I took office here joining this body, that I have not seen any of my colleagues nor myself. In fact, I think this entire, all 11 of us have been 100% supportive of 100% affordable housing projects. I think all the projects that have came through this body, that 100% affordable housing, we go for it because we know that it's what San Franciscans need for working families. So there should be on the record that this body supports building housing. We are nonetheless pro-housing, okay? So then first of all, that's what we are. And then, and I think that collectively that we're also then now talking about, and I agree with Supervisor Ronan, that it's just really about the nuance, like how do we get there, who are we building, like in all that details is actually what I think today's conversation is really about. I also share the sentiments that the state actually has that responsibility, and in fact, I would say that the state controller, out of their own audit, understand that they said the lack of comprehensive plan allow one agency to mismanage and ultimately lose $2.7 billion in bond resources. And that is the state controller's own audit of its own agency talking about how to provide affordable housing up and down the states. They themselves do share that responsibilities about the mismanagement of their own state bond dollars, which then impacts San Francisco. And the lack of support that the state provide or not providing, it's really kind of put us in this dilemma that I do not understand why we don't get to really push back. And so I think the question is, so in these conversations that we've been having with them for months now, have there ever been a situation where us as a city be able to say to the states, with your mandate, which I think we've been trying to analyze, like be it it's a 100% affordable housing project or anything that's in the pipeline, that they too share some responsibility. Have they expressed how they can actually provide us any support to help us meet the mandate and meet the goal, especially in the affordable housing arena?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Chen. We have had specific conversations on affordable housing, but it's more on the process, on the strategies than on the funding. We have conveyed and communicated that as much as we tax ourselves and create our own pool of resources without state or federal funding, this is not reachable. This cycle of the housing element, we have the affirmatively furthering fair housing, and they are asking for specific metrics and specific strategies to address how we can build affordable housing. And we can include very specific strategies except for the scale of funding that we will need to deliver those units.
So, and from such a layperson perspective, let me just say, because I am not a planner with any expertise, but just any projects, so to speak, and just as like Alexandra Theater, for example, really hoping that it could be some type of affordable housing, especially if possible 100% affordable housing project in our district. And let me just say that like how hard it is to actually identify locations and sites for it to build any type of housing, and let alone funding. And so I think that like I agree the sentiment that we can approve all we want of this housing elements, but at the end of the day, I'm not just looking at the process, but truth be told, I'm also looking at the ability to actually identify sites and funding. That's really key elements to any project. Like we can talk about any project and zoning all we want, but if we don't actually have site or funding, we're just playing with papers. And so I think that's my sentiment back to the state, is that like, let's put our money where our mouth is. Like this doesn't make any sense. And that would be, frankly, that is my sentiment toward the state at this moment. And then so I think that's probably where I'm landing on this.
Just on the state side, I mean, I think we should add, there are some through state law advantages for affordable housing on process, right? There's ministerial approval, the project on Irving Street or on Hayton Stanyon, they benefit from some state laws as far as process and being able to take advantage of state density bonus, et cetera. I think you raised, though, legitimate questions about funding.
And I think one of the pieces that we have included is elevating exactly this conversation to a higher level that goes beyond kind of one department within the city, and allow city leaders and state leaders to engage in this conversation and figure out, I think we're at the edge of this recession or kind of getting into this recession, but I think we still have a window of opportunity for allocating state resources to affordable housing.
And then I think last but not least, in my opinion, again, this like threats, it feels like threats that you're going to lose funding, you're going to like have builders remedies, force upon you. Well, let me just say, if we have 68,000 units actually in the pipeline and that we somehow fail to meet the housing element goal, then somehow this builders remedy is forced upon us. What does that mean for the 68,000 units in the pipeline? So that it just happen? It doesn't, right? Even with this so-called builders remedies.
Well, those projects are entitled, so
Right.
they get they wouldn't get an advantage from the builder's remedy. It would be projects that are seeking entitlements.
Sure. Yeah. So with that, right? So so the so-called builders remedies threats, how real is that? What does that mean for San Francisco?
Yeah, yet to be tested. Right? I mean, there's projects that are certainly seeking entitlement or approval in Southern California through builder's remedies or the builder's remedy provision of the Housing Accountability Act, but none have been entitled yet. But there are 4,000 units seeking entitlement through builder's remedy.
Sure. So I think that perhaps this is me being this truly, like, I'm proud to be a San Franciscan, and I think that this is how I learn my politics but also my policies growing up here and working through the ranks of city government too, through different city departments. I would say, I think that San Francisco has, and this is the part where I think that majority of us on this board share the sentiment. I really do think that this board, not just this board, but actually previous boards, has always consistently been mindful about when we build housing and who are we building for. I think that if you look at inclusionary percentage, being a former staffer in the assembly in San Mateo County, I would say that like our inclusionary percentage is rather high and really thoughtful, and we think about how do we preserve our existing community. We've been time and time again dedicating funding on small sites, preserving, tenants and protecting tenants, and we ought to continue to do that. We know that when we try to build affordable housing, we're also losing affordable housing units. And I want to give an example that it breaks my heart over this weekend, that I went to 159 4th Avenue. It's a 6 units building in my district, and it was completely empty. But let me just tell you what happened 2 years ago. I knocked on those doors. I went in with Housing Rights Committee and trying to support those tenants in there because they just got bought out. and there were seniors living there for decades in that building. Now I went in, it was empty completely. And so all I'm saying is that, like, while we're considering meeting this housing element and building new housing, we are also losing people. We are pricing people out. So how do we really balance between, yes, the commitment to the state to build more housing and really also accommodate the next generation or even the older generations, but at the same time, like, we have to balance it out with preserving the existing housing and protecting the existing tenants that is currently try to survive in San Francisco. And with that, meaning, like, how do we balance also our approach to the state? We want to be collaborative. We want to try to meet the demands. We want to recognize that demands and mandate. But at the same time, can we also push back and have some boundary and protect San Francisco? Thank you, President Walton.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Chan. Supervisor Mendelman?
Thank you, President Walton. I thought about whether or not to speak, but I guess I should, because I think you're trying to take our temperature on this housing element and trying to figure out what the members of this board are likely to do or not do in January. I mean, for me, I feel like, as often happens with these housing conversations, people tend to speak in generalizations and talk past each other. I bristle against the notion that San Francisco does not produce market rate housing, because San Francisco has produced, on average, 2,700 units a year of market rate housing. I also bristle against the notion that therefore we don't need to do anything more, because plainly there is a statewide housing crisis and we need to be producing more market rate and below market rate housing. I think it is much easier, and I think this document reflects the fact that it is much easier to close the gap from 2,700 units of market rate housing to 4,400 units of market rate housing. Difficult though it is to close that gap, challenging though it is, I think you have laid out in this document a pathway to do that, which seems persuasive to me, at least, in terms of the ability to increase zoned capacity, and then a variety of proposals to streamline the approval process. I am a little bit concerned to see the department proposing things in this document that quite recently it has said are bad planning policy. So I am, perplexed a little bit, but I also believe that you are getting very directed feedback from HCD about how to close that gap from 2,700 to 4,400, and I understand your need to respond to that. But I am also impressed, as my colleagues Preston and Ronan and others are, that you are getting this incredibly detailed, directed feedback about how to close the gap between 2,700 and 4,400, and you are not getting anywhere near that level of direction or feedback on how to generate, $1.5 billion a year in funding for affordable housing development. I think out of a recognition that if San Francisco were to try to generate $1.5 billion a year out of, in additional revenue to fund affordable housing, that might present problems for our local economy. Or maybe not. Maybe, given the breadth and depth of what we are proposing to do here to allow market rate production, we ought to be actually coming up with that plan to tax and raise an additional $1.5 billion in revenue to pay for affordable housing. I don't know, but it is clear, there's a little bit of happiness about that. It is very clear that this document and the state are much more concerned about market rate housing, which I guess, and I believe in filtering theory. At some point, if you produce enough, prices go down, and somewhere along the way, artists and teachers and folks will be able to move into a unit that maybe once was built as a luxury unit. Maybe that, that has happened in our past. It could happen in our future. But if we're interested in the artists and teachers and other folks who aren't able to compete in the market right now being able to live in San Francisco, like, that would mean all the other stuff that HCD seems not to care too terribly much about. That would be all the other, regulated BMR, housing that is sort of, I think, gets kind of short shrift in all of this. And I think both, Team YIMBY and Team not YIMBY, Team Affordable Housing, like, are both sort of concerned that there's no real path. And I think that's, we're all noting it, I guess. Okay, those are my thoughts. I want to thank all of you for doing the very hard work, and look forward to seeing this evolve. And as I will continue to pore over this document and share my concerns with you to the extent I have them, if it even matters.
Thank you, Supervisor Melderman. Supervisor Safai?
Thank you, President Walton. My question for the Planning Department is, compared to your previous housing element, what would you point to that you would say, this is something that we've made a strong move in the direction that we think is really going to generate more housing from the last time you did a rendition where you generated the state? And I don't just mean saying in your document, we used to focus majority of our development on areas of the city that had the most usable land that was allowable in terms of existing zoning, or it was light industrial and we could convert it, and that provided the most, let's say, potential. And so now the shift is, let's focus to the west side of town, because we've been saying that for years. There's not enough development on the west side of town. So let's focus on the commercial corridors over there. Other than that, like, what do you, and then my next question would be, okay, first answer that, and then I have a couple more. But what do you think is the biggest, boldest move you've made in this housing element?
Why do you, I don't understand the question. You say other than that, which is a big portion of looking at potentially developing.
I guess the reason I say that is because I also, similar to many of my colleagues, feel a certain level of skepticism based on the cost of construction, the actual desire and demand to build housing in that part of the city, the impediments within our own post-entitlement process that have been referenced here today, that even if you do get an entitled project, you're still looking years down the road for all the different layers and review that hasn't been really consolidated. I don't necessarily feel, what was it? Our city attorney was on the board when they negotiated Park Merced. I know in the last plan, you guys tried to get credit for that. Nothing's happening. And that is probably in some ways some of the easiest area of the west side of town to try to build, because they just have a lot of open space. You're not even displacing anybody, and it's not happening. And part of that has to do with the return on investment, right? You have to do your pro forma. You have to be able to get investors to come in. Investors are not investing over there. They're investing where they can get a return on their investment. So, I guess that's why I say that. Other than that, what is the boldest move that you think this document has made that you actually think is achievable?
For one, I'd say there's no silver bullet, right? There's a.
And it's not a trick question. I truly, since we're talking on the record and having an open conversation about it, I just thought I would ask that question.
I think that's why there are hundreds of actions in here, because there's no silver bullet to jumpstart projects that may be in the pipeline, or to get new projects into our pipeline. So certainly zoning is a part of it. Looking at constraints in our process is a part of it. We propose things like housing sustainability districts, which in our essence ministerial approval for projects that abide by certain affordability levels and labor rules. And so, our process is complex. So we have to get at it with literally scores of recommendations to get to that process. But I think we look at everything from constraints to
zoning. What were some of the things in the first draft that you submitted to HCED, or some of the initial drafts that were rejected, other than pipeline, that you were trying to get credit for last time?
I don't think they rejected anything. They asked us to go farther on reducing constraints.
Such as? Can you give some examples?
Such as process, CUs. I don't know specifically what wasn't in that first iteration, but that's what they wanted to see was we zone, and then if you come forward with a compliant project, that gets approved. So they want us to get as close as possible to that.
In terms of conditional use or discretionary review, those are some of the things
Correct.
that they highlighted.
Any sort of approval.
Is San Francisco more unique in that way in the state, in terms of the level of complexity or the level of appeal that's built into our structure?
We're off the
Entitlement?
charts.
Say it again?
We're off the charts in terms of the time that it takes a project from the moment of being proposed to the moment that is approved. When we are compared to other cities in California, we're an outlier, and we can give you the specific numbers. And we have some reasons why sometimes that's the case, and I think that connects to your point about what's different from the previous plan, and I think it's part of what you're articulating. This is not just a plan of general goals and policies. This is a plan that has specific actions, and the actions have not been just cooked within the planning department. The actions is the product of this conversation, where I think agree with the funding that is needed at the table. But beyond the funding, there has been substantial conversations with community folks, with folks that were not part of the conversation, with developers, with other city agencies, to identify what's our work, what would allow us to really deliver housing at the level that we need. So we completely agree with the statements that you all are making about the funding. In addition to that, there is a lot of work that we need to do that this plan is articulating. And it's not just adding the new units, but it's also addressing the retention of our housing affordability, is connecting the housing to our communities, the dimensions that this plan is bringing to the table that we haven't done before.
Right, I didn't bring up affordable. Everyone else did, not me. I brought up more. So I was asking you more about the first piece, which was what you highlighted. We're off the chart when it comes to the process, the ability to slow projects down, and I know that there's a lot of people that try to minimize that, but I think it's a significant barrier for even investment. People understand when they're investing in San Francisco, the amount of time means that in terms of return on investment, it's a different calculation. I think that's an important part of the conversation. I will say that I do take into strong consideration the affordability conversation, so I don't want to dismiss that in any way. That is an important piece, but there are a significant number of units that have been created in the last decade plus that came from the inclusionary process that were private investment dollars that did rely on the entitlement process. So I just want to underscore what you said in terms of we're off the charts with regard to the process. But then there's also the process within your own department and within the building department, that there's a lot of contradictory, duplicative, cumbersome review that. And we've had these conversations. I think we're trying to solve for them. But I think that some of my colleagues here have highlighted that today. Is that incorporated into your recommendations in terms of how to even facilitate the process within your own departments?
Yes, absolutely, Supervisor. Just to recognize too, not only did we propose process changes as part of this document, but the state is still planning to do a process and policy review of our kind of department and our process for entitling housing. We think we got at much of what they'll ultimately recommend in this housing element.
And can you
but
talk
that's
just
still
about a couple of them?
Excuse me?
What would be a couple of them that you said you think you got at the core of what you anticipate them?
Well, just things like CUs, or large project authorizations, or the fact that we have to go to the commission to approve state density bonus projects where the commission doesn't have a ton of authority to actually reject or kind of accept those projects.
Is that an administrative decision or is that a legislative decision?
That's a local.
But is it legislative or is it administrative?
No, it's legislated, right? That's
legislative decision.
It's in our code. No, it's in our local code.
State density, right?
Yeah, must have a hearing at the planning commission.
Has to go through okay. What is going on? Oh, now I remember what that is. Okay. Last consideration that I want to ask for your response. There's a significant downturn in our economy. We've talked about that today. is that factored into the overall projections? Because, I mean, we can say we want to produce X number of units on an annual basis, but if the economy doesn't allow for that, or if investment doesn't allow for that, is that factored into this, or is it just, this was the target number that was chosen, that's the number that we have to achieve regardless of the economic conditions?
When each city produces the targets for each city, they take into account the demographic and the economic changes. And they identify the average that could be achieved across economic cycles, understanding that in a high point, we would be able to produce more, and during a recession, less.
And do we, and in the document, does it talk about the consequences of not putting together a finalized certified plan? I mean, do you reference what the consequences are locally?
Yes, we have a letter from the city attorney with the specifics and a report from the regional agency, ABAC.
Just for the record, what are some of the biggest? I mean, I know we've referenced them lightly today, but
I mean, there's two big issues. One, the builder's remedy could potentially kick in, and obviously that it hasn't been tested, although there's projects being proposed under that provision of the Housing Accountability Act. So we could see projects.
And what is that? Just for
that basically
the listening audience.
You know, the theory is that projects could come in and seek approval from the city that aren't compliant with our existing zoning because we're out of compliance and we don't have a housing element. Those projects would still need to go through CEQA, as well as potential other approvals, but they would not need to comply with our zoning. And then funding sources are at risk, both transportation and housing funding sources, where many of them are that they're predicated on the fact that we have a compliant housing element. So we could lose state funding during the period we're out of compliance.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton. And let me just say to all of my colleagues, I really appreciate the tone and tenor of the points and conversation. And I actually think that relative at least to the electeds in here, and this is, I think, what planning is looking for and why Supervisor Mar scheduled this, that we all have some shared fundamental desires about protecting our existing tenants and population, that we, if I can state it, have learned the lessons of redevelopment from decades ago and don't want to repeat those things. While we seek more density and more affordability, there seems to be a shared desire and understanding that the need is a need for affordable, extremely affordable, and moderate income. I don't think that there is anybody who's jumping up and down about needing to meet the already, met by 1.5 times luxury housing need. I mean, it gets consumed. And then let's talk a little bit about how we got here, which is many of the things that San Francisco has evolved over time, whether it's inclusionary, whether it's affordable housing fees, have all been aimed on the local level at addressing the need that we all share, right? So absent, and by the way, the voters have put their money where their mouth is many times in general obligation bonds, which is pretty amazing to think that people who are otherwise housed are willing to vote to tax themselves to pay for affordable housing in San Francisco. And that's happened repeatedly. So, to the state of California, you can come and threaten and mandate and what have you, but hey, Mr. Newsom, put your money where your mouth is too. And so I think there's, that shared understanding here as well. When it comes to process, let me make an observation, which is, yeah, our process is a pain in the butt. But having said that, we've got 2/3 of the imposed need, because remember, everybody from the mayor to this board, we're on the same page that the ABAG numbers were arbitrary and capricious and disadvantaged San Francisco. And this entire Board of Supervisors, in lockstep with the mayor and Supervisor Mandelman and Supervisor Ronan at MTC, opposed those numbers because they specifically targeted San Francisco. But having said that, that 82,000 number, we've got 68,000 in the pipeline. So the process may be a pain in the butt, but there's a lot of entitled units, and people have gotten through that process. As a matter of fact, when I proposed a charter amendment that ultimately I did not move forward with, to mandate, as this board has done on a case-by-case basis with ADUs and fourplexes, to have rent-controlled housing in new upzoning. And when I was proposing a charter amendment and sat down with a bunch of developers, heavy developers, real developers, not, you know, the one-off, you know, speculator doing the 3-unit building, they didn't care about San Francisco's complicated entitlement process. Now, they hated the notion of having permanently rent-controlled, as of right, by charter law housing. I got that. But you want to know what? They didn't give a rat's behind about Props D and E. They were like, we know how to do that process. So that process we can make better, but that's not the impediment either. And when we talk about process, and I think, Mr. Hillis, you've touched on this, it doesn't all begin and end at the Planning Department and Planning Commission, because let me just tell you, I hear aplenty about things that are within the government's control. We do not control the interest environment. There's nothing we can do about that. We do not control the fact that there were huge fires or supply chain issues and that labor is in high demand and that the cost of sticks and bricks have gone up. That's not within our control. But there are other elements of the process that we can control, and they're not all in the planning department's shop. They're in the building department shop, and that is a place that is less exciting because YIMBYs and NIMBYs or whatever they are don't go fight about streamlining how the Department of Building Inspection works, nor do they care about the fact that projects get caught up and developers lose their minds over the Bureau of Street Use and Mapping and getting encroachment permits, which is where a lot of stuff goes to die or wither. So, I mean, this goes beyond where all of the excitement that everybody loves to get excited about, which is, you know, the housing element and the planning department and the planning commission, and is it a 4-3 split this way, and who did the board appoint, and are they pro-housing, and all this bullshit. The reality is there's other places that need fixing to do this. And I, for one, am willing to tinker with things like inclusionary, but let me just be perfectly straight, which is I don't really give a darn about $2,000 a square foot infinity towers. I give a darn about things that make communities vibrant and livable, that have a mix and diversity, that make them real communities. So that's where I want to stick our money. And so I'm happy to, you know, have the highest inclusionary and the highest fees for luxury housing, and I want to plow that thing into saving my rent-controlled tenants, saving our rent-controlled housing stock, and building affordable and low-income housing. That's where this supervisor sits.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Peskin, and thank you, colleagues, and of course, want to thank planning and our community partners. I do have a couple of questions. I mean, I think the first thing, though, is, you know, the RHNA goals that are set for us here in the city are really setting us up basically for guaranteed failure. I think that needs to be stated. And, you know, I don't think it is not only just about the permitting and other concerns that have been discussed here today, but the fact of the matter is that we do not build in certain areas of the city here in San Francisco. And we're also being punished for actually being the county that does build in this area. If you look at the two surrounding counties that touch our county, comparatively, there's no comparison on how much we build in general, and so that these goals are very problematic, as our colleagues on ABAG had stated, and we knew when we were coming to this point that the goals were unrealistic and most certainly inequitable compared to, quite frankly, most of California, but most certainly who builds and doesn't build in this area. You know, I guess my first question, and I know colleagues have touched on this, but just for some specific and concrete responses, how much financing is the region or the state guaranteeing the city and county of San Francisco for us to hit these goals?
So you're asking the resources that we already have from the state.
What we already have, the commitment that they've made or not made. Again, we have been given this arbitrary, unrealistic goal by the state, by the region, and I'm curious as to how much they're putting their money where their push is.
We don't have a specific number for you right now, but we can review our notes and bring you that. It's not up to date. Our assessment is that in order for us to fulfill our affordable housing, we'll be in the range of $3 billion a year.
Right.
And that's very far from what we're getting the state or the federal. We have compiled the resources that we have received in the past. I don't know if this is a question that Director Shaw might want to address from OCD.
And is Director Shaw, oh, there he is. How you doing, sir? And thank you for being here, Director Shaw. Where's the money?
Right here, Mr. President. So the question, so to our knowledge right now, and I'll defer with you all, that it's punitive, right? So if the housing element isn't approved, then there are a series of steps that will defer our ability to apply for future funding until we're in a remedy.
I definitely don't 150% completely understand that
Right.
part. Just want to know from you what commitment has been made, or is the state and the region saying we're going to guarantee this amount of money, we're going to support and make sure you hit these arbitrary goals?
Right. There is no commitment in that instance. We still apply for all of our funding. Our projects all apply for the funding for the state through competitive rounds. And then what's been told is that we won't be able to apply if we're not in compliance.
Got it. Thank you so much, Director Shaw. And I know opening slides talked about this housing element or this draft, addressing redress of the harms of government discrimination, and it also talked about how this also works to address homelessness. What specifically in the element addresses those two areas?
In terms of redressing harm, there are specific strategies to prioritize the American Indian and the Black community for affordable housing based on assessment that MoCD and planning has collaborated. Those communities many times have limited access to the affordable housing units that we produce. So supporting those communities in the process so they have better access.
And just real quick, not to interrupt you, but how do we do that? Because are you telling me we're no longer going to have the lottery system? We're just going to be able to say, hey, Black person, hey, Native American, we can give you housing?
We have identified, and I should say our sister agency, MoCD, have done specific studies about what are some of the constraints. In many cases is financial records, sometimes it's education about how to apply for those units, sometimes it's getting the notices on time. So there is a list of specific requirements that we're including in our actions. This is also informed by specific input from the Reparations Committee, and in addition to access to affordability, there is also a very targeted effort to identify support for down payment for homeownership, which is another area that specifically the Black community has identified.
Real quick, Director Shaw, how are we going to guarantee that Black people, Native Americans, people of color are going to be able to access the affordable housing that's in the pipeline that actually gets created with the current system? Are we saying we're going to have a new system? Because otherwise, we're aware of the barriers and the things that happen when people apply or don't apply, and what happens when they sit down and go through the process to be able to actually get their unit. But how are we going to be able to really come up with a strategy that says this percentage of these certain demographics are going to be able to stay with the same system we have? Are we going to have a new system?
So Eric Shaw, Director of the San Francisco Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. I think that some of these are going to be worked out in the implementation. I can tell you right now that we've been working proactively in the space of understanding existing barriers within our programs for that. I think you and I have also shared this in previous testimony to you all around the fact that we don't have a high percentage of COP uptick in lease up, even though they do have priority for those spaces. We continue to try to understand the barriers to exercising the existing preferences that happen now. And I think that we are continuing to affirm the mayor's commitment in particular about ensuring that we have neighborhood preference, certificate of preference fully exercised. But I think also one of the spaces that we need to look at as MoCD is that we are hearing from African American community, from the Native community around the fact that we need to identify pipeline projects that exist within communities where they want to live. And we are getting some real feedback on those spaces as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just want people to really understand how this works.
Right.
You have a certain level of income. You're a part of a certain demographic, and you may be the smallest percentage of that population. So there's 700 units, and 4,000 people apply.
That's correct.
And out of that 4,000 people, only a couple of hundred may be black, only a couple of hundred may be Native American. But because there's 4,000 people that have applied, the chances with the current system in place of those actually going to the demographic that was described by planning as being prioritized, the chances of them actually getting that spot are very slim to none. And so, I guess you've already answered the question. There's nothing new about what we're going to do. We're talking about approving this and praying and hoping that the implementation will somehow, help more black folks remain in this city, help more Native Americans remain in this city. And I just think that, a lot of components of the plan are arbitrary as well, unless we're really going to have effective strategies to achieve our goals. And we haven't been able to do that historically. This plan doesn't do anything to allow us to do that. And these constraints, are not even the fault of the people who are doing the work of putting the plan together, right? There's state law that prevents us from carving out specific demographics. There's so many things in place, but we have to come up with something, aside from the lottery system, that is going to allow us to reach the demographic we want, or that we say we want to prioritize. We haven't been able to do that, and most certainly nothing in this is going to allow for us to do that differently, even with the best intentions. Even with the best intentions, there's nothing concrete in here that's going to guarantee us. We're saying we hope a whole bunch of people work hard. We're saying we hope, the luck of the draw happens, but the reality of it is there's nothing concrete in this plan, and not that it even could be with some of the limitations that we have. But I just want the public to know and understand that. And then I'm sorry, you were talking about how this is going to work to address homelessness specifically.
We have been coordinating with HSH about the expansion of services, the state funding, the federal funding that we have received to secure a higher number of supportive housing, and the expansion of the navigation services. The Department of Public Health has also been involved in targeting certain neighborhoods where we need a more specific intervention. We have been working recently in the Tenderloin to understand what are the efforts beyond of what we have been doing to allow people from the streets to move into either shelters or supportive housing.
And sometimes we get criticized as a city, particularly in certain areas, we get criticized or accused of NIMBYism. Even if you're someone who's just really trying to fight displacement in your neighborhood, trying to make sure that where and how we build is equitable, because most certainly we're building in the southeast sector of San Francisco. We are building in the southeast sector of San Francisco. And so when I try to say we don't want to have policies that just blanket make sure that it's just easier to build in the southeast and build nowhere else, I get accused of NIMBYism, which is, you look at the numbers, it's really BS. But at the same time, this is the narrative and what we have to fight. And I look at the plan, and of course, there's a rezoning strategy that I guess we think will get us to people building, and I think the terminology is areas with high-quality amenities. But Director Hillis, I also heard you say that this is an uneven plan, and we're going to be building continuously more in the areas where we have already been building. So what are we actually doing here? And by the way, the Southeast cannot accommodate 82,000 more homes. And, you know, so I heard it from your mouth, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. This is what you said in this hearing. We can go back and look at it. So why would we want to approve an uneven housing element? Why would we want to approve something we know? And we haven't historically been able to build in certain areas. It's not just because of permitting. It's not just because we make it hard to build. It's a reality that some people don't want more housing in their communities, and we have to own that and be serious about that. This is not going to make people who don't want housing actually have to build. Again, maybe best intentions, but we all been around the politics of San Francisco. There are real reasons why people don't build in other areas of the city, and permitting is not it. So what are we going to do about that?
Yeah, and certainly that's a fundamental kind of policy direction that this housing element sets. So we don't propose any changes in zoning for the eastern portion of the city. We focus on high-resourced neighborhoods and look to that zoning, which is currently uneven, right? There are most commercial corridors on the eastern side of the city have higher heights, don't have density controls than similar commercial corridors on the western side of the city. So that's a fundamental principle in this housing element, that we want to even that playing field, and we see the results, right? We've done that planning on the eastern side of the city, and like you said, we're seeing the results of that, right? We're seeing most of the housing being produced in District 6 and District 10 because we rezoned there. And so this housing element looks in somewhat at state direction to at high resource neighborhoods on the western side of the city, where in the later part of the 1970s of last century, there was a concerted effort to downzone those areas and look at that zoning to make it consistent with the zoning we see on the eastern side of the city.
If I may add, when we say we're still building in the eastern side of the city, is because the pipeline is there. So the intent is that we open new possibilities in areas that have been downzoned in the past and have not allowed for new housing, and that will allow the creation of a new pipeline in other neighborhoods.
So I guess the last thing I'll just say is, going back to the fact that we're going to need a massive source of public funding and a mechanism for that. I think, to Supervisor Preston's point, Prop I was extremely useful for the city, and as we continue to talk about the future, we have to use those resources for what they were intended for. But everybody says we want to build in San Francisco until it's time to build in their community. And if we don't all share responsibility, this plan, is futile. And quite frankly, the number of units we're already putting in here is going to be extremely difficult for so many other reasons. But most certainly, if we're not building or having a true attempt to build equitably across the city, we will not reach these goals. But again, I want to thank everyone for their work. I want to thank you, colleagues, for your focus and work on this as well. And I believe now we are at public comment on this item, Madam Clerk. And I do just want to remind everyone that public comment will be 1 minute per speaker, as announced at the beginning of this Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, the Board of Supervisors, which has convened a committee of the whole for this public hearing, welcomes your testimony. This meeting is airing live on SFGOV TV's award-winning Channel 26, or you may view the computer live stream at www.sfgovtv.org. The board will be prioritizing attendees in the chamber, thereafter those who've called in on the remote system. Once you are ready to provide your comment, you should press *3 to add yourself to the speaker's queue. We are joined by our partners from the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs, as well as Lando and Associates. I ask each interpreter to introduce themselves and the instruction in language on how to connect to the remote system to assist those who need to provide public comment in language. We'll start with Raymond Borges for Filipino, Tan La for Chinese, and Marty Dickinson for Spanish. Welcome. Raymond or Tan La or Marty?
Yeah, so Tan La is here. So good evening, President Walton and Board of Supervisors and everyone. 大家好，我係今日三藩市民政同埋移民辦事處嘅中文翻譯員。多謝大家今日參與呢個會議。今日呢個會議有分開現場聽眾同埋電話聽眾。請在場嘅聽眾排隊等候。遠程電話聽眾請打415-655-0001，然後再輸入會議個號碼2498-287-0040，然後再撳兩次雙交叉加入收聽個會議之後，再撳星3，然後排隊等候發言。當你聽到提示 You have been unmuted， 即係已取消咗靜音嘅時候，你就可以發表意見。請記得每一個人只限2分鐘嘅時間發表。現場聽眾先發表，然後係電話聽眾。多謝大家合作。Thank you.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Soy Marty Dickinson y estaré prestando servicios de interpretación al español en esta tarde hasta las 7 de la noche. Para dar su comentario público, marque el 415-655-0001, seguido por el código de acceso 2498-287-0040, libra, más la tecla del numeral. Luego presione el asterisco número 3 y antes de empezar a hablar espere a que el sistema le diga que su línea ha sido activada o en inglés you have been unmuted. Usted tendrá 1 minuto para dar su comentario. Gracias. Thank you.
Raymond, are you with us?
Magandang hapon po. Ito po si Raymond mula sa Victim Engagement ng Imper, ang inyong katulong sa wikang Pilipino ngayong gabi. Parang tumawag na pahayag. Tumawag po 415-655-00. At gamitin pong meeting ID 2498-287-0040. Matapos ito, pindutin simbolo ng pound 2 ulit para makasad mandidig ang pagpupulong. Kapag nais magpahayag, pindutin po ang *3. At hintayin mo ang hudyat na maaaring magsalita o marinig ang you have been unmuted. Maaaring pong bigay kong pahayag sa loob ng 2 minuto. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you to all the interpreters for being with you this evening. All right, so will the first speaker come forward? We are setting the timer for 1 minute, as the President stated. We want to apologize to you in advance if I interrupt you. I will ask that you adjust the microphone for each speaker to come up. There is a wonderful celebration occurring downstairs, and we just want to make sure we can hear what you're actually saying. First speaker, please.
Hi, Supervisors. Raquel Redondias of Soma Pilipinas, member of the REP Coalition, and also I'm on the Planning Department's Racial Equity Council. It's important that there is now formal recognition of planning's historic role in enforcing institutionalized racism and the urgency to address decades of harm and also advance racial and social equity by centering and prioritizing the needs of poor and working class communities. But unless there is a real plan to preserve and build truly affordable housing, there will be no racial equity, only more displacement, and the complete erasure of the culturally diverse people of color communities that we celebrate. We cannot rely on those building for profit to get us out of the housing crisis. Thousands of units have been built in Soma, with most out of reach to our Filipino families and seniors. Entire market rate buildings like the Four Seasons sit empty, with 13 of only 146 condos sold, and yet planning, and some of you continue to approve these kinds of high-end condos, which only spur speculation and displacement of our community members until now on Natoma and Soma, in Sycamore and the Mission. It's still happening.
Thank you, Raquel Redondias. Welcome to the next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Dratler. I'm a leader in Faith in Action Bay Area and Faith in Action at St. James Episcopal Church in the Richmond District. While we are not a formal member of the Race and Equity Coalition, we strongly support their efforts as their goals align with our vision of housing for all, especially deeply affordable housing. I am here to speak in favor of the citywide People's Plan as an enhancement to the housing element being presented to you today. Planning has a stated commitment to racial and social equity, yet the processes used historically go against these same values, likely resulting in devastating impacts on vulnerable communities of historic proportions. Faith in Action joins and demands for a compliant housing element that honors the self-determination and empowerment of our low-income American Indian, Black, Latinx, and other communities of color, seniors, and people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra Drawler, for your comments. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm here on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Development Corporation. We're a community-based affordable housing developer in the Bayview and the Fillmore. We're also a member of Choo Choo. The stakes are high. I don't even need to say that. The funding that hangs in the balance is really critical for our work that we do, so we need to get this right by January 31st. 3 ways I'll highlight to do that. 1, fund low-income affordable housing above the levels it currently is. Not much disagreement there, so I will move on to 2, pursuing a land banking strategy now that can open up opportunities for affordable housing development in areas that will be rezoned in the future. We need to do this before these land values rise. And 3rd, we need to make sure that the housing element includes a plan to accelerate San Francisco's 26-month approval process. That was one of the primary points of HCD's letter in late August, and I cannot see the state improving the housing element without it. And finally, I just want to say thank you to the planning staff, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this hearing. We really appreciate the focus on racial equity in the housing element, since racism is at the root of our housing problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch Manikin, for your comments. Welcome.
Good afternoon, well, not afternoon anymore. Supervisors, my name is Publ Hernandez. I'm a resident of D4 and a member of the West Side Community Coalition, which is also a member of Rep SF. But I'm also a second grade teacher. I actually used one of my 4 personal days to be here today, but I don't think I needed to. As I stand here, my mind has been on my students. And if they take anything away from this year, I'd have it be an unwavering belief in the power of their own voice and a commitment to changing their communities for their better. Which is why we've spent valuable teaching hours this year developing a second grade Bill of Rights, and why we carve time out of every week for a class meeting to collectively create solutions to issues that students raise. When I return to school tomorrow, I want to be able to tell them that San Francisco holds the same values and same commitments as our classroom community, that SF puts the rights of all people, including the human right to housing, before the interests of a few. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's about our values, it's about our city's soul. Community voice in governance, deep authentic democracy, and the value and dignity of every human life. So please, don't tear our communities apart. Adopt the recommendations outlined in the citywide People's Plan.
Thank you, Paula Hernandez. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Charles, and before I speak, I'd like to actually thank the District 1 Supervisor, 5 and 9 and 7 Supervisors for making some pretty good points. I really appreciated this really long talk. I'm with the Housing Rights Committee of San Francisco, and I'm a member of the Race and Equity in All Planning Coalition, and I just want to stand here and demand specifically that the Plaza East development, they want to include 272 market rate units in that development, and we just want to ensure that that is not included in the current housing element plan. And the city's experienced an enormous influx in wealth, and most of its citizens, frankly, have not benefited. The residents of Plaza East are some of the biggest victims of the city's neglect. This effort has been exacerbated by land developers trying to subvert the will of the current residents of the city. None of the residents at Plaza East actually agree with MBS's plan, even though that's what MBS has proposed. These proposals threaten to uproot.
Thank you, Charles, for your comments. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Gilbert Williams. I'm a member of the Poder and a member of the District 11 Housing Rights Coalition. San Francisco has a cruel and destructive history of displacement through land use and housing policy, and there's no mistaking who most of the victims are. Communities of color, seniors, the poor. Through urban renewal, mass eviction, gentrification, we have lost thousands of our Filipino community in Soma, 15,000 Latinos in the Mission, and our African American population was at 17% when I was going to San Francisco Unified School District here. Now down to 3%. We need to stop this destructive history. The good news is our citywide People's Plan protects and places these same communities front and center in all land use and housing policy for the next 8 years. Vote yes to include our plan in the housing element and join us to protect communities of color. A yes vote is a vote.
Well, thank you, Gilbert Williams, for your comment this evening. Welcome.
Necesito español, por favor.
Sí. Marty.
Adelante. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Amparo Alarcón, trabajo en la Excelsior, en el Distrito 11. Ahorita vengo acá para pedirles el apoyo para que se queden lo que está de las viviendas accesibles. Aunque sabemos que accesible no es lo mismo que accesible, ¿verdad? Porque hay una cosa muy diferente con la otra. Así que por eso es que venimos, porque en los ingresos de nosotros no estamos en accesible. Nosotros necesitamos como familia, como mí, que tengo familia, pero no tengo una pareja, como podamos aplicar, y por eso es que nunca no vamos a tener la oportunidad de poder tener una vivienda digna, ¿verdad? Entonces por eso sabemos que es imposible, aunque pongamos en nuestro papel que trabajamos y que ganamos, pongo 70,000, pero a la hora si me gano una lotería, no tengo cómo demostrar que sí gano 70,000. Entonces posiblemente me van a llamar, pero no lo voy a poder obtener. Entonces por eso es que venimos, para que ustedes hagan conciencia, que tomen el espacio para hacer más bajos lo que es accesible. A eso es lo que yo vengo a este día. Vengo a representación de muchas madres y muchos padres que lo necesitamos. En el Distrito 11 nos estamos peleando por 4 unidades de 4 unidades.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. Marty.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Amparo Alarcón, and I work at the Excelsior in District 11. And I'm here to request accessible housing, although I want to point out that accessible is not attainable. I have a family, but I do not have a husband. And so for me, there is no chance to have dignified housing. Even if I am earning $70,000 a year, because I am single, I will not qualify. So I am here to remind you to make it lower, to decrease the amount that we have to pay. I am here representing a group of mothers and fathers, dads and moms that are all fighting for 4 units that are available at this moment, but we probably won't get a chance to have it because, again, they are not attainable to us. You call them accessible, but they are not attainable to our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Guadalupe Benítez y estoy aquí para para pedir que se adopte el plan del pueblo, que la vivienda sea accesible para nosotros las familias latinas que estamos generando $30,000, $35,000 por año y que muchas veces para las viviendas que se han hecho no calificamos. Así como yo, a muchos de nuestros vecinos, yo estoy en el Distrito 11, y es triste ver a la comunidad a nuestros vecinos llegar a aplicar y no poder hacerlo, ¿verdad? Porque lastimosamente no podemos comprobar que podemos pagar o que estamos generando esos ingresos que la ciudad está pidiendo. Necesitamos que se adopte el plan del pueblo y necesitamos de su apoyo. Así es que la solución la tienen en sus manos y pedimos ese apoyo de ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Guadalupe Benitez. I am from District 11, and I am here requesting that you build a plan or you incorporate a plan that is for accessible housing for the Hispanic people. Even when we can earn $35,000 a year, still we can't qualify, because even with that amount of money, there is no way for us to have decent housing. I live in District 11, and me as well as my neighbors have this situation right now. And it's so sad that you can put your application in and you've been working your entire life, but when you put your numbers down, you simply won't qualify. So please think about it. Try to build housing that is feasible for us. Thank you.
Welcome.
Why should you push the planning department to prioritize deeply affordable housing in this housing element? Because if you're not building at the reach of the community member making the lowest income, you cannot stabilize any neighborhood's housing crisis. We are in desperate need of neighborhood AMIs, but we can't even begin to talk about that during a 1-minute public comment. So many brilliant minds currently serving the community, demanding to be at the table, to give input about communities they live in, play in, pray in, work in, so they can enjoy it. The Race and Equity in All Planning Coalition's citywide People's Plan envisions a San Francisco for all San Francisco residents. Better neighborhoods, same neighbors. I encourage you to push the planning department to adopt the entire plan and work to uplift those voices. My name is Reina Tello, community organizer with Poder. I live in District 10, and I work in District 11. And I'm a member of the Rep Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Marisol. I've been born in San Francisco. I was trying to find a house for my family, so that way my whole family can invite it. So that would me, my brother, and my mom. So that all of us can live there, and then I could bring my whole family in there, and then I won't have a puppy.
Well, thank you for your comments, Marisol. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Altello. I'm here with Poder, the Race and Equity and All Planning Coalition.
May I ask you to speak directly into the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
Like this?
Perfect.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Altello. I'm here with Poder, the Race and Equity and All Planning Coalition, Communities United for Health and Justice, and I'm a freshman in District 11 at June Jordan School for Equality. I've had a question that I've been thinking about for a long time. That question is, should the city elevate the expertise and vision of working class communities of color for housing justice? And the answer I've come up with is yes, because we are the ones who play there, pray there, stay there, go to school there, and we know what investments we need within our own communities, just how you are the expert in your own home. I also believe you should adopt the Rep Coalition citywide People's Plan and seriously work with community to develop this housing element. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Buenas noches, yo voy a hablar en español.
Sí.
Buenas noches, yo soy Gloria Esteva, trabajo para Causa Justa y mi trabajo es organizadora comunitaria de base, o sea, con la gente más pobre. Y todo lo que ya dijeron, pues creo que deben ustedes corroborarlo porque es bien difícil pensar que alguien no pueda acceder a una vivienda de bajos ingresos, tomando en cuenta que el salario del trabajador no alcanza y no se debe seguir usando falsamente esa palabra de asequible, porque no lo es. Y es importante que apoyen el plan del pueblo, porque ahorita nos ven pocos, pero representamos a muchos. Y estamos hasta esta hora porque no vamos a permitir que nuestra comunidad siga sufriendo el amontonamiento y todo lo que está sufriendo, además de todas las secuelas que le dejó el COVID. Yo creo que deben, y los exhorto a que piensen en esta comunidad que ha producido tanta riqueza aquí en San Francisco. No surgió de la nada esa riqueza. San Francisco es la ciudad más rica, pero también es la ciudad que más lucha, porque los que estamos en la base vamos a seguir luchando hasta que ustedes se convenzan de que deben apoyarnos. Y espero contar con ustedes. No necesitamos venir a gritarles
Señora,
más.
thank
Por
you.
favor, apoyen.
Gracias. Marty, can you please translate for us?
Yes, madam. My name is Gloria Esteban, and I am with Causa Justa, and I am here representing the poor people with whom I work. Not being able to afford a living area that is qualified as low income is reprehensible. Please help the people's plan, because we may seem like few, but we really are many in this community. It's sad to see this community bundled up in a small space, a large community, in such a rich society. San Francisco is a very, very rich city, and that richness has not come from nowhere. We have helped build that community as a rich community. And so we're asking you, we're not shouting, we're asking you to help us with the people's plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisor. Chantal Labyrinto with the Rep Coalition. Thank you all for hosting this critical discussion today. As a Filipina born and raised in the city, I've seen housing insecurity continue to get worse for our communities because of the lack of deeply and truly affordable housing. We appreciate planning stating that this housing element is the first focused on racial and social equity, and we want to see it made real. The only way to do that is to put affordable housing first. The mandate from the state is for us to build 57% of our housing in this cycle as affordable for people with low to moderate incomes. Let's do it and have a real plan to get there, using the expertise of our communities. This means communities taking the lead to identify and prioritize sites for 100% affordable. It means working closely with MoCD and our Sacramento reps on a resource plan to purchase these sites right away. It means committing to a new level of funding to move these projects into development quickly. We have a lot to get done, and it'll take staffing up at MoCD and other community-based affordable housing developers in the city to get there. We all want to be part of the solution, and we all want to meet these affordable housing goals. So let's use our community expertise and the people's plan to get there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Andrea Mejia. I am born and raised in the city. I'm also a single mom and a youth organizer with Coleman Advocates, and I'm here representing Coleman, the Communities United for Health and Justice, and also REP. I'm here urging you to listen to our people, our communities, right? Our young people, there's no way that they're going to be able to come and stay in their city, right? I am a single mom, and I can't live in this city anymore that I was raised and born in, right? And that's the reality for a lot of our communities, and we urge you to implement our people's plan, listen to the community, listen to the people that are being affected and most impacted, take into accountability, right, all the inequities that are a part of our systems to really make these changes that our communities actually need. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Welcome our next speaker.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jose Luis Tecun Mejia with Coleman Advocates for Children and Youth, Communities United for Health and Justice, and the REP Coalition. I want to straightforward say that I hope we can count on all of your support to include the People's Plan in this plan here. This conversation today has been very disheartening, to say the least. Also, father, have two kids going to school here in District 11, growing up here, and I've had to move out myself. Currently coming from Vallejo, right, and trying to figure out a way to get back to the city, to my neighborhood where my life, my kids, my job, my community is at. and where a lot of my nieces and nephews are still growing, right? Deeply committed, but we need all of your commitment as well. And I know there's a lot of numbers, but these are our lives. These are our kids. These are our abuelitas, our tias, our tios, our usos over here growing up and trying to stay here and be a part of this fabric. And so we hope that we can get this commitment to get not just to 150.
Thank you, Jose Luis. Appreciate your comments. Welcome.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Norma Garcia. I'm Policy Counsel for Mission Economic Development Agency. I'm also a member of the Choo-Choo and Rep Coalitions and a member of the Equity Council for the Planning Department. I want to thank the Planning Department for all the hard work you've done here. It's clearly reflected in this draft, but we still want to make some comments on how to make it even better. So we want to make sure that the draft includes ways in which the city can work closely with residents and nonprofits to create clear, funded, and actionable proposals to meet the 47,000 units of affordable housing required by this plan. We'd like to see the existing equity provisions in the document strengthened to significantly ensure that there is an additional displacement. We want to point out that it's very important to make sure to understand that AB 2011 will override what does exist of this document's equity provisions and to plan for that. Be sure you're ready to act on that. And that will be absolutely necessary to make sure that BIPOC communities are not further displaced by AB 2011 or for the vast majority of market rate housing is predicted to be put in these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma Garcia, for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jesse Fernandez. I'm with Poder and Communities United for Health and Justice and the Rep Coalition. I am disheartened by the conversation today. I think that it's quite jarring to hear that the way that we're going to support Black and Indigenous residents of San Francisco to access housing is by hosting more workshops. This is totally unacceptable. I want to point out that in District 11, there are hard-fought, 100% affordable housing developments that are years in the making, sometimes 10 years in the making. These are built on the shoulders of community planning initiatives, yet there are over 50 units in those developments where low-income working-class residents who live in that district are disproportionately shut out because of the income requirements. This is unacceptable. Even if we had money paired with the kind of development that we want to see, like we did during redevelopment, without the proper interventions in place, we're going to continue to see the same results of wreaking havoc on working class communities of color.
Thank you, Jesse Fernandez, for your comments this evening. Welcome.
Hello, David Wu with Soma Pilipinas, a member of the Rep Coalition. The state has required, as you've been talking about, to build 82,000 units, but 46,000 of those units, more than half, must be affordable. And the current housing element lacks a serious and robust affordable plan when this should be the main focus of the plan. And instead, it focuses on producing market rate housing. The affordability must be put front and center, and the citywide People's Plan does just that and offers a framework and concrete strategies that center racial and social equity, affordability, and successful on-the-ground strategies, which can be adopted without missing the deadline. And we ask the board support in urging the planning department to adopt citywide People's Plan into the housing element. And just one example is 40 Sycamore Street in the Mission, where the owner is willing to sell, and we haven't been able with the city yet to acquire that property. So these are things we need to push in the housing element to make sure we get these strategies done that actually stop displacement and add to affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, David Wu, for your testimony this evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Supervisor Marr, for convening this very important conversation. My name is Charlie Shamas. It has been beautiful to see two citywide coalitions representing so deeply today, Choo-Choo and Rep SF. These are the community-rooted organizations working hard to lift up affordable housing solutions. The housing element has forced our city to reckon with the extreme imbalance in our housing production. We know past efforts have failed to achieve the affordable housing that's needed to house our workers, to protect vulnerable BIPOC communities against displacement, and to keep the next generation here in the city. This housing element provides the opportunity to tackle this crisis, but we are not prepared. If we do what we've always done, we'll get what we always got, which is why we're here today urging you to ensure that the plan we adopt to produce 46,000 affordable units over the next 8 years is backed by the leadership to actually succeed. It will require a tremendous amount of leadership at all levels. One, to build the resources, robust annual affordable housing revenue streams to resource affordable production.
Thank you, Charlie Shamus, for your testimony this evening. And just for anyone who's new in the chamber, I apologize if I'm having to cut you off. We are setting the timer for 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Elaine Yee from Mission Economic Development Agency. As an agency based in the Mission District, which has seen some of the greatest impacts of displacement, Meta has gained when City Hall listens and partners with us. From MAP 2020 with Mayor Lee and Supervisor Ronan, to the pandemic response, including rental relief with Mayor Breed and Supervisor Ronan, to jumping from 3 sites to 7 sites in the Mission with the support of Mayor Breed and Supervisor Ronan, we know San Francisco is still rapidly losing families and seeing homelessness, and urge the city to work together with the affordable housing community to close our housing affordability gap and meet ambitious goals. One of the successful strategies that work for Meta is land banking, and would like to suggest this continue to be incorporated in the Mission and Eastern neighborhood plans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Elaine. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. Daniel Gregg, Senior Organizer at Carpenters Local 22. The San Francisco housing element update is of great concern to our union, not just because of the ongoing housing shortage directly affects our members, but because the unavailability of construction labor is a major impediment to build the 82,000 units mandated in the upcoming planning cycle. To be clear, San Francisco simply will not be able to produce these units without, 1, improvements to the discretionary review process, which is currently under state investigation, an increase in residential construction workforce, which is currently lagging due to unsafe conditions, lack of benefits, and pay that forces workers to live outside of their communities. As such, the Carpenters strongly encourage that the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission adopt a compliant housing element that affirms strong labor standards, local hire, apprenticeship, prevailing wage requirements on all construction units larger than 10, construction projects larger than 10 units, mandated health care on projects over 40 units. We urge the Board of Supervisors to approve their goals with Prop E. We're not just to undermine a voter-backed initiative and selfishly maintain control on a housing production, and use the housing element to show that they care about the residents and the workers in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for your comments this evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. Jake Price on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are excited at the opportunity that the housing element provides our city, and want to reiterate that the minimum goal of the housing element is for the city to hit RENA targets for each income level. And to do so, it's essential that the city follow through on its plan to remove constraints identified by the planning department and rezone to allow for more housing opportunities in outlying neighborhoods. While removing some of these constraints are no longer possible due to the defeats of Props D and E, we must be vigilant in removing the identified barriers that prevent housing at all income levels. And in addition to removing these constraints, it's essential that the housing element includes circuit breakers in the event that our production is not on pace with our goals. And if we're not on pace to meet our goals, what is the plan to get us back on track? We believe that automatic mechanisms must go into effect. And lastly, my time is running out, but downtown revitalization is part of this plan. Thank you.
Jake Price, thank you for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Nadia Rahman, and I'm with SFPMB, and I'm a District 1 resident. San Franciscans want more housing. As recently as the election last week, earlier results indicate that nearly 3/4 of the city, over 75% of San Francisco voters voted yes on either Prop D or E, the dueling affordable housing ballot measures. You have a mandate from the voters of San Francisco, and we need a bold, visionary, and very specific housing element that demonstrates we are serious about addressing the housing crisis. We can't risk losing the affordable housing funding by producing a plan that the state will ultimately reject. And that's something that we are all aligned on. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia Roman, for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Xochitl Flores. I'm here with Poder, and I'm a resident of District 10. I recently just moved from District 11 to, actually the other way around, District 10 to District 11. And, you know, just in that process of moving, it was super difficult. And I'm fortunate enough, someone who has language skills and ability to maneuver some resources, but I'm here to urge the board to approve the citywide people's plan, because there's a lot of people who don't have access to, who have the ability to access these resources, or just even being able to maneuver the housing crisis. There's definitely this crisis impacts low-income communities of color the most, and but they also provide the backbone to the labor force and a lot of the cultural elements of the city. So I just want us to really be taking care of them and to investing the resources to keep San Francisco residents and locals here. And so I'm here to, again, to ask the board to consider adopting the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Xochitl, for your comments. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Tere Almaguer, and I'm an organizer with Poder. I'm here with CUHJ and REP. And I am here to support the People's Plan to be an addition to the housing element. This plan has been crafted with deep, intentional community engagement to truly create a plan for San Franciscans by San Franciscans, and they get way more than a minute to talk. The long legacy of environmental racism by the SF Planning Department created the gentrification that has kicked out thousands of families that helped build the city and continue to grow the income divide where we see the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. When we talk about vulnerable poor communities, in quotes, that's us, that's everybody here, that's everybody I know, that's teachers, that's firefighters, that's, you know, everybody in my community that I know. And so as we see 40,000 empty luxury condos, I don't understand how we want to build more. I think when we say we want to build housing, we want to build housing that we have access to. And of course, the word affordable and accessible has been co-opted to not mean that.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Buenas noches, supervisores. Mi nombre es Giovanni Hernández. Vivo en el distrito de Excelsior. Soy miembro de la organización Poder. Bueno, deben de tomar el plan del pueblo para toda la ciudad 2022. Comunidades que definen lo asequible, vivienda asequible primero. Bueno, hablo primero por mi comunidad. En nuestra comunidad nosotros, muchos ganan, una compañía dijo 35,000 al año, muchos no ganan 35,000 al año. Por ejemplo, los jubilados, los que limpian casa, los lavaplatos, los janitors, los jornaleros, no pueden pagar. Dicen asequible 40,000, 50,000, eso es una mentira para nosotros. Yo creo que ustedes deben de tomar las necesidades de la clase trabajadora, como dice aquí, comunidades deben definir vivienda asequible. Gracias.
Marty,
Good afternoon.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Giovanni Hernandez, and I live in District 11 in the Excelsior. And I am here requesting accessible housing on behalf of myself and my community. Some people here have mentioned that they earned about $35,000 a year, but in all honesty, most of us earn a lot less. Those that are retired, those that just can't make that much money, that would be a lot less money. So if you talk about affordable, $40,000 would be a lie. That is not feasible for us. So that is not affordable and that is not accessible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos los presentes, a las damas y caballeros de la Junta de Supervisores. Les traemos nuestras necesidades y lo que hemos analizado en nuestras comunidades, que la vivienda, necesitamos más viviendas que alcancemos a pagar nosotros, porque hemos visto que el sistema tiene por accesible, pero está por encima de lo que la mayor parte de la gente pobre no puede pagar o no gana para pagar esa vivienda. Entonces no se la dan. de nada nos sirve, solo están poniendo algo, el sistema solo pone algo para endulzar la oreja, para que nosotros pensemos que vamos a calificar o que nuestras familias van a calificar, y no es así. Yo les traigo, hemos analizado las necesidades de la sociedad, de nuestra comunidad, y yo les vengo a decir por mí y por las familias que están batallando, sufriendo, vengo a decirles que hagan algo, que ustedes han sido elegidos por el pueblo de San Francisco y nosotros vivimos en San Francisco, toda nuestra vida le hemos pasado aquí, trabajando, ayudándolo, haciendo lo que está a nuestro alcance por nosotros y los demás. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am here to let you know what our needs are depending on what we have analyzed, and that is that we need more housing, better housing that we can pay, that is affordable and is accessible, but accessible to poor people. When you say that it is accessible and affordable, you're just trying to sweeten our hearts, because in reality, what you say is affordable is not accessible to the poor people. It is not accessible to us in reality, in my case or in my family's case. You have been elected by the people of San Francisco to do your job and to help us. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Maria Zamudio, and I'm with the Housing Rights Committee of San Francisco and a member of the REP Coalition. The REP Coalition appreciates the hard work of the planning staff to incorporate many of REP's recommendations into the housing element. However, we need your support as supervisors because there are still some extremely significant issues remaining. One such issue is the inclusion of 270 units of market rate housing at Plaza East into the housing elements unit count. The redevelopment of this community is still in the very early stages. Tenant input is still being gathered, and there is widespread opposition to the inclusion of these market rate units by the residents. To include them in this count is an affront to the city's own planning process and the tenants' rights to have a say in something that would impact their daily lives for decades. Remove these 217 units from the unit count now. The only way to create a housing element that truly centers equity is to put deeply affordable housing first. San Francisco has failed to meet its affordable housing goals for the past 8 years. We have another chance to make this right, so let's do it right and build and prioritize deeply affordable housing now. There are 68,000 vacant units in San Francisco. There are 276,400 millionaires and
Thank you for your testimony this evening. All right, welcome to our next speaker.
Good evening, Supervisors. Joseph Smook with the Westside Community Coalition and the REP Coalition. You've heard and you will hear more from REP Coalition members asking the Board of Supervisors to support and adopt the citywide People's Plan. REP organizations have detailed ambitious plans for our communities, plans created through community participation, popular education, developing the skills and knowledge of community residents to understand land use, planning, and housing. Assembling these plans reveals the expertise and vision in our communities. REP engaged in an intensive process to vision together action items that provide a path forward for truly centering racial, social, and economic equity and affirmatively furthering fair housing. The board can pass a resolution directing planning to adopt key elements of the citywide People's Plan so those can be approved by HCD so the housing element can offer optimism and hope for our communities. Thank you for support of true racial and social equity and of the self-determination of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph Smook, for your testimony. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Brianna Barrientos with Soma Filipinas and a District 6 resident. I believe that the new housing element must serve low-income, working-class communities of color, including families, youth, seniors, and immigrants, because the people who live in the neighborhood must define what affordable means, not in the hands of profit-driven developers. The People's Plan should serve as the foundation of San Francisco's housing policies. With that being said, we need planning support in incorporating racial and social equity in all future development. Living in a living in a building within the Filipino Cultural Heritage District, I see that my neighbors are families of 5 living in one-bedroom market-rate apartments. It is not sustainable for families to live in high-rise buildings and exist in a space of less than 500 square feet. One of the solutions of the People's Plan is for the community input and participation of our cultural districts in all development and land use decisions. By doing so, we'd be able to solve issues of displacement, unaffordability, and inequality. I ask that the Board of Supervisors consider what's at stake for the next 8 years of development, as it is detrimental to the survival of our diverse communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat, supervisors. Ako po si Teresita Naval. Nagtatrabaho ako sa FEC Galing Bata After School Program sa Bessie Carmichael School. Karamihan sa mga pamilyang pinaglilingkuran namin ay nakatira ang 2 pamilya sa isang masikip at maliit na kwarto o double up in English. Ang klase ng market rate na pabahay na kasalukuyang ng inuuna ng housing element ay hindi nakatutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng mga pamilya at mga bata na aming pinaglilingkuran. Dapat unahin ng housing element ang totoong abot kayang pabahay na abot kaya ng mga ordinaryong manggagawa sa SOMA. Dapat natin tiyakin na ang citywide People's Plan sa buong lungsod ay magiging prioridad ng housing element. Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. I am with the SOMA, and the housing for the people are cramped. Many families live in, more than 2 families live in a space, so it's very cramped for them. And I wish that the People's Plan should respond to the needs of the children that we are trying to help. And I hope that the supervisors will move to improve the housing conditions for us, because we really need affordable housing, one that is accessible for all of us. Thank you.
All right, welcome to our next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. Anjalka Cabande with SOMCAN. Over many years, we found proven community-led solutions to the problems we face, for creative funding for affordable housing to strategies that prevent eviction and keep people housed. We have written several community plans with broad participation and deep community education and engagement. And we're still developing new community plans, including the CHESS reports for every one of our cultural districts. Currently, SOMCAN conducted a survey to understand the health impacts of gentrification, displacement, and housing issues among Filipinos in San Francisco. We also collected participants' recommendations to improve housing conditions for low-income people. SOMCAN is writing a health and gentrification report on these data we collected. We must be able to defend these plans and reports and hold developers accountable to our vision for our communities develop. This means that any attempts for streamlining and creating housing sustainability districts, which planning currently proposes to use to silence our community.
Thank you, Angelica Cabande, for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisor. PJ Eugenio. I'm with SOMCAN and member of Race and Equity and All Planning Coalition. REP envisions and works for planning that puts the expertise of our communities at the forefront and prioritizes truly affordable housing and development without displacement. Affordable housing is becoming too expensive, especially the below market rate housing that market rate developers build. Working class families who makes this city run are being displaced every day because they can't afford to be here. Low-income American, Indian, Black, and communities of color must be the ones who define what affordable means for our communities, so new affordable housing successfully meet the racial and social equity needs of each community. It is so frustrating that our community keeps voicing out what we need, and this city refuses to listen. We hope you will support our citywide People's Plan to meet the state affordable housing mandate and protect our communities from displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, PJ Eugenio, for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Hello, Supervisor. My name is Ramon Bonifacio with SOMCAN. I'm a District 6 resident. Currently, SOMCAN is working on health identification report, which we collected over 300 survey from Filipino tenants across the city. I will be reading a few statements that have come from tenants who filled out our survey. The first statement: as a person who works 2 jobs, I barely survive here with basic needs, let alone afford to live here. The pandemic has hit me hard economically and was almost homeless because I lost my job. Luckily, I was still able to get a new job but barely afford my rent in a small room. I think my experience is not unique, but common among a lot of SF renters. I hope that change, make it more affordable for workers to live here. Another statement says, I hope I can be able to still live here despite having a full-time job and a side hustle. It's really hard to live here knowing that my income barely covers all of my rents and other basic needs. I hope it gets better and more affordable for our community workers. That's it.
Thank you for your comments this evening.
I have more if you need more.
Welcome.
Oops, there you go. Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Raymond Castillo. I'm with SOMCAN and also REP Coalition. Time and time again, we are continuously being kicked out, forced out from our own home, our own neighborhood, and our city, all for the sake of profit. From I Hotel all the way to now. We do need housing, but what good are this housing when San Francisco can't even afford to live in them? What good are these buildings for if we can't even stay in those buildings? Once again, who are we building for? So when you vote tonight or when you talk about this plan, think about that. Who are we building for? For the people of San Francisco or for profit? Really think about it, and I hope you support our citywide people's plan to meet the state's affordable housing mandates, protect our communities, protect all of us from displacement. Keep us in San Francisco. Keep families in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. Tess Wellborn, D5. Please challenge the RENA goals accepted by the mayor's appointees. These goals are based on inflated numbers, and they fail to consider a few things like water, construction labor, construction materials, funding, and consider joining a statewide lawsuit on the RENA numbers if you can't get other traction. The poison pill in the RENA numbers will kick in after if 40,000 units or so haven't been built within about 4 years. And then the real estate industry will be free to do what it wants. I'd also ask that you seek revisions to some of the state legislation like SB 828. Again, we've got to keep community voices in this. We are the people of San Francisco, not somebody else. We want to keep community voices and working class jobs. The first priority has to be land banking and the construction of 100% affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess Wellborn, for your testimony this evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. Corey Smith on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. Thank you to everybody. I've got 1 minute. I want to zoom out a little bit and remind everybody that every city across the entire state of California is required to do this. The majority of Southern California cities are currently out of compliance with their housing element, and cities like Santa Monica have had builder's remedy projects introduced in their city. And yes, they need to go through CEQA and discretion and a variety of other processes, but I had a conversation with the developer that built or rather proposed those units, and he was basically like, I just have to wait it out 10 years. That's the plan on this. With the builder's remedy. So the conversations that have been here today are consistent with what we've been hearing in cities across the state. Most cities are unhappy that the state is pushing to build a lot more housing. And the reason the state is pushing is pretty simple. San Francisco, and frankly the entire state of California, has not built enough housing. Not built enough affordable housing, not built enough market rate housing. The state seems pretty damn determined to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey Smith, for your comments this evening. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Supervisors. I'm Meg Heisler with TNDC, a member organization of REP SF. Thank you for hosting today's hearing. It's well understood that our existing affordable housing funding is inadequate to build 47,000 units and must be substantially expanded to fulfill this mandate, especially for ELI households. We want to echo the urgent need for advocacy at the state and federal levels for the dedication of new resources for both production and preservation. We also want to emphasize the need to take bold steps locally. These include dedicating new bond revenue and general fund dollars, expanding operating subsidies, land banking sites for 100% affordable housing, and increasing capacity at our nonprofit developers, community-based organizations. In the Tenderloin, a robust community plan is currently underway. The result of years of advocacy and organizing, the Tenderloin Community Action Plan has broad participation and holds the promise of self-determination that is at the heart of planning's racial and social equity framework. Instead of bypassing or overriding processes like this, we should both shorten and deepen community engagement citywide. We need more opportunities to shape and grow consensus around a
Thank
just
you,
housing
Meg.
future, not fewer.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Before the next speaker, please, I just want to make an announcement that if there are any new members of the public in the chamber who haven't spoken yet, please line up near the windows. After these speakers, we're going to go to the remote system and finish that out, and then we'll take other individuals if they've entered the chamber.
So I already went, but I want to read a statement from a resident who was not able to be here. Is that okay?
Well, actually, it's not okay, but what we will do is we're happy to take that from you,
of
and
course.
we'll include it in the minutes.
Will do. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Steve Leeds. I'm a member of the West Side Tenants Association. I live in the Inner Sunset, which is D7. And WSTA is a member of the REP Coalition, and we strongly urge you to support the citywide People's Plan. I'm really concerned about displacement due to demolitions, and I've seen that for a long time. I was at the International Hotel in August 1977. I faced displacement myself. So I think what's really needed is a very strong and clear process against displacement as part of the housing element. The Citywide People's Plan addresses all that issue and a lot of different issues, and I urge you to support it. It's inclusive, and it will support deeply affordable housing here in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Leeds, for your testimony. Mr. Duffy?
Mr. District Chairman, People's Housing Element number 3 is once again ahead of production quota. What happens when our government asks us to do something that is completely and totally insane, and then all the other apparatchiks fall in line with the insanity? I don't think you're going to like the outcome of that.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who haven't yet spoken? All right, we're going to go to Mr. Kevin Lamb to look at the remote system. Before we hear from our next speaker, Mr. Lamb, I will just state to those on the remote system, we have, I believe, about 29 who are listening. And it looks like another 20 who are in the queue. If you're one of the 29 and you would like to provide your comments this evening, please make sure you press *3. All right, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our first caller, please. We are setting the timer for 1 minute. And again, my apologies for interrupting you. Welcome to our first caller.
Hi there. My name is Fernando Marti. I am a former record director at the Council of Community Housing Organizations and sit on the Housing Development Fund Oversight Committee. I am calling to express my support for the People's Plan, for the work that the REP Coalition has done, specifically to the comments that have been made about the amount of funding needed to meet the goals that HCD has put onto San Francisco. Close to 5,000 units per year of affordable housing need to be built. Over $1 billion needs to be dedicated by the city to meet those goals. Otherwise, this is just another paper plan with no reality to it. We have funds in place that can start to get us there. One of those is the Prop I funding that was passed by the voters overwhelmingly. And I think it's very important to start to see a plan within the housing element that outlines all of the funding and how we're going to get that funding in place to meet those 5,000.
All right, Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Hello, my name is Christopher Roach. I am the chair of the AIA Public Policy and Advocacy Committee. I'm here speaking tonight as a summary of our written statement which we submitted today on the housing element. First, we highly appreciate and applaud the Planning Department and their staff on their efforts to center this housing element update in racial justice and equity, and support the many goals and policies and actions that it contains. We therefore broadly support the housing element's vision for adjusting the zoning in high opportunity areas of the city to create the potential capacity for additional housing we need to meet the state's RHNA goals and create a more equitable and accessible city for both current and future citizens. However, as the housing element's own constraints analysis states, we need to do much more to remove the additional layers of process and discretionary review that currently plague our entitlements and production systems, and otherwise the additional zoning will be an empty promise and fail to deliver the additional housing we so clearly need. Therefore, it's critical that the Board of Supervisors adopt this housing element, not add any additional constraint.
Thank you, Christopher, for your testimony this evening. All right, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please. I do want to just reiterate my apologies for cutting you off. We are setting the timer for 1 minute. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ligia Montano. I'm with Senior and Disability Action. I don't understand why the city keeps on building market housing when it is already at up to 150% of its 2022 goal. But the city doesn't want to be accountable, and it is expecting a miracle when it comes to resolving the 70% gap for its affordable housing goal. As most workers in the city, I cannot afford the apartment or house size for my family needs. Of course, I'm grateful to be housed, but call me selfish. I would love to be comfortable too. No disrespect intended, but I think some supervisors are insulting our intelligence. Stop making excuses and vote yes to the people's plan. For once, get off your ivory tower and put yourself in the people's shoes. The policies and resolutions you keep passing are out of touch with our needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia, for your comments this evening. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Milo Trouse. I live in Noe Valley. And first of all, I think most people are in agreement here, which is great to hear. Thank you for many supervisors and many people upzoning the west side. This has been a YIMBY talking point for years, so that's great, but you're not there yet. Supervisor Ronan, for example, was like, hey, I'd vote to upzone the entire city right now for affordable housing and streamline it. Well, guess what? You can do it. Why don't you do it? Take some actions that show you're serious about implementing the programs that will have to be in place in order for 82,000 more homes to be built in the city. And thank you, Supervisor Mandelman, for pointing out that, you know, where do a lot of low-income people live? Most low-income people, what kind of homes do they live in? You guessed it, market rate homes, the market rate homes that were built 30 years ago. So we need all the different kinds of homes, and market rate homes can pay for affordable homes. We
Thank
all
you,
want the
Milo,
affordable
for
homes,
your comments
but
this
we want it
evening.
all.
Okay, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Robert Fruckman. I'm a resident of District 5 and volunteer to lead the San Francisco YIMBY. I am kind of stunned by the department's presentation. This is a plan which has to be approved by the state. The planning department has left out from their presentation all the feedback which the state has asked San Francisco to implement, and San Francisco has declined to implement it in its final draft. This is chutzpah. This is arrogance. I mean, California HCD is investigating San Francisco 4 times over. The August review of the housing element says there are also indications of potential violations of various state laws, including the Permit Streamlining Act, Housing Accountability Act, Housing Crisis Act, and State Density Bonus Law. This is a plan which has no safeguards. There are no concrete guarantees. This housing element draft is ripe for subversion. This plan will allow the Board of Supervisors to later just say, we didn't mean any of that. There's no rule saying we have to do this, LOL. So I urge you to comply with what the state has
Robert,
asked
thank you for your
put
testimony this evening. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good afternoon.
Board of Supervisors. This is Jessica Polo, your local real estate agent. I want to urge you to pass a compliant housing element. We need all 82,069 homes and more. We need more homes for everyone that lives in San Francisco and anyone that wants to live in San Francisco in the future. So I urge you to please try to pass a compliant housing element. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jessica Polo, for your testimony this evening. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi, good evening, Board of Supervisors and President Walton. My name is Alice Kawahatsu, and I'm representing the Japantown area. I serve as a board member on the Japantown Task Force and also on the Land Use Committee. And we have been tasked with the important job of getting the word out to our community and residents and businesses about the housing element. Our main concern right now is the height of the buildings that have been changed around. At first, it stated that it would be 50 feet, and now it's gone up to 240 feet. Our community is limited in the size of our footprint. We are only 5 to 6 blocks in radius, and we have businesses and seniors, and we don't want towering buildings there. So please consider working with us, continue to work with us, and bring affordable housing to all of San Francisco, especially to the Japantown area.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice.
Very much.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. All right, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening. I'm Anastasia Yovanopoulos, a senior tenant with San Francisco Tenants Union and Race and Equity in All Planning Coalition. Although 46,000 new affordable housing units need to be produced in the next 8 years, the housing element does not prioritize affordability, nor does it present a plan for meeting the RHNA goals for affordable housing. Relying solely on a market-based strategy for housing production will only cause further displacement of San Francisco residents and deepen our housing imbalance in flagrant disregard of key principles of racial and social equity, which are supposed to form the basis of San Francisco's Housing Element 2022. Community voices must define our housing policy. I seriously urge the board to adopt the citywide People's Plan and incorporate Chuchu's recommendations in support of affordable housing and racial and social equity for all communities into a resolution. And I'd encourage planning to designate and budget for 2 new positions. One, a full-time lobbyist to work with the state and the feds to get the funding critically needed for affordable housing, and a lobbyist to advocate for Ellis Act reform and repeal of Costa-Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia Yovanopoulos, for your testimony. All right, let's hear from our next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Garen Checkley. I've been a renter in D9, D5, and currently rent in D2. Myself and the majority of San Franciscans want to see less red tape, more affordable housing, so I've got 2 requests. First, I ask that you demand realistic estimates from the government that you oversee, including the planning department. And second, I ask that you make it easier and less arbitrary to build 100% affordable housing and market rate housing that subsidizes affordable housing. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. We have 18 callers in the queue, and there are 36 who are listening. If you're one of the 36 and you'd like to make your comments this evening, make sure you press *3 soon. All right, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Eric Arguello. I am with Guiding to Latino Cultural District, and we are a member of the Race and Equity and All Planning Coalition. The REP Coalition appreciates the hard work of planning staff to incorporate many of REP's recommendations into the housing element. However, we need your support because some extremely significant issues remain. Affordable housing has become too expensive, especially the below market rate housing that market rate developers build. The housing element's goals say they center racial and social equity, but the People's Plan is a way to make that real. Relying on market rate housing, which is what most of the plan currently does, will will just make the problem worse. We want to thank the Board of Supervisors for making this opportunity for us to speak about these critical housing policies, how we can use our community expertise and our citywide people's plan to meet the state's affordable housing mandates and protect our communities from displacement. And please, deeply affordable housing first. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Eric Arguello. Let's hear from our next caller, please. Welcome, caller.
Hi, this is Jessica Lehman with Senior and Disability Action and the REP Coalition. And I'm here because we really need San Francisco to prioritize deeply affordable housing and to prevent displacement. We have so many seniors and people with disabilities that cannot afford housing that we call affordable. We need to expand senior operating subsidies, create disability operating subsidies, expand portable subsidies, and expand home and community-based services to allow disabled people to live in our own homes in the community. And we need to redefine affordable. Having it tied to average income doesn't work for people living on Social Security or SSI or at very low wages. So let's change the definition to make it truly affordable. Please listen to the community. We all know best what is needed. Please consider the citywide People's Plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Supervisors, this is Lorraine Petty, affordable housing advocate for seniors. In over 1,000 pages, the housing element has nothing to guarantee a full role for communities, neighborhoods, cultural groups in the development process. Eliminating many public review processes, planning maintains developers and communities will come together in harmony if a few mitigations or community benefits are offered. Although the housing element says a lot about listening and including, it has no penalties for developers who will not listen or even sit down in the same room with community members, never mind agree to mitigations. Communities must be full and equal partners, and I hope in that development process, I hope that the supervisors can ensure this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine Petty, for your testimony this evening. All right, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Kenneth Russell. I live here in San Francisco in District 7 on the west side. We need a compliant housing element by January 31st to not lose vital funding for transit and affordable housing. For compliance, we'll have to have the capacity to build 80,000 homes by 2031. The claim in the housing element that we'll get 60,000 homes of those homes over 8 years from the existing pipeline is wildly optimistic. This is saying we'll double our historic pace of building without changing anything at a time when construction costs are greatly increasing and interest rates are rising. Given these wildly optimistic assumptions, HCD asked San Francisco to put in a backup plan. Planning declined to do so in a November 3rd presentation to the Planning Commission. We have to actually put in a solid backup plan rather than just studying it. I thank staff for all your hard work up to this point and encourage everyone to solidly address these issues to get to a compliant housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth Russell, for your testimony this evening. Next caller, please.
Good evening. My name is Will Frankel. I'm a D3 resident and a volunteer lead with San Francisco YIMBY. In the ongoing housing element process, SF Planning and the board need to be bold, far bolder than they've been thus far, in making sure San Francisco finally addresses our housing crisis. SF Planning is currently projecting that before changing any policies whatsoever, the city will produce 60,000 units over the next 8 years, which is double the historic production rates and would come amid a crashing housing production market. HCD knows that these projections are merely assumptions and has asked the city to develop a backup plan, but as the previous caller pointed out, SF Planning declined to do so, saying that they're studying the idea. The time for studying has long passed. Planning can't rely on a pipeline that has always failed us in the past to deliver for our future. If we want change, we need to make change, and that means a housing element that targets far more production than the current proposals would create. Thank you.
Thank you, Will Frankel, for your testimony this evening. Let's hear from our next caller.
Good evening, Supervisors. Zach Weisenberger with Young Community Developers in District 10, and we're a member organization of Rep and Choo Choo. The housing element has forced our city to face the reality that our current housing policies have created an extreme imbalance in housing production and a severe lack of affordability. As a city, we must meaningfully move towards greater equity outcomes by creating the tools and funding necessary to develop 46,000 affordable housing units over the next 8 years, plus the additional 10,000 units we need to make up from the last cycle. From 2010 to 2020, Bayview's overall population grew by over 7,000 people, while Bayview's Black population decreased by over 1,000. As the district with the highest concentration of Black residents and the home of the African American Arts and Culture District, these facts highlight the city's failures in providing sufficient access to stable, deeply affordable housing for our city's Black residents. The only way we can protect our Black and POC residents from displacement and stop their out-migration is to prioritize deeply affordable housing. As community housing organizations, we understand the work that needs to be done, and we urge you to work collaboratively with us to achieve our city's affordable housing goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Weisenberger, for your testimony. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Magandang gabi po mga supervisor. Ako po si Silayan Quintanar, isang Pilipino, kasama ng SOMCAN, miyembro ng REP Coalition. Hinahangad ng REP na mabigyan ng higit na importansya ang tunay na abot kayang pabahay. Ang aming advokasya ay pabahay na kaya naming bayaran, malapit sa aming trabaho, maganda, malinis at ligtas, at angkop sa aming kultura. Napakadami sa aming komunidad natatakot na mapalayas dahil di nila kayang bayaran ang napakataas na renta. Lalo na ang mga matatanda at mga taong may kapansanan na ilang taon nang nag-aantay sa mga listahan sa pabahay. Napakadaming mga pamilyang may mga menor na edad, maliliit pang anak na napipilitang tumira sa isang maliit na kwarto dahil ito lang ang kaya ng kanilang sahod. Sana ay pakinggan niyo ang aming mga hinaing at suportahan ang aming citywide People's Plan upang matugunan ang mandato ng Estado para sa abot kayang pabahay at siguraduhin higit na hindi mapilitang mapaalis ang mga miyembro ng komunidad. Maraming salamat po.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm Ms. Quintanar.
Sorry about that, Raymond. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening, Supervisors. I'm Ms. Quintanar. I'm with the advocates for the housing. Many of the housing are really unaffordable for us, and we would like to advocate for real affordable housing, one that is beautiful, clean, and one that we can stay together. We can't afford the current housing, and many seniors and people with disabilities are afraid that they will lose their housing. They've been waiting for a long time for their units. Many families live in small rooms, and we appeal to you to hear us, to support the housing element. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the interpretation. All right, Mr. Lamb, can we hear from our next caller, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Emmanuel Evans, and I'm a District 7 resident. The state has set a goal for San Francisco of 82,000 new homes. Based on what I've heard today, I'm not convinced that all the members of the Board of Supervisors are serious about actually meeting that goal and passing a compliant housing element. If they don't, it could open us up to dire consequences like losing state funding. So I just want to urge the Board of Supervisors to pass the housing element that actually meets or exceeds the state goals for all kinds of housing through specific plans and policies like streamlining the approval processes. Thanks so much.
Emmanuel Evans, thank you for your testimony this evening. All right, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Armand Damaluski. of District 2. I just wanted to comment to say that I strongly urge you to pass a compliant housing element. I think there are two basic realities that aren't being addressed today. First is that market conditions for housing for better ways of increasing rates have completely collapsed. Everyone here who works in housing knows this, so that approvals have gone down significantly. So arguments that we need to increase the stringency of approvals when approvals are already going down significantly don't make a lot of sense. But second, on the question of funding, 46,598 units need to be made affordable through the housing element. And all I've heard from members of the Board of Supervisors demands for more state funding. That would be about $51.25 billion to $50 billion, which is about a quarter of the entire California state budget. We absolutely need more funding for affordable housing, but the idea that the state of California can fill the hole entirely on its own or will want to is just misleading the public. So we need a real plan that will build all levels of housing.
Armand, thank you for your testimony this evening. And before the next caller, I'll just say there are 32 who are listening. Please press *3 to get into the queue, of which there are 16 already lined up to provide their comment. All right, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please. Welcome, caller. All right, maybe that's an unattended line. Let's go to the next caller.
Hello, Supervisors. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Curtis Bradford, and I'm co-chair of the Tenderloin People's Congress and a member of the Rep Coalition. I want to start by reminding folks that we currently, right now in San Francisco, have well over 60,000 vacant units of housing in the city. And we still have 10,000 people sleeping on the street, and we still have tens of thousands of workers having to migrate into the city and commute to the city because they can't afford to live here. We don't have a housing crisis. We have an affordability crisis. And just building any old kind of housing isn't going to change that. The problem with this particular housing plan is it has absolutely no plan for really prioritizing or identifying or even a plan for building the required number of affordable units, and we know we'll never make that target because there's no plan for that. I'm asking for you to continue to work with REP to build a better plan, and let's really prioritize affordable housing first. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis, for your testimony. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening. My name is Susan Marsh, and I'm here to urge you to speak in support of the People's Plan. We are required to build 46,000 units. And not only is that a requirement, but those affordable units. And not only is that a requirement, but those units are desperately needed for those being made homeless daily, to preserve our communities of color and our working people in the city. The only way to do that is to plan and fund for them. And for that reason, I support the People's Plan. I'm also here to urge you to incorporate strong safeguards against demolition and to exempt from upzoning all of the communities identified by the UCB Urban Displacement Project. Thank you for your time, and once again, I urge you to adopt the People's Plan.
Thank you, Susan Marsh, for your testimony. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. This is Steve Marzo. I'm a homeowner in Ingleside in District 11. And as you all know, there's a lot of families here on the west side, a lot of people who've seen their kids have to move far away because they can't afford to live in the city. All I'm asking for you guys to do is to make a plan to keep more people's children in San Francisco. We can't have communities continue to be torn apart because they can't afford the housing. The only way to do that is to build more. We need a compliant project. We need a compliant housing element that can build 82,000 homes. We need to prioritize housing near transit. Where I live, I'm right near the K line. That should be where we should be able to build much more density there so we can have more environmental justice and reduce our carbon emissions, and we can keep more families in the Ingleside neighborhood. I'm a community neighborhood leader in Southside Forward, and I would love to see a past compliant housing element.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hello, Supervisors. I'm a San Francisco resident that is currently trying to upgrade her small property in San Francisco in Supervisor Peskin's district. Our project seeks to have a very small horizontal addition and legalize an existing unit It has taken us 2.5 years, and we are still in the planning process. In addition, we've spent almost $70,000 in fees and permits with nothing to show for it. I would urge you to understand and think about the implications of the bureaucracy that you have to go through today. While I hear and understand everybody's concerns about big developers, the city's policies, the board's policies, have resulted in the only way for people to build housing is to be a large and rich developer. I don't know how any, small property owner could really afford to maintain this process, which is a big dependency of the upzoning of the west side. I urge you to consider removing the discretionary review process and making ministerial approvals.
Thank you for your testimony
reality,
this evening. All right, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please. Hello, caller. Are you there?
Hello. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Danica, and with SOMCAN, the REP Coalition and SOMCAN appreciate the board hosting today's hearing about the housing element. I was born in San Francisco, and I am fortunate that I'm still here from luck. I am a full-time student, and my humanity has been affected by our housing crisis. Low-income BIPOC communities must be the ones to define what affordable means for our communities. So new affordable housing successfully meets the racial and social equity needs for each community. The housing crisis has impacted the whole Bay Area. The beginning of COVID-19 pandemic showed how distorted policies and unaffordability impacts displacement. Now, all I see are redevelopments that take advantage of the land and whoever can afford millions of dollars in cash. I can no longer afford to live here. If nothing changes, my generation ends, and my future generation will never experience.
Danica, thank you for your testimony this evening. I do apologize if I'm cutting anyone off. We are setting the timer for 1 minute this evening. All right. Mr. Lamb, can we hear from our next caller, please?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. I'm Apur Narang, and I'm a renter in D5. Our housing crisis is because of the policies of this body and death by 1,000 cuts designed to stop housing production. My whole generation is stuck in a vicious cycle of being renters forever because of laws passed by this body in the 70s to downzone the city. BIPOC displacement has been happening because of downzoning. We got multi-million-dollar Victorians in the Haight-Ashbury by downzoning and displacing people of color. Please get realistic about the current state of the housing market and pass a compliant housing element. Please stop playing with the lives of low-income renters by hoping that we'll magically get money to build only affordable housing. I'm very worried about the state losing affordable housing dollars and transit dollars because of this unrealistic plan. Please get rid of exclusionary zoning on the west side and remove bureaucratic barriers to building housing, especially affordable housing. This housing element is going to define your legacy, whether you like it or not. Please get real about what's at stake here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Greetings, supervisors. This is Amy Farah-Weiss, founder and director of the St. Francis Homelessness Challenge and a low-income San Franciscan currently in exile who hopes to return one day. How does San Francisco actually meet the RENA goals, including the affordable? The path has been before us for quite a while, actually, since Scott Wiener passed SB 35, and it has streamlining for 50% affordable, averaging 80% AMI, and also for 100% affordable. If we focused on those 50% affordable projects, we could make them pencil out by uniting to raise that $1 billion plus a year, both locally and at the state, and extra credit for a public bank that can give 0 to low % interest loans for the affordable units. But there needs to be some compromise, especially because D and E didn't pass. There needs to be a concession about the streamlining for the 50% affordable. We already have it with SB 35. So YIMBYs, be happy with that. And other folks get together and work on raising that
Thank you for your testimony this evening.
That.
Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Good evening.
This is Donna Hurwitz. I live in the Sunset. I was glad to hear Supervisor Marr say that you could rise to the occasion for this problem, but I had to agree that you have not yet done so. We have a system here for decision-making on housing that has taken an excessively long time. It should be much easier to get a good project approved in San Francisco. I want to encourage supervisors to care about all levels of housing because each level will affect the other. And I would also discourage some supervisors for thinking some extra money from the state is needed to solve our own problem. Specifically, please avoid high inclusionary demands for development.
Thank you, Donna Hurwitz, for your testimony this evening. Accept my apologies, please, for interrupting you. We are setting the timer for 1 minute for this hearing. All right, we have 23 who are listening, and if you haven't already, press *3. Otherwise, we're going to take the last group here to the very end. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening. This is Larissa Pedroncelli with United to Save the Mission and the REF Coalition. It is deeply distressing to read it and then actually to hear the articulation that there really is no actual plan in the housing element to address permanent housing for our unhoused neighbors. Shelters aren't housing and neither are services. The citywide People's Plan should be adopted into the housing element because it does address steps to prioritize our most vulnerable residents on the streets, in their cars, and in unsafe living conditions for permanent housing. It does address in detail how to avert the type of displacement of rent-controlled tenants that has led to a 55% increase in homelessness in the Latinx community and the doubling of homelessness in D9. It does address strategies to retain rent-controlled housing stock and to actually execute those strategies. And it does address ways to include community input in shaping and improving projects within a set, expedient timeline.
Thank you, Larissa Petrocelli, for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi there, my name is David Brockman. I'm a volunteer lead with San Francisco YIMBY's Housing Watchdog Group. I was delighted to hear the Board of Supervisors send planning a strong message tonight to be bolder, especially to be bolder about reducing constraints on development so that it's economically feasible to build housing in this city. And I was also delighted to see HCD send planning that exact same message in its August review letter, to be bolder and to reduce constraints so that it's actually feasible to build here. But I will confess I am very gravely concerned that planning's draft has so far ignored but the board's feedback, as well as explicit instructions from HCD in its August review letter about how to do so, and it doesn't go far enough to address HCD and the Board of Supervisors' very reasonable concerns about how difficult it would still be to build housing, even under the existing element. I hope planning tonight has heard the unanimous voice from HCD, from the Board of Supervisors, and from callers from all perspectives that it needs to stiffen its spine and make a plan that spares no sacred cows and actually meets our RENA obligations. It's the rare thing that everyone in San Francisco politics seems to agree on tonight. SF Planning, please go further. Thank you.
Thank you, David Brockman, for your testimony this evening. Mr. Len, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi, my name is Marie Sorensen. I'm with Calle 24 and the REP Coalition. The city theory on build, baby, build just doesn't work. 60,000 empty units and some like 45 Tehama and the Millennium Tower. Planning needs to do a lot better than rubber stamping any old project. Please work with the REP Coalition on thoughtful future housing policy and just adopt the citywide People's Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Jonathan Brunemann, and I am a resident of District 2. I would love to have many more neighbors that will be able to take advantage of the wonderful resources in my exceptionally wealthy neighborhood. I am thus super excited about the intended rezoning of my neighborhood as part of the housing element. However, having followed the housing element process in detail and read with interest HCD's feedbacks, I am concerned. The housing element in its current form is unlikely to be certified as it does not address critical elements HCD asked for. It does not include a backup plan, also known as the circuit breaker, that would kick in place if the 300 strategies outlined in the housing element do not end up producing the necessary housing. Second, there's no cumulative analysis of government constraints because SF planning says our constraints are so complex that this is infeasible. Please, how will HCD accept this excuse if it proves their point that constraints make development in San Francisco so difficult? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. All right, Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Buenas Supervisors, Celine Curuncajas with United to Save the Mission, District 9 resident and member of the Race and Equity and All Planning Coalition. I'm here to express the urgent need to adopt the REP-SF Citywide People's Plan. The Citywide People's Plan is based on decades of work by our communities and must be the starting point for any land use plan for San Francisco that is truly grounded in socio-racial equity. In terms of struggle, when we talk about people, we're talking about the 100,000 San Franciscans without homes, the several thousand immigrant families who live in miserable SROs, the hundreds of small business men and women weighed down by debt. These are the people, the ones who know misfortune and therefore are capable of fighting with limitless courage. To these people whose roads through life have been paved with a big betrayal and false promises, we're not going to say we will give you input, but rather here it is, and here is the people's plan. I want to close by saying now fight for it with everything you have so that dignity and liberty may be ours. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Regentrification projects like UC Hastings demolition, despite sharing a wall with a building full of renters of color, disabled, or elderly, the Office of Building Inspection generated rapid permits like confetti. As residences shook like an earthquake and decibel levels surpassed what's safe for toddlers day in and day out, the Office of Building Inspection sounded like you were talking about Santa Claus when complaints were made about Build Group, infamous for erecting the multitude of condos for the affluent, popping up everywhere with astonishing ease, defying all normal limits with the rapid pace of permitting. Despite making life a living hell, they had permits allowing 7 days a week of multiple jackhammers, exhaust fumes, dust, and noise. No rest for tormented neighbors, many forced to flee, those who couldn't move, forced to wander outside all day like the homeless, even during the shelter-in-place order, including 85-year-olds.
Thank you for your testimony, Citizen 22. Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue who'd like to provide a testimony pertaining to the Draft Housing Element 2022 update? Welcome, caller.
Supervisors, if you do not want to hear the people's comments, then you're disrespecting the people. Now, having said that, let me state to you very clearly, this is Murakama Ohlone land. And as far as affordable housing is concerned, this city and you supervisors have no intention to help the poor people. And shame on the person who mandated that the public would get just 1 minute. Shame on that person. And the supervisors who are having a sidebar, they better sit down in their seats or get out of the chambers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DaCosta, for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Hello, Supervisors. This is Lee Levitt, and I joined Choo Choo and the REP Coalition in asking you to support the Citywide People's Plan. In San Francisco and other cities, we get an A+ for building market rate housing. That does not serve the working class communities who have spoken today, and you heard from residents of the Race and Equity Coalition groups, Meta, SOMCAN, Westside Tenants, Senior Disability Action, and many others. When I worked at City College, I heard heartbreaking stories from students whose families were facing eviction. And you've heard about the crowded housing conditions. I saw that in the mission, 15 people living in a 500-foot apartment. We need a housing element that focuses on building truly affordable housing. And when you hear that from the voices that call for accountability, well, our city needs to be accountable to housing for workers, immigrants, and vulnerable communities. And when you hear the cry to streamline, we should instead focus on making it easier to build housing that's truly affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee Levitt, for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, next caller, please.
Hi, this is Keith Mosier, D3 resident. San Francisco is not going to build 82,000 units of housing over the next 8 years. The funding's all dried up. The builders are not there. We were never going to build that even in the good times. The money's not there for 40,000 units of affordable housing, not at the rates we have to build it at. But in some ways, that's not the point. The question right now before you, the thing you can control is whether you can deliver a zoning and planning process that could build those housing units if we suddenly are in the good times again. And so far, you're failing dramatically. You have built an approval process that takes a year to study whether upbuilding a valet parking lot is in the city's interest. I think planning has been rather sugarcoating just how angry HCD is and just how much they want to see real reforms. And I'm worried that if the board and planning do not get their act together, then we're going to lose what little affordable housing funding we do get from the state. So please embrace the rhetoric to be bold.
Thank you, Keith Mosier, for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, next caller, please.
Good evening, San Francisco. This is Leilani from District 1. I'm really hoping that you will consider the People's Plan. We're headed into a serious recession. Many people are striking. I think the best point right now is to focus on low-income housing. Market rate will shake itself out. There's 60,000 empty units. That is immoral, knowing that people need housing to take care of their families, to work. And the fact, like Mr. DaCosta said, that you all are not listening, you're sort of talking with each other. I think you even forget that you're on television. It shows that you lack empathy to care about the people you're representing. I'm for the People's Plan. If we don't do it, what happened 20 years ago with gentrification will happen even worse in the next 10 years.
Thank you, Leilani, for your testimony this evening. Mr. Lamb, another caller in the queue, please.
Hello, this is Michael Petrellis calling. I wish to remind the supervisors that 147,000 voters cast no ballots on Proposition E last week.
Mr. Petrellis, may I pause your time just for a moment? This is a public hearing on the draft housing element for the 2022 update. Is that the item you're calling in about?
It is wrong for the clerk to interrupt public comment. I was making a point that the supervisors are not representing the people in how they are approaching the housing element and building affordable housing in San Francisco. And it is time for the Board of Supervisors to get their act together about this. No more interruptions, Angela. Let the people speak during public comment without interruption. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Petrellis, for your comments. Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Madam Clerk, we have no more callers in the queue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lamb, and to the team who assisted with this remote system. Are there any other members of the public who are in the chamber who haven't yet addressed the board on this issue? Okay, seeing no one get up. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, okay. Please come to the podium.
Thank you. Public comment for call-in is now closed.
But you're welcome to speak. We are returning to the in-person.
Okay, hi. My name is Liz. I'm with the Housing Rights Committee of San Francisco. I'm reading a statement for Laura Gomez, who is a resident of Plaza East Apartments. She says, the redevelopment proposed by our corporate landlord, McCormick Baron Salazar, will tear down 193 affordable units and turn them into a high-rise apartment complex with 270 market rate units, which will not only take away affordable units from those who need them, but price out the remaining low-income residents of the Fillmore over time. We need to guarantee that they restore the 273 affordable units originally at Plaza East, increase the number of below-market rate units instead of adding market rate, and address our unacceptable safety and habitability issues. Housing policy that centers developers' power to build what they want without ensuring they preserve and maintain what they build for low-income tenants is a recipe for displacement. That's why the People's Plan was created by tenants and housing experts to address racial and social inequality and the decades of displacement faced by people like me.
Thank you for the testimony this evening. Any other members of the public in the chamber who haven't yet spoken? All right, then I'll give it back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comment is now closed. And I just want to thank everyone who did take the time to come into the chamber or to call in for this hearing. I do want to remind folks that it is definitely our job to make sure that during public comment, we stay on the topic at hand. And of course, there's opportunity for public comment later on at the end of this meeting. With that said, Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, President Walton, and want to thank all the community members who spoke. And I just wanted to make a final comment around the state-local dynamic and the funding here, which I think is a big part of colleagues' comments around how we're going to fund this gap and the public. I mean, there's an overwhelming sentiment we need to try to meet our affordable housing goals. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that. But I do feel like some of the conversation, in my opinion, misses some of the state-local dynamic that is driving this problem. And I think we've really seen it on display in the discussion of this housing element today. I want to draw, for example, your attention to, think about the level of detail that HCD wants from us around the 68,000 units that are in the pipeline, right? They don't just take that at face value. They want to dig in. They want to know, are these really going to get created in the next 8 years? Fair question, right? That's about 77% market rate housing. So there, they really want to make sure it's built. With the 46,000 of affordable housing units, they don't give a damn if they're ever going to get built. Like, let's just be honest about that. In fact, what the state regime that is set up here, right, is a deregulation regime. And the goal is they actually withhold the affordable housing money for when the locality doesn't meet its market rate housing goals. That's what's going on here. And so, I think where I may part company a little bit from some of my colleagues with whom I generally view affordable housing issues similarly is, 15, 20 years ago when I started doing work related to Sacramento, I might have thought the state was going to step up and come in and fund our affordable housing needs. There's no chance that's happening with today's Sacramento. Like, the setup here, the entire setup here is to deregulate market rate housing so that the state doesn't have to spend its money on affordable housing and could just rely on the private sector and the crumbs, whether through inclusionary or developer fees, that are going to come out of that, right? This is why when we have like a state senator who represents San Francisco, who champions these bills, all the advocates across the state, affordable housing advocates, say, hey, why don't you do that streamlining bill just about affordable housing? Like, let's really stick it to those suburbs that won't build affordable housing. Let's do a bill about that. Assemblymember Bloom and others put forward bills like that. Those don't make it through Sacramento, right? Because that's not the goal here, right? The real estate interests that have captured Sacramento, and frankly, that our state senator is all too happy to legislate for with his colleagues and with the real estate industry, the goal is to deregulate market rate housing. And the idea, like, what do you think is going to happen when you don't fund affordable housing? You deregulate everything. You say, oh yeah, you can all get streamlining. You can all move quick through this process. But you don't do the funding piece for affordable housing. 10, 20 years from now, who's going to have built? Right? Doesn't matter that you deregulated the affordable housing. You didn't fund it. Right? So that's what we're doing here. It's the same thing. We have a plan like the 46,000. It's so clear from the discussion. You know, look at the charts. I mean, look at the chart, page 53 of this housing element. We're projecting a few years out here. We're projecting $119 million in funding. So the Prop I money is not even in there. $119 million in 2023-24. That's our. I mean, we have a police department of $700 million. We have $119 million is our affordable housing projected revenue, and we're not spending Prop I. We're not projecting anything from the state. $91 million the following year. Like, this is a joke. I mean, let's not lie to people and say in our housing element that we're serious about. Like, they're serious, the planning department folks are serious about mapping out the strategies that you could use to get there, but this is an absolute setup. The 46,000 number is window dressing to go ahead and deregulate and do exactly what we did in this last arena, which was meet our market rate housing goals and exceed them and severely underperform. So I just, like, this is not just happening. It's not a mistake. All this stuff about the state caring about affordable housing is complete garbage. They had a $100 billion surplus and didn't make significant investments in affordable housing. The state and the real estate industry that pays the politicians in Sacramento to get them elected does not give a damn about building affordable housing in San Francisco. And we have to be real about that. So the way we're going to get there, colleagues, is to be really bold locally, and then we'll keep trying to shame them at the state. I mean, the more we speak with one voice and say to the state, and prove me wrong, you know, Scott Wiener, if you're listening, and I'm full of it, get us some money for affordable housing in San Francisco so we can really compete with the private market, right? But until that day, right, we need to stop thinking that the feds and the state are going to come in, because if we're relying on that, we're going to continue to not provide housing to working class San Franciscans. And I really want to challenge this idea that the city can't, like, we are making a decision not to do some stuff. And we have to think about this. For example, one of the callers talked about public banking, right? Public banking is absolutely a way that we could generate far more money for investments in affordable housing. The bonding capacity, the capacity to issue long-term debt. So when people say, oh, through Prop I, you're bringing in $176 million. Well, as we did with the COP this year, right? You can borrow against that kind of revenue. We have hundreds of millions of dollars in reserve. This city could decide, and a controller may not be here, so we could talk to him another time, but this city could decide that we wanted to raise $1 billion a year for affordable housing. We could do that. We could do that, given the revenue streams that we have and given the reserves that we have. And that's the policy discussion we need to have. So I think I just want to wrap up by saying I want to challenge the planning department in the final version of this housing element to try to include, and I understand it's hard because you're giving these projections to an entity that wants to think those things are real, but they're not. And so a more candid discussion in there about exactly what we need from the state, like telling the state, this is our plan to get there, and you have to fund it, right? Like, you have to fund this. And a discussion about if we made difficult decisions here. What if we maxed out our capacity to bond against this Prop I revenue and other revenue streams? I mean, I'm told by folks who have a pretty good census that we're nowhere near the limits of what we could do on that front. We could probably be raising $1 billion. That would be a third of the gap here we're talking about that we could do locally. So that's not a proposal today, but I just hope there's some discussion of that, because otherwise I think what you're hearing from the public and certainly from this supervisor, all that work that's gone into all these strategies, it just rings hollow because nobody believes it. Because the state ain't coming to our rescue, and unless we have a significant shift in the urgency and our priorities, and a mayor who's willing to lead and work with the board, we ain't going to get there. So I don't want to leave it on a depressing note, because I'm hoping that maybe these comments will resonate and we can be working together on a more ambitious plan for local money while challenging our state officials to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Marr?
Thank you, President Walton. And yeah, so just wanted to thank all of the many community members that expressed your voice tonight during this afternoon and evening during public comment on these extremely important issues, but especially the folks from the low-income communities of color and organizations who really stayed for this hearing and spoke out, because you're the ones that are really suffering the most severe impacts of the housing crisis, and particularly in terms of displacement and homelessness and just challenges in everyday life. And I think as we move ahead towards adoption of the housing element update, we have to really put our, make sure that we really follow through on the, the stated priority of centering low-income communities of color and social and racial equity in the housing element update and how we plan for housing in the next eight years. I did want to also just say, since I know this is going to come back to the board, in January, but when I have the opportunity to kind of share my perspectives right now, really did want to say that, I do appreciate all the work that the planning department has done on this very complex and challenging process, and I appreciate Supervisor Preston's sort of bigger picture description of what the agendas that are really at stake in this really difficult task that we're in right now. But and we've heard a lot of different, there were a lot of different points tonight, and we've heard it, through communications to the board, and certainly the Planning Commission and Planning Department has heard a lot of different feedback on many different parts of the housing element, from permit streamlining to the rezoning, demolition control, et cetera. But I think the key point tonight, especially from folks that spoke during public comment and also through the presentation of the citywide People's Plan that was completed by the grassroots organizations and housing justice and affordable housing groups, is really the need to put affordable housing first in this the housing element update. And and that's not just a important sort of basic principle and goal, but it's also practical, because that's going to be, as we discussed this evening and through the planning department's presentation, the biggest challenge in us having a compliant housing element update is really meeting the affordable housing RHNA numbers, the 57% of the 82,000 units, or 46,000 new affordable housing units during the RHNA cycle, plus a 15% buffer. So that's going to be the biggest challenge for us to have a compliant housing element and not face the consequences that the state is threatening if we don't, or if we fall out of compliance. So I guess I would urge a planning department and commission to really, take all this input, particularly around this point about the need for a real plan, and really see this as an opportunity for us as a city to finally step up and come together and across all the different political divides to really address the housing affordability crisis that we've been grappling with for so many years. So I guess again that I would just leave it at that. But thanks everybody for this opportunity tonight for this long and important hearing.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Melgar?
Thank you, President Walton. I'll just start by saying that I really appreciate all the advocates and the work that went into the People's Plan. I have absolutely no problem in having the planning department included as an addendum or, fitted in some way. I think all the stuff in there is really good and reflects the hopes and wishes of the community. I do want to push back a little bit on the narrative about the state, seeking to deregulate the market, and the sort of, I think it's really easy to shortcut really complex things in good versus bad, right versus wrong, and it just sort of glosses over a whole bunch of history and nuance. So the fact is we all represent 11 very different districts that have very different histories of redlining, of displacement, of development. It is a fact that some districts have been more successfully at not developing, and others, like President Walton talked about, have seen all kinds of things that they have been unable to keep at bay. And so I don't want to pretend that that doesn't happen or has not happened or that we're all the same, because we're not. And so I, have no problem actually deregulating market rate development in some areas of the city, areas that have seen none of it. So when I sat on the Planning Commission and we spent hours and hours talking about the Lucky Penny in Supervisor Stephanie's district, which is not surrounded by poor people. It's not, this was not a development that would have displaced anyone, or 333 California, same thing, very wealthy area. So there are some communities that can hire, Zach Freeman, whatever, and, pay lots of money and have lawyers that, can file CEQA appeals and keep development at bay and have the wealth and the knowledge and the wherewithal and the time to control the development in the communities. And we have written the rules to make sure that some are advantaged and some have not. So I don't want to pretend that hasn't been the case, that we haven't created what we've created, that this disequity in terms of, where housing gets built was just, an accident, or that, we had nothing to do with it. So this board, as Supervisor Ronan has said, probably is all on the same page about building affordable housing everywhere in the city. That certainly has not been the case in the past. That certainly is not what has led to the development patterns that we see around us. And I want this plan to reflect our past, but also reflect our future. I do want more specificity. I wanted to make it real. I want us to commit to working hard to having structures and the financing within our city to make sure that we meet the commitments that we say to the state that we're going to do. But I also think that it is appropriate for the state to have strings attached to some of the money that they give us. And some of that is undoing the decades that, of decisions prior to us being on this board that have been made by San Francisco, not just by the Board of Supervisors, but also by, what we've allowed to take place. And so I hope, colleagues, that we can make progress on this and that we can submit a compliant housing element, which is only the beginning, and that then we spend the next 3 years actually doing the hard work, and frankly also pushing the administration, because I think that the administration, controls the structures that provide the financing, that provide the permitting, must step up and make it real. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, President Walton. I want to thank the staff at the Planning Department. I know there's a tremendous amount of effort put into this work. This is not easy work, particularly when timelines look like they've been truncated in some ways. And so I know that there's a lot of effort and energy despite everything else going on in your department. So I just want to start off with saying that, along with the planning commissioners, both current and former, there's been a lot of work put into this and a lot of thought. Just want to build on a little bit what Supervisor Melgar was saying. I've really enjoyed this conversation tonight, and I think it's an important one to have for our city. I think we have to recognize that, a lot of this conversation is not just central to San Francisco, but it's happening all over the state of California. The majority of our state is zoned RH1, RH2. And because of that, so much of the housing crisis has been exacerbated by communities that have fought. San Francisco is a microcosm of that. A significant portion of our city is zoned RH1, RH2, a little bit of RH3. And so as Supervisor Melgar said, there have been policy decisions, land use decisions, zoning that has directed development into certain parts of the city, to your point, Supervisor Walton, President Walton. And so we need to take a fresh look at this. And I think that's what this housing element is an attempt to do. It's an attempt to say, let's investigate, let's look at areas of the city that have potential for growth. We might not have all the answers, but we're going to put a lot of the policy proposals forward tonight. I think it's important. I do also think it's important to have a real conversation about the affordable housing funding. We've done multiple affordable housing bonds over the years. We've leveraged that. In our last budget, Supervisor Preston, you fought hard for certificates of participation. Our budget committee supported that in negotiations with the mayor. We have money sitting there from the last effort of Prop I that was on reserve to implement. We have small sites. We went through an arduous conversation about what am I looking? What was the words we used for the fourplex legislation? I was losing my words for a minute. I was like, what did we call that again? Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. But I mean, there were fights about that. There were fights about the regulations surrounding that and how quickly that could be built, and that if it were a little bit more aggressive, it wasn't as aggressive as I would have liked, but ultimately I supported it, that could have gotten some additional housing to scale. I mean, all these things begin to add up. And so I don't agree with the narrative that this is simply a deregulation attempt from the state. I do understand what you're saying, Supervisor Preston. It's one thing to say, let's move aggressively and not provide the funding mechanisms. But I will say, just as a parallel, when we've gone through this Home Key program, the state has stepped up. They have provided the funding to acquire properties. I think if we put forward an aggressive plan and work with our state delegation, we can come up with, there is still additional surplus monies. There is paths to get to additional funding sources. Every single affordable housing project in the city has gone and gotten low-income housing tax credit dollars. There's additional grants that are there. You've mentioned some of the more creative funding, whether it's public bank, some additional bonds, certificates of participation, additional debt. I mean, we have to have a real conversation. We have priorities that come up every year. We had a transportation bond that didn't pass, but that was part of our debt limit. We have this crisis that's happening in our city as displacement's happening. Do we need to have a real conversation about expanding the affordable housing and shrinking some of those other? Those are hard trade-offs that we have to make. So I would just say I appreciated this conversation tonight. I think we need to be aggressive on both fronts. It can't just be affordable. It also has to be market rate, because that also takes a lot of the pressure off of the areas that are experiencing a lot of the displacement, a lot of the demand, and a lot of the extra forces that a lot of the folks that came here to talk about tonight. I mean, that is a real thing. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you, President Walton. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Planning Commission. Planning staff, for your thoughtfulness this evening.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, I think we learned a lot in today's hearing on the housing element and for the 8-year cycle that is going to end in 2031. And I want to thank Supervisors Mar, Melgar, and Stephanie for sponsoring this. If we are to fulfill the promise of our housing element, this board is going to need to legislate boldly in the realms of rezoning and removing constraints, among others. So at the risk of giving a spoiler alert on roll call, I'm going to be submitting a legislative drafting request to the city attorney pertaining to the removal of constraints that planning identified as part of what HCD asks them to identify, and also to identify and adopt housing sustainability districts. We have time to do that under the law, but I think what I heard in the Q&A was that there's a real benefit to moving boldly and aggressively and doing this better than the 490 municipalities that are not the city and county of San Francisco. We have the option of being made an example of if we don't do this right, or we have the option of being an example to other municipalities in the state. I think we should aspire to do what the state is not just asking us, but legally requiring us to do. And while we can gripe about whether the state is right or wrong or heavy-handed or not, the reality is that we could lose billions of dollars of funding for housing and for transit if we get this wrong. Conversely, we could gain billions of dollars if we live up to our obligations, and especially if we do it boldly and aggressively, if we move forward on the things that we're supposed to do ahead of time before the deadline so that we're not in a situation like this. So I'm grateful to the planning department for the great work, the hard work that you have done on this, and not just answering our demands, but the state's demands. And I know that you're being pushed in a lot of different directions. And now I think it's our turn as legislators, as the government of this city, to do the hard work of rezoning and identifying the barriers and breaking them down and fulfilling the promise of something that can be what I think will be the most important and progressive work that I will have done in my career by the time this is done. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. This committee of the whole has been heard and is now filed. Madam Clerk, would you please take us back to items 11 through 13 together?
Items 11 through 13 comprise 3 resolutions that authorize grant contracts for the RPD, the Recreation and Park Department. Item 11 retroactively accepts and expends a $350,000 state grant to support trail improvements within the Twin Peaks open space through June 30th, 2027, and approves a grant contract that requires RPD to maintain the trail for the duration of the contract performance through June 30th, 2042. Item 12, this resolution retroactively authorizes the RPD to accept and expend a $211,000 grant for the San Francisco Marina Vessel Turn-In Program and retroactively approves the grant terms and conditions through September 30th, 2023. And item 13 authorizes the RPD to accept and expend a community project funding, a $1.5 million state grant for the HERS Playground Recreation Center project, authorizing the RPD to enter into a grant agreement and to enter into modifications and amendments to the grant agreement that are necessary to effectuate the purposes of all 3 agreements or resolutions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll on these items.
On items 11 through 13, Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stefani. Stefani, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar.
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. And Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, these resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call items 14 and 15 together.
Items 14 and 15 comprise 2 resolutions that authorize the DPH, the Department of Public Health, to accept and expend several grants from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention through the California Department of Public Health. Item 14 is $500,000, a grant increase for a total amount of $969,243,000 for a participation in a program entitled National Human Immunodeficiency Virus Behavioral Surveillance through December 31st, 2022. Item 15, this retroactively authorizes the DPH to accept and expend an approximate $262,000 grant to participate in a program, Coronavirus Disease 2019 Public Workforce San Francisco through June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take these items same house, same call, and without objection, these resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 16.
Item 16, resolution to retroactively approve agreement number 22 between the Department of Public Health, Behavioral Health Services, and the California Department of Healthcare Services to provide substance use disorder services for an amount not to exceed $249 million for a 5-year term through June 30th, 2027.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, President Walton. I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Noted.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Madam Clerk, we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 17.
Item 17, this is a resolution to approve and authorize the Director of Property and the Executive Director of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing to enter into a lease property management agreement with the Tide Center as fiscal sponsor for delivering innovation in supportive housing, to authorize the tenant to lease, operate, and maintain the real property and residential improvements located at 1321 Mission Street for an initial 5-year term with an option to extend for an additional 5 years with the base rent of $1 per year with no annual rent increases, and for the net property management and operating costs to be paid by the city in an amount not to exceed $19.5 million, and to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item, same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. We have already voted in support of item number 18. Madam Clerk, please call item number 19.
Item 19, this is a motion to approve the mayor's nomination for appointment of Michael Lambert to the Children's and Families First Commission, term ending October 8th, 2026.
Thank you. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item, same house, same call. Without objection, this motion is approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 20.
Item 20, motion to approve the mayor's nomination for reappointment of Alex Ludlam, term ending November 3rd, 2026, to the Successor Agency Commission, commonly known as the Commission on Community Investment and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item, same house, same call. Without objection, this motion is approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 21.
Item 21, this is a motion to appoint Cindy Lopez Chastain, term ending October 8th, 2024, and Monique Guidry, term ending October 8th, 2025, to the Early Childhood Community Oversight and Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item, same house, same call. Without objection, this motion is approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 22.
Item 22, this is a motion to appoint Cessna Crawford, residency requirement waived, term ending October 8th, 2026, to the Children and Families First Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this motion is approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to committee reports, and we'll start with item number 24.
Item 24 was considered by the Land Use and Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, November 14th, and was recommended as a committee report. Item 24 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to designate the Turk and Taylor Streets intersection, together with defined portions of 101 Taylor Street, as a landmark, and to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this ordinance is passed on first reading unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call items 25 and 26 together.
Items 25 and 26 were considered by the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee at a rescheduled meeting on Thursday, November 10th, and were forwarded as committee reports. Item 25, this is a resolution to determine that the issuance of a Type 42 on-sale beer and wine public premises liquor license to Shea Brando, LLC, doing business as Shea Brando, located at 775 Filbert Street, will serve the public convenience, and to request that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control impose conditions on the issuance of the license. And same with item 26. This is a resolution to determine that the transfer of a Type 48 on-sale general public premises liquor license converted from a Type 47 for bona fide eating place liquor license to Facilitron AB, LLC, doing business as Piano Fight, located at 144 through 46 Taylor Street, will serve the public convenience.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take these items same house, same call, and without objection, these resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, we are now at roll call for introductions.
Yes, and Supervisor Safai is first up to introduce new business.
Submit.
Submit, thank you. Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today I'm calling for a hearing on the state of jail health services. Jail health services workers are on the front line of the city's medical, psychiatric, and substance abuse crisis. And over the past 4 months, there has been a steady increase in inmate population in our jails. Last week, I sat in on a hearing at Budget and Finance that Supervisor Safai called. The hearing was on DPH's secondary employment policies and the condition of Baker Places, Inc. And given recent and very well publicized leadership issues at Jail Health Services, and as a complement to a hearing held last week, I'd like to better understand the following: the overall mission and services provided at each of our county jails, staffing levels of medical staff, particularly nurses, available to treat the incarcerated population, any staffing shortages, the rollout of EPIC, an electronic medical record database, and how it's impacted workflow for jail health staff, and the discharge planning program and how individuals are engaged after release. Many individuals who are incarcerated become clean and sober while in jail, and there are programs that Jail Health Services are responsible for or should be engaging in to make sure that these individuals receive continued services to help them stay clean and sober, and I want to follow up on that as well. My hope is that the hearing will shed light on any potential issues at Jail Health Services and what interventions can be made to improve the situation. Also, I would like to close today's meeting in memory of Elizabeth Betty Ann Campbell, who died on September 29th at the age of 86. Betty was born in Covington, Kentucky, to Leo and Josephine Schmidt on February 9th, 1936. She married Tom Campbell in 1961 and soon after gave birth to their daughter, Carrie. In 1964, Betty and her small family moved to Whittier, California. After her sons James and Joe were born, the family moved to Seal Beach and then on to Newport Beach by 1973. All the while, Betty was active in the Catholic parish, always finding time for Mass and volunteer work for the church and school wherever they lived. When Carrie moved to San Francisco, Betty followed her in 1998 and settled in Pacific Heights. Betty regularly attended Mass at St. Vincent de Paul and St. Dominic's churches and St. Mary's Cathedral. These were her preferred places of solace. Betty developed a deep love of the city, exploring, shopping, and walking everywhere. She would talk with everyone, from the cashiers at Molly Stone's to the managers of Silver Fox Dry Cleaners. Betty made many friends at church and around her neighborhood. She enjoyed spending the weekends with Carrie, shopping, running errands, and cooking. In 2018, Betty moved to Laguna Honda Hospital after a fall. She spent 4 years at Laguna Honda until her passing. Betty leaves behind her daughter Carrie and son-in-law Joseph Urban, Betty's son James and his wife Lisa, and her son Joseph and his wife Terry, as well as her grandchildren Julia, Jay, Brennan, and Ryan. She also leaves behind her sister Mary Lee Creed of Fort Myer, Florida. May she rest in peace. And that's all for today.
Thank you, Supervisor Stephanie. Supervisor Walton.
Submit.
Submit, thank you, Mr. President. Supervisor Chan. Submit, thank you. Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, colleagues. Back in August, the state HCD sent a letter to the city pointing out the insufficiencies of our draft housing element that we just had a hearing on, and as part of that, they asked us, planning actually, for an analysis of potential and actual governmental constraints on the maintenance, improvement, or development of housing at all income levels. The planning department did that work in the housing element, and I'm today announcing that I'll be submitting legislative drafting requests to the city attorney to move forward on removing the governmental constraints that planning has identified, essentially the items that are in Appendix C of the current housing element. This will only be part of the reforms that we will ultimately need to make as a city if we're to make good on the commitments and legal obligations that we have over the next 8 years. And while we may have more time to do that under state law, I would argue that we don't have a minute to waste if we want to be aspirational in being an example of how to do this right, rather than made an example of in terms of how we may do it wrong. Similarly, for housing sustainability districts, I will also submit a legislative drafting request to move forward on item 8.4.3 in the housing element to adopt housing sustainability districts in well-resourced neighborhoods that include tenant protections, relocation, and replacement standards. On that, we also have until January 31st of 2024, a little bit more of an aggressive timeline, but again, I think we should get underway sooner rather than later. Again, let's be an example of what municipalities should do and not a cautionary tale of what they shouldn't. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Supervisor Mandelman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today I have a piece of legislation I'm introducing and 3 in memoria. The legislation builds on earlier legislation that Supervisor Ronan and I worked on to rationalize and streamline the permitting process for massage establishments. This is a group of small business owners who are predominantly women, operating a labor-intensive and fairly low-margin business, and one that was hit uniquely hard during the pandemic. The previous legislation initiated by Supervisor Ronan was about updating the zoning code to make it easier for massage businesses to open and relocate by generally matching the zoning for other kinds of health services, including physical therapists, chiropractors, and acupuncturists. Those changes recognize that concerns over human trafficking and illicit sex work, while important and very real, have also led to an overregulation of a largely legitimate and valuable health service provided by licensed massage therapists. Over the past few years, DPH has significantly increased its regulatory and enforcement role with respect to massage businesses and has actually had a lot of success in shutting down businesses being used as a front for criminal activity. Like our previous legislation in this area, the ordinance I'm introducing today would in no way roll back DPH's enforcement capabilities, but would bring some much-needed relief to a group of small businesses struggling to recover from the pandemic. Specifically, this ordinance would remove confusing references to obsolete requirements for local massage practitioner permits, since DPH no longer issues those permits, relying on state licensing instead. Provide an exception to local background check requirements for state licensed practitioners, remove unnecessary interdepartmental referrals and associated fees and delays, and provide a process for businesses to install keyless entry systems to allow them to lock exterior doors to secure their business while in session, while still granting unobstructed access to DPH inspectors. All of these changes have been developed in coordination with DPH, and I want to thank Jen Kalawart and her team for their work and support, along with Katie Tang and the Office of Small Business. I also want to thank my co-sponsor, Supervisor Hillary Ronan, and my staff, formerly Jacob Bintliff, who began the work on this, and now Jackie Prager, who has continued the work. And finally, I'd like to thank Candace Combs, Christine Dew, and Gwen Kaplan with the San Francisco Massage Council for their advocacy and support, as well as Deputy City Attorney Michael Gerchow for his work on the legislation. For the first of the in memoria, I'm asking that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Jean Amos, a Noe Valley resident and activist who passed away on Friday, October 28th. Jean moved to Noe Valley in 1977 and was a strong and vocal advocate for the neighborhood. She was prolific in the Noe Valley Voice, the local newspaper, and was known to share her opinions on her vision for the neighborhood as it grew into the community it is today. In 1999, she was elected co-president of the Friends of Noe Valley with Harry Stern, another longtime Noe activist. Jean's civic and volunteer engagements were vast and varied. She secured and distributed durable donated clothing with the Urban Angels, SF, prepared and served soup at St. Martin de Porres Soup Kitchen, and taught school children about the tide pools as a docent at the California Academy of Sciences, among other volunteer work with the Marine Mammal Center, and campaign work with the state's Compassion and Choice campaign. She was proudly NERT certified and had served 1 year on the San Francisco Civil Grand Jury. Jean helped produce documentaries about urban animals, including the documentary about the North Beach birds called the Wild Parrots of Telegraph Hill. She also helped paint murals along the highway, bringing art to our urban spaces. Jean loved Noe Valley and was a fierce advocate for the neighborhood. Rest in peace and power, Jean. Secondly, I'm asking that we adjourn today's meeting in honor of Jean's neighbor down Elizabeth Street, Peter Gable, a great Noe Valleyan who died on October 25th at the age of 75. Peter was extraordinary, an activist, lawyer, writer, educator, and community leader. He was the former president of New College of California, a non-traditional institute that worked to tie education to the social idealism of the 60s. He was a professor at New College's Public Interest Law School for more than 30 years, teaching students how to use legal activism to bring on progressive social change. He was also a founder of the critical legal studies movement in legal scholarship. Peter was the editor-at-large of the progressive Jewish magazine Tikkun from its founding in the 80s and wrote countless pieces for the magazine, usually focusing on connecting law to politics, culture, and social change. He served as the first chairperson of Berkeley's Police Review Commission, won a seat on the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee, and was chair of the city's Commission on National and Community Service. He was also the executive director of the Arlene Francis Center for Spirit, Art, and Politics, a center he created in honor of his mother. I think of Peter as having been the social conscience of Noe Valley. He founded Noe Valleyans for Community and Social Justice. He worked to save cover-to-cover booksellers, a Noe Valley fixture that had operated in the neighborhood for nearly 30 years. Cover to Cover was struggling in the era of Amazon and needed $200,000 to keep the doors open. Peter recruited angel investors to help them stay afloat. He played a significant role in co-founding the beloved Noe Valley Farmers Market and was instrumental in developing the vision for the Noe Valley Town Square. Some of you may know the story. The Noe Valley Farmers Market was born out of a labor dispute. Nutraceutical Corporation had acquired the Real Foods Company, a natural food store that had operated in Noe Valley for 25 years. Nutraceutical had been engaging in union-busting tactics against employees who had been working to organize a union at the shop. Nutraceutical ultimately closed the store, dismissing 30 workers, most of whom had been key in the organizing efforts. Peter, along with Leslie Crawford and other neighborhood activists, convened a meeting of over 250 residents to discuss the closure and what could be done to support the laid-off workers. It was in these meetings that Peter and his neighbors thought up the creation of the farmers market. The former Real Foods workers were offered jobs to help operate the market. Peter and his life partner, Lisa, also helped lead the effort to support the workers in filing an unfair labor practices claim with the National Labor Relations Board. The workers won the lawsuit. Peter also worked with his dear friend, Leslie, to create the James Lick School Garden, which still exists at the school today. Leslie remembers that Peter as a gentle person who was always eager to help people in need. She said that beyond all of these big projects that he saw through, he did little things too. He made sure that the unhoused community in Noe Valley had food, checked in regularly with merchants and neighbors, and dedicated his life to fighting for justice. Peter was a proud utopian, but as Lisa pointed out at an event in the town square this weekend, he was a utopian who got so very much done right here in the real world. Peter leaves behind his life partner Lisa and son Sam, who loved him dearly, as well as a community of neighbors who will miss him very much. Rest in peace and power, Peter. May your memory be a blessing. And finally, I'm requesting, and maybe we could do this collectively on behalf of the full board, that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Crispin Hollings, who died on November 10th at 61. Folks in this chamber know Crispin as a consummate public servant, but he came to city government from a prior career in the private sector. He'd earned degrees in aircraft maintenance and mechanical engineering from City College and the University of Virginia, which led him to a career repairing jet engines, first for Airbus Industrie in Toulouse, France, then for United Airlines here in San Francisco. Crispin moved to the Castro neighborhood in 1990, and he contributed much of his free time to local organizations, serving on the boards of the Castro Country Club, the Community Benefit District, Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association, Metropolitan Community Church, and Alice B. Toklas LGBT Democratic Club. And Crispin was not just a member of these boards. He was active and contributed greatly to each of these organizations. In 2005, Crispin earned an MBA from UC Berkeley, and his career in public service began just a few years later. Crispin worked for city government for the last 14 years, first as financial planning director for the PUC, then as a chief financial officer for the Sheriff's Department, where many of us worked with him on a variety of projects. He was an effective and principled public servant and community member, beloved by so many Castro and queer community leaders for his selflessness, kindness, wit, and seemingly endless capacity to give of himself to the many community causes he took up. Crispin's Christmas cards, which he and husband Luis designed and distributed each year, were works of art and reminders of just how happy he was to be here, serving the city he loved and surrounded by friends. The Castro and city government simply won't be the same without Crispin, and I will really miss running into him around the neighborhood and at City Hall. He was a man of paradoxes and in amazing ways. He worked for the sheriff, but I don't think actually believed very much in incarceration. He worked for city government, but was a relentless critic of city government. The last time I saw him, and this was very on brand, it was the Monday before the election, and I was at Castro and Market campaigning for Prop L, and he came along, very full of vim and vigor from his run along Ocean Beach, and wanted to make sure to let me know that he'd voted no on L because he just thought the MTA was terrible. I thought Peter was a gem. I thought Crispin was a gem as well. Crispin is survived by Luis and countless friends and chosen family who knew and loved him. He was preceded in death by his partner Eric Rofs, an author and activist who died on June 26, 2006. Rest in peace and power, Crispin Hollings. May your memory be a blessing. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman.
And Madam Clerk, definitely would like to make this in memoriam of Crispin Hollings on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. President. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to join Supervisor Mandelman in memoriam for Peter Gable and express my deep condolences to Lisa and their family and their friends. Colleagues, I have one item today and also an in memoriam. First, I'm introducing an ordinance amending our campaign advertisement disclaimer requirements to conform with a court order. 3 years ago, San Franciscans voted overwhelmingly to pass Sunlight on Dark Money, the strongest dark money disclosure law in the nation, which we put on the ballot as Proposition F in November 2019. As we saw in this election cycle, in every election cycle, third-party interests with immense resources spend big on trying to influence our local races. And this law was based on a simple idea. You deserve to know who's paying to influence your vote. Since Sunlight on Dark Money was adopted, some of those big money interests have sued the city to try to undo the law, but because they don't want voters knowing who's giving super PACs big checks. And thanks to the good work of the city attorney's office, we have successfully defended this law twice. As part of that, we also agreed that some of the disclaimer requirements can't feasibly be used on very small print or short video ads. The ordinance I'm introducing today codifies that exemption to conform to what we've already agreed to in court while maintaining the strongest dark money disclosure law in the country and preserving its legal defensibility for years to come. And I'm adjourning today's meeting in memory of Matt Picone. Matt, also known affectionately as Mateo, was originally from Gilbert, Arizona, but made San Francisco his home, most recently in the Outer Sunset in District 4. Like countless young queer people before and after him, Matt came to the city for its acceptance, diversity, arts, and culture. Matt not only found acceptance and community here, he cultivated it and created it. There are people who come here to consume our culture, and then there are people like Matt who lovingly, ingeniously create it. Matt was a staple of queer nightlife and events, an artist, creator, and convener. He gave the city his artistry, creating installations for countless parties and drag performances, working hand in hand to make memorable spaces and performances and events, places of refuge, transgression, and transcendence for the community he loved and led. From the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence to the House of More, from Moby Dick to Powerhouse, Matt gave the city his uncommon kindness and creativity, his compassion and curiosity. Anyone who talked with Matt had his undivided attention and his quick wit and quicker smile. Mateo passed away on Friday, surrounded by friends and family. He is survived by his husband, Robbie, his 2 cats, Tucker and Jolene, his countless family, biological family, and chosen family. A memorial in Matt's honor is up at Hibernia Beach on the corner of Castro and 18th Street, where all who knew and loved him, because it was impossible to know and not love him, are invited to leave photos, flowers, and memories. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Melgar. Submit. Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Please add me to the in memoriam for Peter Gable, and the rest I will submit.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for submitting. Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today I'm introducing a legislative package that will activate 3 separate housing projects, 2 of which are 100% affordable for a total of more than 600 units. The ordinance will unstick the development at 98 Franklin Street, proposed residential housing project that would sit atop a new high school and which has been unable to move forward since rezoning in 2020. The ordinance will also enable a land dedication for the city to develop the property at 600 Van Ness for up to 168 units of 100% affordable housing. And lastly, the ordinances will jumpstart the long dormant affordable housing project that's on public land at Parcel K in Hayes Valley. It's currently the proxy site by allocating $1 million in pre-development costs, in fees to cover pre-development costs. So I see this as a quadruple win: a new high school, new site in District 5 for 100% affordable housing, a renewed investment in delivering on the promises at Parcel K in Hayes Valley, and good jobs for the San Franciscans building new housing at 98 Franklin, which is subject to a labor agreement. The context for this, as you will recall, back in 2020, the board unanimously approved a rezoning proposal that included 98 Franklin Street, but because of rising construction costs and pandemic-fueled supply chain issues, the development's been unable to move forward to construction and look like the plans may be abandoned. So at first, admittedly, my office was skeptical when approached about taking another look at these plans. To their credit, a project sponsor, Related California, really popped open the hood on their proposals, were very transparent with their financials, spent a lot of time making really a compelling case that without reimagining the plans, the previously approved project was not going to proceed. We worked for months to identify an alternative path, and my office highlighted the possibility of pursuing acquisition at 600 Van Ness, a nearby site that's fully entitled for 168 units, but where development there was not going to proceed according to the owners. So we met on multiple occasions with the representatives of the owners, and I very much appreciate their willingness to collaborate. And the importance they expressed to having this be a legacy project for their family that will help make sure that low and moderate income San Franciscans have a place in the city for generations to come. So this has been many months in the making, a lot of people to thank, but I'll just keep it brief and highlight a few. Really want to thank Matt Whitty, David Noyola, and the team at Related California for their commitment to finding a path to make this work. Also want to thank the Planning Department, particularly Director Hillis for his involvement, and MoCD, Director Shaw, and Lydia Ely, as well as Lee Lutensky from OEWD, and Andrea Ruiz Esquire, Lauren Skellen, and Charles Sullivan from the City Attorney's Office for really taking this from concept to the legislation that we're introducing today. And finally, want to thank my Chief of Staff, Kyle Smealy, who worked tirelessly on this, and also my early co-sponsors on this effort. Thank you, Supervisors Dorsey, President Walton, Supervisor Ronan, Supervisor Peskin, Supervisor Safai, and Supervisor Marr for your support. Appreciate it very much. And secondly, colleagues, another housing measure. I'm introducing a resolution supporting the development of affordable housing at the DMV site in my district, and calling on state officials to make use of what I believe to be the perfect opportunity site for affordable housing right in the heart of the center of the city and in the middle of our district, and I think is very timely per our discussion before about the need for the state to really step up and help us actually achieve these affordable housing goals. So we spent a lot of time today discussing what will be expected under the housing element, and as I said earlier, I welcome the new ambitious targets of 46,000 units in the next 8 years, and if we're serious about hitting that goal, I think developing the DMV site for large-scale permanently affordable housing should be part of that planned. You're probably familiar with the site. I mean, this is a large state-owned property with a often unused parking lot that basically occupies an entire large square block in my district. It's an incredibly transit-rich area, which has historically welcomed affordable housing development, and above all, it's owned by the state, so dramatically reducing the upfront costs by eliminating the need to acquire the property, hopefully. And there is history. In 2008, actually, the California DMV issued an RFP to develop affordable housing on the DMV site, and a developer did win that bid, but they for whatever reasons, were unable to move forward with the mixed-use project, according to state officials, and it has not progressed since then. It was a good idea then. It's an even better idea now, and I hope you'll join me in calling on the state to partner with our city in the development of the DMV site to deliver on our affordable housing goals. And the rest I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Ronan. Submit, thank you. Mr. President, seeing no names on the roster, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to public comment.
At this time, the Board of Supervisors welcomes general public comment. We are prioritizing those who are here with us in the chamber. We are setting the timer for 2 minutes for this public comment. Please come forward to the chamber. We will then afterwards go to the remote call-in system. We've been doing this for over 2 years, so I trust that the public are able to go to our agenda or look at the screen. The telephone number is streaming on the screen. Just make sure you press *3 when you would like to speak. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robin Kropp, longtime San Francisco, and this has been a very interesting meeting, so thank you I got to listen to it almost all day. You saw me sitting over there. I, first of all, want you to add me an in memoriam to also Peter Gabriel. I also met him at New College, so I'm very moved by what he did, so thank you for your testimony on him. And I'm also wanting to ask whether it's possible to move general comment any earlier in the day, because it's hard to wait till the end, and more people might make general comments. So I would like to make that suggestion, maybe put in the middle of the agenda. Okay, I was going to testify about a different topic, but when I saw the commemoration for Native Americans today, I decided to switch my topic for testimony. I decided to stay to the end to make my testimony. I attended the entire film festival for the AIFF Film Festival that happened last week. It's the 47th year. And it started in 1975 in Seattle, and then Mike Smith brought it to San Francisco in 1977, and it became a cultural institution here. I would like to suggest if you can open up any time in the second week of November to go see these films. It's fantastic. 2 feature films should be released. They're called Indian Land. It's about the occupation of Alcatraz, 50-year reunion. And the other one is Powerland. It's about the desecration of indigenous lands all over the world. I think it's a film that everyone should see. And then there were lots of films about activism, and then there was also a film about the Ohlone Cafe, which is in Berkeley, and they are cooking original Ohlone foods. And so I just want to recommend it. It looks a lot of fun. They also said the original word for Mount Diablo was Tushtak, Tuushtak, meaning place of the day. And so I think it would be very cool if we were to return.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for your patience in waiting to share that with us.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you. Otto Duffy? Okay, great. Do we have any callers in the queue, Mr. Lamb? I see we have 7 who are listening. If you're one of the 7, you should press *3. Otherwise, we're going to take this group to the very end. Welcome, caller.
I wish there were federal regulations requiring densely populated cities to adapt to the rapidly changing needs of constituents and secondhand smoke. Since that's not immediately forthcoming, the onus falls on local policymakers to provide safe air for babies, pregnant women, small children, and the ill while at home. Improving the lives of the many indoor non-smokers caught up in the freedoms of the few indoor chain smokers is an uphill battle rife with legislative landmines and dogmatic tripwires. I fear even those camps that might sympathize with the indoor non-smoker choose policies that serve the unattainable perfect over the attainable good. In lieu of laws that ban indoor chain smoking, that might take too much time for those living in currently hazardous homes, why not facilitate interim guidelines that gently shift the culture of smokers versus non-smokers into more diplomatic terrain? The concept of drinking responsibly has garnered approval by government, yet smoking responsibly, never imagined or defined. For every teenager lured by cherried nicotine, there's a pregnant single mother who can't afford to move despite great risk of birth defects or even miscarriage. Her only crime, living next door to an indoor chain smoker who's never been advised, encouraged, or even informed by city government that there could be a way to smoke responsibly. Since non-smoking SF may be a ways away, let's not forget the now, ripe for advancements in the voluntary civility densely populated areas depend on. San Francisco has the opportunity to lead the way with a campaign to share the air and cultivate good neighbors by introducing public service announcements that request a community-based approach to serve the essential needs of the many while respecting the desired freedoms of us all.
Well, thank you, Citizen 22. Nice to hear from you. All right, Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's David Pilpel. So I just wanted to call in support of the two in memoriams that I heard relative to Peter Gable and Crispin Hollings, both characters, both quintessential San Franciscans, both different and yet both wonderful. Peter's work at New College is fairly well known and inspired many and continues to inspire many. And Crispin was just a wonderful man, a wonderful person, and I can absolutely attest to a conversation that I had with him outside the Muni steps at Market and Van Ness, discussing incarceration and when he was working for the sheriff and wasn't a big fan of incarceration and talked a lot about alternatives and locking people up not being a great idea. And that was after I'd already spent a fair amount of time with him on financial planning matters at the PUC. Anyway, as I say, both great San Franciscans, and they will both be terribly missed. Two more good people gone too soon. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, David, for your comments. Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Hello, my name is Brian Alcorn. I'm a D5 resident. I want to discuss the DMV site that Supervisor Preston suggested for affordable housing. I live a block and a half from the site, and I want to enthusiastically support the idea of affordable housing on that site. I think it would be a great site for that use. And I'd also like to urge the board and city to move ahead on the project with urgency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Hello?
Welcome. We can hear you.
Yes, I want to first thank the supervisors for the in memoriam for Crispin and Mateo. It was nice to hear the name of Eric Rofus mentioned as well. It's sad to be losing these souls in the Castro in San Francisco, but we can still hold on to the soul of the Castro by maintaining the integrity of the Castro Theater. Another Planet Entertainment say they simply want to make the Castro Theater a multi-use venue where films will still be shown and film festivals will be welcome, but that's simply not true. How do we know that? Because Another Planet wants to rip out the Castro's iconic historic slope orchestra seating, and they've shown no alterations of their initial plans. Unlike any other builder in San Francisco, they've not changed their original plans. There are plenty of examples of world-class cities who are able to maintain movie palaces with multi-use abilities. That includes the Paramount Theater, the United Palace in New York City, and the theater at the Ace Hotel in Los Angeles. Surely San Francisco and the queer community can do just as well as those other cities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Mr. Lamb, do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Madam Clerk, we have no more callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lamb, for your help. Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, would you please call for adoption without committee reference agenda?
Yes, items 29 through 34 were introduced for adoption without reference to committee. A unanimous vote is required for resolutions on first reading today. Alternatively, any member may require a resolution on first reading to go to committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Peskin.
Sever item 31, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. I don't see anyone else on the roster. I want to sever item 32. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for items 29, 30, 33, 34?
On items 29, 30, 33, and 34, Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. And Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, the resolutions are adopted and the motions are approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 31.
Item 31 is a resolution to retroactively extend by 90 days the prescribed time within which the Planning Commission may render its recommendation on an ordinance contained in file number 220851 to amend the Planning Code to create electric vehicle charging locations and fleet charging as automotive uses, among other highlights of the title.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Chair Walton, President Walton. If we could just amend out on page 2 at line 2 to 3 after the words section 302, so eliminating the words which was then formally introduced into file number 220851 on July 25th, 2022. Eliminate those words. I make a motion to do so.
Seconded by Supervisor Mandelman. And do we have any objection? I don't see any objection, so we will take this amendment, same house, same call. And we will also take item number 31 as amended, same house, same call, and without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you please call item number 32?
Item 32, this is a resolution to declare November 26, 2022, the Saturday after the Thanksgiving holiday, as Small Business Saturday, and to support efforts to increase awareness of the value of locally owned small businesses in the city and county of San Francisco as the city recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you so much, and I will keep my comments more brief than I would have if we were not approaching 9:10. But colleagues, today I do just want to highlight the resolution to designate Saturday after Thanksgiving, Saturday, November 26, 2022, as Small Business Saturday here in San Francisco, and to encourage our city to shop local as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to thank my co-sponsors, Supervisors Chan, Preston, Marr, Dorsey, Melgar, Mandelman, and Peskin, for their co-sponsorship and support. We as a city recognize that small businesses are the economic engine that drives the economy, and by supporting small businesses, we are benefiting all of our communities. There are about 94,000 small businesses in San Francisco that provide more than 364,000 jobs. Small businesses enhance the quality of life in our city by providing jobs to local residents, creating a diverse and unique character through our commercial corridors, and helping keep our neighborhoods clean and safe. The pandemic has severely impacted our small businesses, but these businesses remain resilient, and we need to help them bounce back. Don't just visit on Saturday, November 26th, but shop small and shop local in our neighborhoods throughout the year to support our communities and local businesses. Supervisor Ronan.
As a co-sponsor.
Definitely, thank you. Supervisor Stephanie?
Me as well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Stephanie. And Supervisor Safai, thank you so much. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. And without objection, this resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, do we have any imperative agenda items?
I have none to report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Would you please present the in memoriams?
Yes, today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Stephanie, for the late Elizabeth Betty Ann Campbell. On behalf of Supervisor Marr, for the late Matt Mateo Picon. On behalf of Supervisor Mandelman, for the late Miss Jean Amos. On behalf of Supervisor Mandelman, Supervisor Marr, and Supervisor Peskin, for the late Peter Gable. And on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for our friend Crispin Hollings.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our agenda. Nature is very much alive. Intelligent living beings and vibrant energies are all over the planet. Quote by Sun Bear, Walk in Balance, the path to healthy, happy, harmonious living. As there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned.